Perfect. Welcome, everybody, to the Smogon VGC Tour. I am Tyson, joined here by Scrawl, and we're going to be your initial commentators for today's matches. We are in round one of day two, and there are a ton of exciting battles to get into today. We're going to have 2 games per round, I believe, opposed to the 3 that we led off with yesterday. And I'm super excited to get into today. How are you feeling, Scrawl?
I am feeling fantastic. We talked about it a lot yesterday, but this is likely going to be the largest, most competitive event we see before the Pokemon World Championships next month. So this is people bringing their best at a huge tournament. So we
not only their best gameplay, but their best teams as well. A lot of our commentators yesterday kind of hinted at this as well, that a lot of these teams and a lot of these ideas, even if it's not the same exact sets or maybe spreads, a lot of the same Pokemon on these teams are going to be seen at the World Championships, and a lot of these ideas are going to be executed and really fleshed out by that time. Even things like the Calyrex Shadow Rider and the Zamazenta we've seen are kind of the dominant duos, but even those we've seen throughout this tour have had a lot of flexibility and a lot of changes, even if it is just a Smeargle as the 6th slot.
Absolutely, and even within those 6 Pokemon, we see people finding these niche specific moves to sort of take over, to fix certain matchups. Like, for example, we saw that Roar Incineroar yesterday. So people are digging deep to find what they need.
And that wasn't the first one I saw either. That has been a reoccurring theme, which I think is actually a really cool development for a lot of the setup Pokemon. You think of something like Zamazenta even in front of if it comes in on a slot, or the Shadow Rider getting those nasty plots out. Being able to roar a slot out like that and getting rid of the boosts is really, really helpful, actually. But we won't dive too deep into that. We're actually going to jump into our first match of the day here, which is going to be Mkelder Bestie versus Mava. And this is going to be a great match. I won't spoil the second set, but that one's also going to be great. That's going to be, we'll talk about a little bit later, actually. But let's dive into these teams. Immediately here, we have a Miraidon Cali Ice team with Incineroar, Urshifu, Rapid Stripe, Amoonguss, and Landorus from Michael. And then on Mava's side, we have a Miraidon, Amoonguss, Zamazenta, Volcarona, Incineroar, and Chien-Pao. Skrull, what are your thoughts on these teams?
Well, it sounds like Miguel is doing something pretty similar to what he's been running the last few events. Give me one moment here to pull these up. This is... There it is.
But no, I think immediately off the bat, looking at these teams, you have the Miraidon, and they're both Choice Scarf, and that's really funny always when you see these kinds of teams. Is the Miraidons usually go Choice Scarf, right? Is to outspeed the other Miraidons, but you've kind of come in an impasse here now, where if everyone's running Choice Scarf Miraidon to outspeed other Miraidons, you are now having the potential to speed out with the other Miraidons, which kind of defeats the whole purpose, and you actually lose out on a little bit of power if you don't Terrasilize, considering you are Terra Electric. So you lose a little bit of power into something like the Zamazenta if you do not decide, if you have to go for a Terrestrialization to make up for the power that Choice Specs otherwise would give you.
Absolutely, Tyson. And we're seeing sort of, the more we worry about other people's Scarf Miraidons, the less value we get. I know lots of folks were interested in the Scarf Miraidon to allow it to outspeed certain threats and also to provide a bunch of bulk, because obviously if you're multiplying your speed, you don't need to invest as much to go super fast. But now, if we're worried about outspeeding other people's Miraidons, that'll change. We might start seeing Timid Miraidon or Max Speed Modest Miraidon. And at that point, you start losing some of these super valuable defensive calcs that Scarf Miraidon initially had.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, talking about a lot of the other options on these teams, you see a lot of other familiar pieces that kind of work on these teams. I believe a couple of our commentators yesterday touched on this a little bit more, but the rise of the Amoonguss with the Miraidon makes a lot of sense. Maybe not initially, because again, the Spore not being able to go off in the electric terrain that Miraidon sets, it seems like a little bit of anti-synergy, but the value that Amoonguss provides to the rest of the team, and even if you have to lead it with your Miraidon, which there's maybe a couple times you do, you have things like Rage Powder and Pollen Puff to create to allow your Miraidon to live even longer. And actually on Mava's team, there's a little bit of a cool tech here with the Qianpao actually opting to run Ice Spinner, which is not only helpful for the opposing Miraidon and opposing terrains like the Rillaboom and the Indeedee, which we've seen before, but even if your own Miraidon, if you're in a matchup where you want to get rid of your own terrain for some reason, you can bring the Qianpao in the back, for example, go for an Ice Spinner, and maybe get a free Spore where your opponent otherwise would have thought to not bring a Spore immunity because, you know, Miraidon's there. They're not going to bring a Mungus into me. They're going to have their electric train up. So having Qianpao there, having that option where you otherwise maybe wouldn't want Icicle Crash, actually kind of works out on this team. And even more, it has another move on there, which is really cool, which is Ruination. The only other Ruinous Pokemon we've really seen that pop up on is maybe Chi-Yu or Ting-Lu, but seeing on Qianpao makes a lot of sense as well, very similar to a lot of the Chi-Yu would run it with a Choice Scarf item. Qianpao is running Ruination because it is also a fast Pokemon, and those fast Ruinations, in combination with something like the Volcarona, or even the Incineroar because it's a Soul Vest and has 4 attacking moves, can be very, very potent, or even if you want to weaken something for your Miraidon or Zamazenta in the back.
Absolutely, and we've been seeing more and more that Qianpao is opting for this Ruination. I believe it started to pop up in Regulation G on the Zamazenta teams, which of course Mava also has a Zamazenta, because Qianpao so often is such a powerful Pokemon, but its attacking types can be sort of stymied. For example, it's very bad at hitting Urshifu Rapid Strike, whereas Ruination doesn't care about the type chart. We're just doing 50% of your HP, and have one of these devastating restricted Pokemon, or Volcarona, or Incineroar, to follow it up and take the Pokemon out.
And I don't know about you, but me personally, doing 50% to a Qianpao, or excuse me, to an Urshifu sounds amazing, especially with something like a Zamazenta, as you mentioned before, or even the Amoonguss, where with the Rocky Helmet on the Amoonguss, if you're able to get 50% on the Urshifu and get a Amoonguss in on a slot against the opposing Urshifu, for example, that's a free slot that you can kind of get rid of, which is really great considering you have a Volcarona and Incineroar on the team. And even a Zamazenta that could, while Urshifu doesn't do too much, even going through the defense boost, it still is a sizable chunk. So being able to have reliable ways to get around an Urshifu, considering you have 2 weeks and a Pokemon that doesn't really want to see it, it feels very, very good. And speaking of all of those techs, I'm really excited to see how those will play out, considering Michael does have an Urshifu on the team, and it is the choice Focus Sash item, which means it's not going to be bulky, if any at all. It is the Stellar Terrestrialization, though, so it is going to be packing quite a punch, not only in its Surging Strikes, but its close combat. And actually, that's a good lead-in to talk about Michael's team. What are your thoughts on this, with, instead of the Zamazenta, we see Calyrex Ice here?
Absolutely. This is pretty similar to what Michael ran at the North American International Championships, as I mentioned briefly before, and it just sort of plays the way Michael likes to play. I mean, Michael is a player that likes his options, likes having access to just as many powerful Pokemon with repositioning tools as possible, and we see that here with the U-Turn Incineroar, the Volt Switch Miraidon, and of course the Amoonguss. This is sort of the quintessential team where the Miraidon-Amoonguss combo makes sense, just like it is on Mava's team. While Miraidon and Amoonguss don't really synergize too well together, this team has the potential to play some longer games, where maybe if Miraidon leaves early, you'll have Electric Terrain gone for access to that Spore, or just, you know, Amoonguss has 3 more moves, and Redirection and Healing is extremely powerful when you have these bulky Pokemon on your team, like Calyrex Ice Rider, Incineroar, or Zamazenta on Mava's side.
Yeah, absolutely. And another tool that I really want to talk about here is the Landorus on Michael's side, where normally Landorus is amazing into the opposing Miraidon kind of style of team, especially with something like the Zamazenta. You do really strong, super effective damage into both the Miraidon and the Zamazenta. You're hitting both of the restricteds for super effective damage, and Earth Power as a force to be reckoned with the Sheer Force and Life Orb. But there's a lot of other tools that, you know, Mava has on their team with the Amoonguss, the Qianpao, even the Quiver Dance on the Volcarona will mean you're taking just that little bit of less damage. You also get the speed on the Quiver Dance, but that's another story. The Landorus could be very strong, but I think if Michael does bring it to the matchup, it's going to require some pivoting, or some, not pivoting, but positioning is what I meant to say. But before we dive into this game, both of our players do need a little bit of time. If we could cut to some of the stats of the day 2 would be great. And we could kind of look at those and maybe and really talk about what the day 2 is even shaping up to look like. Because we do have access to those stats. We showed them yesterday there, the day 1 statistics. But let's see here in day 2 what they look like now.
Absolutely, and right off the bat, we see Miraidon jumping from something like 48% yesterday, one of an extremely high usage Pokemon, to being over 50% of the field. Now, since the start of Regulation I, Miraidon has been sitting in that 40-50% range. Generally, when a Pokemon's so dominant, it does tend to eventually go down as the format develops, because people get used to playing against them on, but Miraidon just seems to just be going up and up.
Yeah, and I think Miraidon, we see it here. It's really funny because we were just talking about the Miraidon mirror there with the Choice Scarf. Every single tournament that has happened within this regulation feels like every Miraidon player is just trying to find a way to one-up the other Miraidon player. But it's going to come around to where people just realize, oh, the choice spec set is the best one. I even have heard stories of people maybe theorizing Life Orb, Miraidon, or Magnet, just to have the option to protect, because everyone dreads those Miraidon mind games, quote unquote mind games, where are they going to Draco, are they going to Terrastalize, and things like that. And I think something like the Scarf Miraidon having to play that mirror is just a really funny development into the this deep into the format. But even other Pokemon here, like the Calyrex Shadow Rider, they've been doing it longer than the Miraidon players have, right? They've played the exact same speed ties longer than the Miraidon players have even existed. The Calyrex Ice players, though, they're in third with their usage. They've just kind of learned to outbulk it. Same thing with the Zamazenta players as well. And looking at these other restricteds as well that kind of fill out the rest of this top 10 make a lot of sense. We actually see Ho-Oh squeaking in above Zacian Crowned, which actually surprises me, because I think a player that comes to mind when I think of Zacian is I think of Kian Campbell, who has done really well with the Kyogre Zacian team. And I was actually expecting to see maybe a little bit more of that. Not per se maybe break the top 5, but definitely secure itself in a top 10. I think its matchups, pun intended here, its matchups can kind of be fishing. You could be fishing for matchups, but I think Kyogre and Zacian are a very strong duo that maybe could have squeaked in the top 10, but to see Ho-Oh there is a little bit surprising to me.
Absolutely, and I do know that Keen wasn't able to participate in this tournament, and it seems to me that Zacian Kyogre has been a powerful archetype, but it's been an archetype that sort of has its followers and doesn't have too many folk experimenting with it. I know both him and Chris Hahn have been extremely vocal users of that archetype, this format, and I don't believe that either of them participated this weekend. That could explain
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a lot of the other restricteds here make a lot of sense as well. I know I was a little bit biased there with the Kyogre organization. I really like that Swordfish combo. It reminds me of a lot of the Sword and Shield archetypes there. But Lunala and Koraidon are also a great duo. We just talked about the Rain, but the Sun there with the Lunala and the Koraidon, they have great synergy. Another player who has been using those is Giovanni. And that duo has been very, very strong. I think that is another... we're talking about underrated duos. That one feels like it's underrated, but very, very strong in the right hands, in the 5 people that decide to run that team. And then you have those duos that kind of fill out the top 10, and then you have the main guys in the top, honestly, 4. Because Lunala, it feels like it belongs there in that 5th slot, but also feels like it doesn't. Because the only really partner you see it with there normally is the Miraidon. And I think Lunala squeaking in the top 5 makes a lot of sense because of that, because it is carried by the Miraidon, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. Lunala is definitely a more supportive restricted Pokemon with that wide guard and that Trick Room. So it makes sense that it's seen so much success with these more offensive restricted legendaries, like the Miraidon, like the Koraidon, to sort of stabilize their board states.
Yeah, and the last one here that we really didn't talk about is the Terapagos. I kind of dread talking about it, just like I dread playing the matchup. But Terapagos is such a weird Pokemon, I feel like, because, again, everything that isn't within the top 4, there's a small cult following for that certain Pokemon or that archetype. And Terapagos is definitely one of those Pokemon where if you love balance, if you love clicking Fake Out Calm Mind, then Terapagos is for you. and it definitely caters to a certain kind of play style. But when we see it succeed, we see it do really, really well. That archetype with the Sinistra and the Encore Disable kind of teams with either like the Iron Valiant or the Screamtail we see do really well. And that was actually a really cool innovation on the team. That was definitely a team you can look back and say, wow, there was still some innovation in this format. And that team was also successful. It's not like it got top 32 once and it was over. It did very well at NEIC as well. And I think, again, with any of these restricted duos, if you are committed to it and you have put in the time with these teams and you understand how it works and you're a part of that following and you've committed to it, then I think you'll have a good chance to do well, not only in this tournament, but at the World Championships if you do participate.
Absolutely, Dyson. And we've seen a little bit more Tropicos innovation since we saw these sort of change to the Combine variants. I believe it was Ashton Cox's group that ran a Decorate Smeargle Choice Specs Tropicos team at NAIC this past season. I believe there was a few top 32s or a few top 64s in there. No one broke into the top cut. But when you see a large amount of players have success with an archetype like that, even if they don't make it all the way, you definitely want to keep your eye on it.
Perfect. And I do believe we have the replays, or excuse me, the live link here for our first game of Michael versus Mava. So we're going to get this opened up for you guys in just a second so we can get the games finally going and stop talking about the statistics for a little bit. It's kind of an eyesore looking at so much Miraidon, and I know we're about to play a mirror here for you guys, but I'm excited to see what other teams are here for today, but even more excited for the set that's right in front of us now. So if we can get that link cut up for just a second, we can get this match going for you guys. And we do have the team preview here. What are your thoughts?
Well, I absolutely think that Mikkel needs to take advantage of the fact that this Volcarona is a Terra Fire Pokemon. At that point, because he's Terra Fire, he loses a lot of his ability to prevent Michael from going wild with his Urshifu. Maybe lets him use Urshifu to clear a path for his Landorus, getting rid of that Chin-Pow, getting rid of that Incineroar, without too much pressure. But of course, the name of the game for both players is going to be, how do they deal with the opposing player's Miraidon? Mikkel's going to be trying to get up that Trick Room so he can Glacial Lance it, and Mavo's probably going to be trying to, take advantage of his Fake-Out support and just his Pokemon being generally faster.
Absolutely, and I think, again, this is the kind of the pivotal Pokemon of the matchup, is that Scarf Miraidon. I think just being able to do so much damage and kind of controlling the speed of the battle, not in something like Tailwind or Electro Web or actual speed control, but just having the presence of that speed is so important for a matchup like this. And even on the Scarf Miraidon, actually more times than not, you're not going to be max speed because you have something like the Choice Scarf. So being able to figure out which one is faster in kind of a safe manner, I think is going to be a very important thing in this game one, and whichever player is able to figure that out and maybe has the faster Miraidon definitely could lend itself to helping create safer game plans later in the game. But Mava here, we're going to get into our game one, is going to lead Chien-Pao and Zamazenta, and Michael is going to lead off with the Miraidon and Incineroar.
Absolutely, getting that Intimidate right away means that Mikkel will have a little more room with this Chin-Pow on the field, and of course the Scarf Miraidon could escape with Volt Switch if it wants to. This is definitely a pretty neutral position for both players.
Absolutely, and there's a lot of pressure on the board here with Fake Out as Chien-Pao goes for Protect and Zamazenta Protect as well to block against that Fake Out, and Miraidon, see what it locks into there, considering is Choice Scarf, is going to lock into that Volt Switch, which means Michael wants to get the Miraidon out. Makes a lot of sense in front of something like a Chien-Pao, which we mentioned before, has that Ice Spinner as well as Zamazenta. Yes, a Body Press could fire off into the Incineroar, but it does a lot of damage to the Miraidon as well if it's not bulky. So making sure your Miraidon can get out and preserving it, as we talked about, is kind of a pivotal piece in this matchup, as I reiterate, is very important. Amoonguss is going to swap in there for the Chien-Pao, though. Zamazenta is going to get with the Volt Switch, and Incineroar, more importantly, is going to go for a Terrestrialization into the Bug to make sure it resists those Body Presses.
Absolutely. With that Terrestrialization this turn, there really wasn't too much that Mava could do to pressure Mikkel's Pokemon. That Miraidon basically guaranteed to escape with Volt Switch with no immunities to switch into, and we're going into the Amoonguss, so both players making a defensive play this turn.
And a U-turn from the Incineroar there, going to get the Rocky Help chip, bringing Incineroar almost at half, which is definitely going to matter later in the game when you are staring down something like a Miraidon. Even with an Assault Vest, that Incineroar is not looking too safe against a Miraidon Drift per se, but we are going to see that U-turn switch out into something. What Michael wants to bring in here, I'm a little unsure. Maybe your own Miraidon. Yes, you're staring down an Amoonguss, but you could go for a Draco Meteor or force it to go for something like a Rage Powder and go for another Volt Switch. And we do see the Miraidon swap back into the slot.
And this position looks pretty good for Michael here, with Amoonguss on the field and Zamazenta intimidated. There isn't too much offensive pressure that Mava can create this turn. He may need to let something go down so that they can get a free switch in. But this position is... But Mava's Pokemon being much more threatened right now than Mikhail's.
And the Amoonguss there, if it does want to survive the turn, it's going to have to go for something. But the Amoonguss is going to choose to go for Protect again, seeing what Michael wants to lock into. And a Polypuff from the Amoonguss may be playing around something like the Body Press. If you do switch it back in a Pokemon like that Incineroar to resist the Body Press, we know that from the damage roll before that the Incineroar was able to live with that Terra Bug. So Pollen Puffing in on that slot, you get a Volt Switch, regardless if the Amoonguss Rage Powders or not. You get the Incineroar and you Pollen Puff it back up the full, and you're in a really good spot. And this is what we were kind of talking about before, chipping down the Pokemon, and even having the Amoonguss here, you create the spot where even though you can't put things to sleep, Amoonguss still has utility on the field in of Rage Powder and Pollen Puff.
Absolutely, and this is also exactly what I was referring to when we were talking about Mikhail's team. Overall, that critical hit does remove the Zamazenta. This turn is absolutely devastating for Mava.
Devastating for sure. Losing one of your restricted Pokemon and not really getting too much value out of it is very, very dangerous. And Pollen is going to fail on his Zamazenta as Pollen goes into Michael's Incineroar, and now the entire team is at 100%, and that's very, very scary considering all you have to show for it is you've lost your restricted and your Amoonguss has chip on it.
Yeah, I mean, Mava still has their Terrestrialization. That might be the only advantage left here. But we can see just from the way this board state has... sort of played out that Mikhail has everything at full HP, as you mentioned, and these Pokemon just aren't threatening too much damage into each other. Now, Mava's Flare Blitz could do a lot to Amoonguss or Incineroar, but with Electric Terrain still on the field, Amoonguss can't pressure something like a Miraidon switch in, and neither can Incineroar, really. And we see the last Pokemon from Mikhail is that Landorus, which, if he can deal with this Chinpow, should be able to clean up the other two Pokemon.
And that was actually a very smart play from Mava there, I want to call it out, where the Chien-Pao actually swapped in for the Amoonguss to give that Incineroar that Sword of Ruin boost. So we know that Incineroar is a very bulky Pokemon, even being super effective, might not have dropped to that. So if Michael did decide to keep in the Incineroar, maybe go for a Flare Blitz of his own into the Amoonguss to just kind of knock it out, the Chien-Pao would have swapped in and taken it, but you would have traded Incineroar's being able to attack super effectively into Michael's Incineroar, considering it was Terra Bug. That Flare Blitz definitely would have hurt with this sort of ruin on the field. But Michael switching in the Landorus there for the Incineroar and the Chien-Pao for the Amoonguss creates a bit of a weird situation.
Is absolutely. This is that particular turn. I mean, Mikhail's up on Pokemon, but with a Chin-Pao and an Incineroar threatening an Amoonguss and a Landorus with Terrestrialization already burned, I mean, that turn, Mava was in the driver's seat.
And a Terrestrialization there from Mava into the Bug Incineroar. Bugs all around. Goes for a Flare Blitz into that Amoonguss and trades a decent amount of its HP through the Flare Blitz recoil as well as the Rocky Helmet. The Incineroar from Michael's side, though, comes in very healthy and is able to get down and intimidate on both the Chien-Pao and the Incineroar, which allow the Amoonguss to take that hit. And this is looking, again, very good for Michael here. Even with the Flare Blitz being super effective in both of these Pokemon, the Flare Blitz from Michael is also staring down both of these targets. And the Amoonguss in the back, to note, all three of these Pokemon are going to be weak to a Flare Blitz from Michael, and I think trading the Amoonguss there is absolutely fine as the Rocky Helmet chip and Flare Blitz goes into it, and down goes the Incineroar from Mava, and Michael is left here with a full HP Incineroar.
Absolutely. This situation looks not super well for Mava. We have just Amoonguss and Chien-Pao left on the field. Chien-Pao does threaten both Miraidon and Landorus for super effective damage, but given the Intimidate and Fake Out pressure that Michael can get by resetting his Incineroar, this is looking pretty dicey.
Dicey is definitely putting it lightly here. We have the Incineroar, like you kind of said, to be able to switch out and re-pivot with something like this Scarf Miraidon, knowing that you can just outspeed both of these Pokemon and just get a Volt Switch, reposition your Incineroar, get a Fake Out, go for Flare Blitzes. I think, honestly, the star of this game one so far has been the Incineroar for both players, being able to get down Intimidates, having that Fake Out pressure, and then even more importantly, the Flare Blitz. Volt Switch there is going to go to the Protecting the Chien-Pao, and Flare Blitz straight into the Amoonguss, actually getting the full one-hit KO because of the Chien-Pao Sword of Ruin.
Absolutely, and from here, I mean, Chien-Pao's a strong Pokemon, but it can't win a 3v1.
Even if you do get an Ice Spinner down onto the Miraidon and Michael wasn't able to knock out the Chien-Pao this turn, Flare Blitz is just doing so much damage as well as the chance to burn. Landorus there doesn't really do anything, but it did what it needed to do, as in being a body for the Miraidon to come back in on that slot. And that's going to be game 1 there for Michael. And I'm really curious on your thoughts, Scrawl, to see maybe how Mava could adapt in that game too, because I think they actually had it maybe on leads.
Yeah, I will say I think that Volt Switch turn was absolutely devastating from Mikkel. We saw that the Volt Switch did a little less than half HP when it didn't crit on the Zamazenta earlier in the game, so it may have been a damage roll, it may have been that crit was necessary, but if the Zamazenta had lived through that turn, Pollen Puff would have essentially restarted the turn. It put them both still in a pretty neutral situation. And notably, both players didn't bring their second restricted. I guess Mikkel didn't bring the Ice Rider because it is bad against Zamazenta, and I'm not really sure why Mava didn't bring their Miraidon. It kind of left them at the mercy of Mikkel being in control of the speed for most of the game.
I think it's tough because while Miraidon doesn't feel too good into the opposing Miraidon and Calyrex Ice as well as Landers, you can kind of piece together that they're not going to bring, Michael's not going to bring the Calyrex Ice Rider, but you kind of have to weigh the options between, I think the options are Incineroar or the Miraidon. You kind of need a Amoonguss to redirect some of the damage potentially, and the Rocky Helmet, redirect something like the Landorus, otherwise that can get a boot out of control. And then I think Chien-Pao and Zamazenta are kind of a guaranteed bring, but we are going to dive into the leads here from game 2, and Chien-Pao Zamazenta is going to be the choice that Mava sticks to, and Michael's going to switch it up and lead with Urshifu and Miraidon.
It's a much more aggressive lead for Michael than last game. Urshifu, just Michael saw how scary that Chien-Pao was in game 1, so bringing another piece that can sort of deal with it cleanly is definitely makes a lot of sense.
And a Amoonguss swap there for Chien-Pao. As a Volt Switch goes off into the Zamazenta from Michael's Miraidon. Swapping out into that Amoonguss is maybe going to switch in on Body Press, but instead is going to be the Urshifu, as Close Combat is not able to finish off the Zamazenta, but leaves it in range of an Aqua Jet if Michael does decide to ignore the Rage Powder from Mava's Amoonguss here.
Absolutely, and both of these players, showing off how strong Amoonguss can be, even in electric terrain. Both of them are just sort of completely preventing the opponent from doing what they want to do. This Zamazenta would threaten to knock out this Urshifu, and vice versa, but for these two Amoonguss sitting on the field.
And a wide guard there is going to be the move of choice. Not respecting the Rage Powder exactly as called. The Pollen Puff, no Rage Powder there. Following up from Michael's Amoonguss as well, going for Rage Powder into Mava's Amoonguss. Amoonguss, again, you just said it. It's such a vital Pokemon to a lot of these teams, where just Pollen Puff being able to heal up your Pokemon, still be a damaging move, and then also having the utility in a Rage Powder. We haven't seen Spore be clicked but once in that game 1, and this Pokemon, I think, has done more work than some of the restricteds. I mean, we see Zamazenta go down there to the Urshifu, and it's still alive if Michael decides to preserve it, like we see here as the Incineroar comes in for that slot, and Miraidon on the other slot. That Urshifu is going to be very scary to deal with when you're looking at a Volcarona.
Absolutely, and this Volcarona sort of had a free turn to set up there with the Amoonguss on the field. There wasn't too much it could do, the Urshifu could do to stop this. So now, Mava sort of is doing exactly what Volcarona wants. It has boost in 4 of its 5 stats, and it is getting scarier and scarier.
Scary and scarier for sure, but we do have to remember that this Volcarona is Terra Fire, so yes, it has the defense boost from the Electric Seed. Thanks to Michael's Miraidon is going to be able to activate that, so maybe that's a benefit that you don't have to bring your own Miraidon. You know that Michael is going to activate that Seed for you and give you that defense boost, so Aqua Jet's not going to be doing nearly as much. But if Michael is able to get into a position where it's something like Amoonguss and Urshifu on the field, then not have to worry about maybe having to deal with a faster Volcarona, considering how low it is, you can go for a Surging Strikes later in the game. But we are going to see an Electro Drift there, is going to take a recoil from that Rocky Helmet. As Quiver Dance goes off into Mava's Volcarona, Flare Blitz able to follow up and get the knockout onto that Amoonguss. That's a vital piece for Mava removed, and now they're down to their last 2 Pokemon. Michael's up 4.
Yeah, absolutely. And this Volcarona is getting pretty set up, but the reality of the situation is that with that Amoonguss gone, Michael has a much better chance of getting a single Surging Strikes onto this Volcarona. As you mentioned, with the Surging Strikes, we don't care how boosted up that Volcarona is, it'll only come down to Flame Body activations.
Absolutely, and Flame Body definitely could save the day there. Honestly, if you are able to get enough boosts as well, I think with the Urshifu being in the range that it is, Struggle Bug, if is the move of choice there for Mava, makes a lot of sense. I actually really like this play. U-turn is going to go into the Volcarona, though. I think that Urshifu might even be within range of a Struggle Bug. So you have to be very, very careful here to kind of play around that. If you are Michael, you have to deal with this Chen Pao, which is you're out of terrain now, so your moves aren't going to be hitting nearly as hard. You have to be very, very conscious. I will say, because you are Ice Spinner, though, you can't follow up very safely into the Amoonguss. If Flamethrower for some reason is not able to knock out the Amoonguss, the Ice Spinner is going to knock yourself out, considering the Amoonguss is Rocky Helmet there on Michael's side.
Absolutely. Now, has Mikkel used his Terra yet?
No terrestrialization has been used yet on Michael's side, nor has it been used on Mava's side, so both players have that accessible to them. The Volcarona here, as we kind of mentioned before, is Terra Fire, so if they are unsure if is able to get a knockout into the Amoonguss, they could just go for that. But no, just no Terra from Mava's side. Goes Amoonguss is Terra Water there on Michael's, as Ruination is the move of choice for Mava. And a Spore.
That is exceptionally devastating. If Mikkel can manage to line up a situation where this Volcarona is asleep when Urshifu comes in, he may be able to claw back this game from this super setup Moth.
And this is such a scary position because that Terra Water on the Amoonguss allowed it to live, even being in, neutral with that Struggle Bug was not able, at +2, not able to do enough. Incineroar, the Pokemon of choice here, swapping it for that Miraidon. Sucker Punch into the Amoonguss, predicting that Pollen Puff. Volcarona is going to take that turn of sleep, and a Pollen Puff actually into the Incineroar instead of the Chen Pao to finish it off. So that means Amoonguss is this turn has another chance to either get Sucker Punched maybe, or if it goes for Rage Powder. There is a safe move that Mava can go for here, but it's still looking very dicey. I think either player still has the chance to win this game.
Absolutely, this is going to come down to if Mikkel can manage his way around this super scary Volcarona. Because thanks to Struggle Bug, he can't even use Rage Powder to sort of redirect it, to sort of protect his Urshifu from it. And that is sort of the million-dollar question here, is can he get his Urshifu to connect on this Volcarona?
Ghost Rascalization to be immune to the Fake Out. Ruination is the move of choice. And U-Turn actually is going to be insane here because Ghost resists U-Turn. So you're actually not able to get the knockout. So that kind of covers the Fake Out and the U-Turn play. We're kind of expecting Michael to not just go for the Flare Blitz there. And that works out perfectly because your Chen Pao is still on the field. Urshifu comes in here and the Volcarona is still asleep. So that means your Urshifu gets to come in. But now you have to be worried if the Struggle Bug is able to get the knockout here. And that is the million-dollar question, as you said before, Scrawl, that if it is able to get the knockout, then this game is all but over. But if you do go for an Aqua Jet or a Surging Strikes here, you kind of have to pick if you want to go for Sucker Punch with the Chen Pao.
Absolutely, this game is coming down to mind games. We're looking at priority moves from both players. We're looking at sleep turns. This game is... sometimes this is just how Pokemon goes. Both players play so well that it sort of comes down to chance.
I'm so flustered because there are so many different choices the players can make here. Incineroar going to be the Pokemon to swap in there for the Miraidon as Urshifu goes for Protect, letting Volcarona burn that turn of sleep. A critical hit into the Incineroar is not able to finish it off, though. And this Incineroar now being able to capitalize that the fact that the Volcarona is about to wake up, that you could go for a very safe Fake Out into it, as well as an Aqua Jet into the Chen Pao, and now you're looking a little bit safer. You could also go for a Fake Out and a Searching Strikes as well to just finish off the Volcarona, but if there is a critical hit, Sucker Punch into the Urshifu, that could be a way that Mava finds a way back into their game. Ice Spinner as well, critical hit could work. Searching Strikes, though, is going to fire off. No critical hit again, and the Volcarona, the beast of this battle, has done really nothing but Struggle Bug goes down, and Michael here has an Incineroar and a Miraidon, and Chen Pao with no spread moves is not going to be able to win this game, unfortunately.
Absolutely not. And Mikkel played this perfectly, lining up a turn where the Jinpao was faked out just enough to make sure that it would need a critical hit to take out Urshifu on the turn we went for that fake out Surging Strikes play. So expertly played by both players, and Miguel will win this set 2-0.
Absolutely, and I think this is a great example of just using the prowess of Miraidon and having to respect its power, because I think Miraidon really didn't even do much this game other than click Volt Switch and kind of reposition the other tools in the team, but the chip and the amount of damage that it was able to do to reposition those other tools allowed the other Pokemon in the team to succeed, like the Incineroar, like the Amoonguss, like the Urshifu.
Absolutely. It was a super interesting game there, and it sort of came down to, as has been the theme of this morning, of this idea of the Miraidon Amoonguss teams. Mikael was able to take better advantage of his Amoonguss in electric terrain, and that sort of was the end of the game both times. Multiple times over the course of both Game 1 and Game 2, Mikael's Pokemon took enough damage that they would have been KO'd, but for that Pollen Puff healing.
Yeah, and we don't have too much time to break down that game, unfortunately. We are going to be immediately jumping into the OTSs of our second game here of John versus Fede. And as I kind of alluded to earlier in the stream, for those watching, we are going to be getting to spectate a great game here, considering this match is going to decide who auto-qualifies into the top cut. So a lot of stakes for both of our players here as we get into it. What are your thoughts on the teams immediately looking at them, Scroll?
Absolutely. So starting with Fede's team, this appears to be exactly what he used to win the North American International Championships just a few weeks ago. And we're sort of relying on this support of Lunala to emphasize the super powerful Choice Specs Miraidon. Like we mentioned earlier, Lunala is sort of a piece that lets you sort of become the defensive backbone of these more offensive teams. And it looks like we are getting right into it. Not too much time to talk about these teams.
Unfortunately not, but is there really an explanation needed? Fede having just come off and win in NAIC with this team. Makes a lot of sense that he's running it for the Smogon Tour as well. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? And John here running a very similar team to what we've seen in a lot of the meta. Doesn't really need explanation either. I think the key piece on this team is that Ting Lu, going to be great into something like the Lunala and the Miraidon, right? Being able to be immune to the Miraidon's strongest attacks, besides the Dazzling Gleam, and then obviously resisting the Lunala's moves, other than the Moonblast, which is actually the move of choice here for Fede. Otherwise would just be completely perfect into Lunala as well, if they do opt for something like the Meteor Beam. I think even the Ting Lu, though, has to be worried about something like the Choice Band Urshifu, as well as the Ursaluna. Even things like the Incineroar could do decent damage if put in the right spot. The other notable thing here is that John is running Terra Normal Calyrex Shadow Rider on the Focus Sash variant, which, I mean, if you want a good, solid answer into the mirror, then sure, go for it. You can run Terra Normal, but between that, the Ting Lu, the Zamazenta, and the Chien-Pao, I think you have more than enough tools for opposing Shadow Rider, but he won't have to worry about that here, as John is going to lead off with Calyrex, Zamazenta, and Fede with the Miraidon and Incineroar.
Absolutely, and we're seeing the power of... We've seen one of the reasons why we're seeing a lot more Scarf Miraidon right now with this Calyrex being faster than everything on the field. Of course, Fede opting for more power with Choice Specs instead. And with this board state is very neutral. We see a lot when these better players play each other. Of course, Fede has this fake out pressure. He's pressuring to knock off the Calyrex. And this Miraidon's likely just going to try to find something to Volt Switch off of to preserve its HP and get a lot of damage down on the field.
And I think this is one of the best leads of this entire regulation, right? The Miraidon plus the Incineroar getting down and Intimidate, allowing the Miraidon to have so much bulk, allowing it to live. It doesn't come up so much here in this lead, but just in general, being able to go for the fake outs plus a strong move just makes so much sense to any VGC player. And even from John's side, right, the Zamazenta Calyrex is another strong lead as well. Both restricted, but they work so well into a lead like this, considering Body Press ignores that Intimidate drop and is able to do so much damage to either target here, either into the Incineroar getting a potential one-hit KO, or into the Miraidon doing about 50% usually on average. And then Calyrex as well, supporting it so well with being faster than the Miraidon, able to go for an Astral Barrage and chip something like the Incineroar for a decent amount.
Yeah, absolutely. And Zamazenta just sort of... We spoke a little bit about Zacian earlier in the day. It's so funny how those two Pokemon have sort of switched roles, as one being the sort of niche pick and one being so dominant. and this Zamazenta Terragrassing right away to prevent a possible powerful Volt Switch from coming out.
Preventing it, yes, and taking resisted damage, but the Volt Switch actually going into the Kyrex there to bring it to its Focus Sash as the Lunala swaps in for that slot. Getting that Electric Seed, bringing it to the +1 defense, not going to matter too much against the Zamazenta considering you can't hit it with Body Press, but is going to be great against the Heavy Slam. And with Shadow Shield active as well here, the Kyrex is not going to be able to knock out the Lunala. And because it's on this Focus Sash set, John is actually not opting to run something like Terra Ghost. You don't even have a chance to really knock out the Lunala if Fede decides to not Terrasilize it. The Incineroar here, though, is going to have to worry about the Body Press and even the Astral Barrage, right? Because you can't necessarily Terrasilize out of it. That is the scary part. As, yeah, we see the Terra Bug come out there from Fede into the Incineroar, and Body Press is able to follow up, not able to get the knockout on Incineroar. U-turn going off into the Shadow Rider there for Fede, switching into the Lunala and a Trick Room. And this is all of a sudden very, very scary. With Electric Train active, that Amoonguss that just came in for John really doesn't have a place on the board here, not able to Spore. Pollen Puff doesn't really do anything. And of course you could go for Rage Powder, but do you really want to take a Facade?
Absolutely. This is an extremely strong position for Fede and sort of showing off the flexibility of these teams that have access to both Tailwind and Trick Room. That Amoonguss going down right away, and this devastating Moongeist Beam going to Zama, doing just about 30%. I mean, they're just trading Pokemon back and forth at this point, but here comes the Ting-Lu, and this is exactly what you talked about earlier. Ting-Lu is in a situation where with the 3 Pokemon Fede has left, Ting-Lu is going to be extremely hard to remove.
Hard to remove, dare I say, almost impossible with Wide Guard on Zamazenta being here. Yes, these are the last 2 Pokemon on John's side of the field, but if you are able to preserve them, this is very, very dangerous. But we actually see Fede go for a Trick Room. The Ting-Lu, because it got faked out, and the Zamazenta didn't go for an attack, the Lunala was able to reverse the Trick Room, so you have a fighting chance against something like the Miraidon. Sand Tomb is going to be the move of choice, though, that locks the Lunala into the field. Was going to be locked anyways, considering they're Fede's last 2 Pokemon, but with the Wide Guard here on the Zamazenta, being able to preserve it, the Miraidon literally cannot touch this Ting-Lu here. Dazzling Gleam is going to be blocked by Wide Guard, and you would have to lock into an Electric move or Draco Meteor. And if you do lock into Draco Meteor, there is the chance you could miss, let alone not even get the knockout there, but actually goes into the Zamazenta and is able to get the knockout. Moonblast there into the Ting-Lu, not able to do too much damage. Special Attack Drop, not doing much. Bulldoze, lowering the speed of the Pokemon, and this is getting very, very close.
Absolutely. And from here, unless we get a critical hit on the Miraidon, this might be over. When the Sand Tomb miss means he will have another chance to look for it. This Ting-Lu's down to 5%. Sand Tomb, does this Ting-Lu have access to Protect, or is it carrying the Assault Vest? It does not protect! And that Sand Tomb miss completely switching the result of this game.
And that's unfortunately, I think, just the caster curse there on my end, saying that John didn't have a way to lose, but with the Sand Tomb being inaccurate, yeah, you find a way there, and Fede actually squeaks out a win, just barely locking into Draco Meteor, able to get the knockout there on the Zamazenta and then on the Ting-Lu. I wasn't too sure, even with the choice specs, maybe we've watched too much Choice Scarf today. I underestimated the power of Miraidon, which was my first mistake, and being able to get the knockout into both those Pokemon, even being at the lowest stages of special attack possible, able to get the knockout there against the Assault Vest Ting-Lu was so impressive from Fede's Miraidon. But we are going to see the leads jumping into this game too, as the Miraidon Whimsicott is the new lead for Fede, and Kyrex Zamazenta is going to be the lead from John, sticking to their guns.
Absolutely, and this is exactly what I was referring to when we saw the U-turn Trick Room turn from Fede last game. That these teams with access to both Trick Room and Tailwind are so flexible. You have to respect both the ability for him to play a slower game with the Lunala and the Ursaluna, and also for him to go super quick with this Whimsicott's Tailwind.
And a Light Screen is going to be the move of choice there, just so you're not taking nearly as much from that Astral Barrage. And Electro Drift does 50% to the Zamazenta still, and the Miraidon does go down, unfortunately, though, to that Body Press. A very, very smart double up there from John. A little bit telegraphed, but it makes a lot of sense, right? You're able to get rid of that restricted. The Incineroar is going to be the Pokemon that comes in for them. Miraidon slot, getting an Intimidate down. Not really going to be mattering here, but more importantly is going to be able to go for something like a Fake Out. The cool thing that Whimsicott has access here to here is that Tailwind that we see fire off. This Incineroar here actually didn't go for the Fake Out. Instead, taking advantage of that Tailwind, going for U-turn as Body Press, follows up into the Urshifu, doing a sizable chunk. But now, with Tailwind on your side of the field, your Urshifu is faster than both of these Pokemon. Amoonguss is going to switch in for that Calyrex, knowing that maybe Surfing Strikes is coming in for that slot. But Fede actually playing around that and going for the U-turn, getting rid of the Zamazenta and bringing back in this Incineroar, trying to find his way back into this game.
Absolutely, and we're seeing this revolving door of Pokemon on Fede's side of the field, just U-turning over and over again to get chip damage in position. Fede making that call on the Amoonguss switch in to stay back in the game, as it surely would have spelled the end if that Urshifu had attacked into that Amoonguss with the Rocky Helmet.
Absolutely, but Fede there going for the U-turn allows him to be in the game still as Astral Barrage fires off into that Whimsicott there. The Moonblast just trying to do a little bit of chip. Flare Blitz, though, unfortunately not able to get the knockout. We're looking for a burn there, but we don't get it, unfortunately. And if there was a burn into that slot and it was something like the Ting-Lu in the back, there's still a game here, right? With the Tailwind, Urshifu could maybe get a knockout into the Calyrex there, considering his Choice Banded, and then you hope to live the attack from the Ting-Lu, and you're actually able to squeak out a win there. But with no burn on that Flare Blitz, unfortunately, John loses that game too, and this is going to be a very, very close game 3. I mean, both players had very clear game plans. We saw how fast they were locking in their moves, so I'm really curious to maybe see what both players are going to go for in this game 3.
Absolutely. Unfortunately for John, but good for us because we love to see a good game 3, and now we're seeing double restricted from Fede and double restricted from John.
Yeah, all the power on the board here on lead is going to be super, super smart. You kind of have a bunch of Zamazenta in yourself in your Lunala, right? You get that plus defense from that Electric Seed thanks to the Miraidon hopping up on the field here. But the really important thing is that you're going to be able to wide guard against this Calyrex here, which is very, very strong, as the Astral Barrage is the move of choice. Being able to wide guard, prevent that damage that allowed you to get the KO in the first place. Draco Meteor going straight for the Zamazenta, knowing that John has gone for a terrestrialization both games, and just firing off the Draco Meteor for the one-hit knockout is absolutely amazing for Fede there. Making sure Miraidon took no damage that turn is exactly what Fede wanted to see, as John there goes for a protect into the Calyrex, and Miraidon takes about half from that Ruination.
Absolutely, and Fede is just stepping on the gas here, just trying to remove John's restrictions as quickly as possible. Just going for these double ups, and again, another double up into the slot. This -2 Draco Meteor still doing so much damage.
And I think it makes a lot of sense. Yes, you are potentially losing out on your Miraidon there, but the trade-off, right, is that you go for a Draco Meteor and you're able to do so much damage. And of course, John has to respect the wide guard, which Fede did go for that first turn. The Sand Tomb actually takes out the Miraidon, which I think is more beneficial for you here if you are Fede, because now you have something like a U-turn and a Moongeist Beam into that Amoonguss slot, and there's nothing really John could do about it. You have to respect the Surging Strikes here into the Ting-Lu, and yeah, I think if Fede gets this turn correct, this could just be game over, as the U-turn does 50% to that Calyrex, and Incineroar bringing it in against that Ting-Lu has the Intimidate, and Moongeist Beam, yeah, able to follow up, and both the restrictions for John are gone now. Ruination from Ting-Lu brings Incineroar down to half, but with the Urshifu in the back, I think this is so scary.
Absolutely, and this is sort of the fear when you play a team like John's, where eventually you can find yourself in a situation where your Pokemon they're supporting Pokemon. Ting-Lu and Amoonguss, they are very powerful pieces. They're not taking a lot of knockouts, and we can see John throwing in the towel there as Fede wins this game 2-1 to qualify for the next phase of our tournament.
And that's such a great testament to how good of a player Fede is. This game in particular, the adaptation in this game 3, just being able to get every single one of those turns what felt like objectively correct. Being able to get that Draco Meteor into the Zamazenta, getting the wide guard, making sure where your Miraidon was taking damage earlier and you were kind of losing it early, you were actually able to get away with no damage on either of your Pokemon and get a knockout into the Zamazenta, which was kind of problematic in the other 2 games. So being able to to adapt and really play out that game 3 phenomenally. Really goes to show how strong of a player Fede is, and I mean, definitely is why he won NAIC.
Absolutely. And I know we talk about these turns being objectively right. Often you'll see a player do something like what Fede was doing and double up into a Pokemon that happens to Protect and feel like they made a mistake, but Fede knew that if Protect was happening, then the board was going to be so simplified, so little was going to happen in the turn that he could just do it again, over and over and over again. And that's exactly what he did to force John to get rid of both of his powerful restricted as early as possible.
Absolutely, and I'm excited here for even more Pokemon action. Me and Scrawl will be on the mic for our next round of our day 2 of the Smogon VGC tournament. I believe we're going to be hopping into it in just a little bit. If we want to cut to a quick 2-minute break so we can get those games set up, we can get right into those games and get right back into the action for you guys. So bear with us while we set this up for you, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, Smogon. I'm Tyson, joined here by Scraw for some more VGC Smogon action. We're going to be jumping right into our round two. We have even more exciting games as we close in on the day of competition here. Our first match of the day is first match of the second round here is going to be Dim versus Rat Packer. And this is a very exciting matchup. We get to feature some restrictors that we kind of talked about earlier, but didn't really get to see a lot in this tournament, I feel like, and that being the Koraidon. And I'm super excited personally to get to see some Sun gaming action. I love Koraidon, I love the way Sun operates, and to see with Calyrex Ice Rider is super exciting here on Rat's team.
Yeah, absolutely. Koraidon Ice Rider was something we saw a lot of at the start of Regulation I, but it started sort of to dip down by the end, by the point we're at now. But this is sort of a new version of the team, combining Koraidon with that Leech Seed leftovers Calyrex Ice Rider that we saw pop up starting at Milwaukee.
And this is another really cool adaptation. I think that the meta kind of developed. It's a little bit old news now, but it's still worth talking about. Is that really that Leech Seed Calyrex Ice Rider, which brings so much longevity to the Pokemon, and personally is not a way I ever would have thought to play the Pokemon. And you know, you take advantage of its high attacks, that playing Glacial Lance, but the other way is its big bulk, its massive bulk, being able to play around that and create these end games where the Calyrex Ice Rider is just unKOable, and it sits on the field with the Leech Seed and the leftovers, and it lives forever. And with tools like the Amoonguss as well, you have Pollen Puff and Spore to create these situations where the Calyrex Ice Rider is an endgame in and of itself. And with offensive tools like the Raging Bolt, with that Terra Electric and Magnet to boot, as well as the Photosynthesis buff from the Koraidon that you get, you're doing so much damage to the team, even with your own Glacial Lance. Even if you're bulky, you do so much damage and then create these end games where you just live things that you're not supposed to.
Absolutely, this team is a perfect blend of offense and defense, with this Fluttermane, Koraidon, and Raging Bolt creating this extremely devastating core of offensive pieces, with this Incineroar, Amoonguss, and Ice Rider as a defensive backbone that also can do a lot of damage, with, of course, that Sun Boost from Koraidon increasing the damage output of Incineroar's Flare Blitz.
And speaking of offensive teams, let's cut to Dimsun's team here, which also features a Koraidon, as I alluded to before, but sticks more to the offense of the team, with instead of a Calyrex Ice Rider, instead opting for the Calyrex Shadow Rider. Still a horse, but definitely the more offensive one in that Astral Barrage. I mean, as we saw from the last set in round one there, Astral Barrage is such a dangerous move, and in combination with the Koraidon Flare Blitz and Collision Course, as well as tools like the Fluttermane Icy Wind, you're able to do so much damage. And even with tools like the Raging Bolt of their own, you just fire off so much more damage.
Absolutely, and Tolier's team seems to be built a little bit more to support these offensive pieces with the Koraidon and that Clefairy and that Calyrex Shadow Rider. We are seeing Clefairy for, I believe, the first time this tournament on stream so far, with that Terra Ground. Not going to be too helpful here, but of course for that Miraidon matchup.
The Miraidon matchup, it definitely makes sense as well to have the Terra Ground on the Clefairy for the Miraidon matchup, considering both your Koraidon and your Raging Bolt do not really want to, considering a lot of the Pokemon on this team, actually, now that you look at it longer, don't really want to take a Miraidon attack. Yes, Calyrex isn't weak to any of Miraidon's move, but because you aren't Focus Sash on it, a lot of the moves can just threaten an immediate knockout if played incorrectly. So Clefairy not only having an immunity in the Terra Ground, but also providing a little bit of bulk to the rest of the team with that Friend Guard ability, allowing the Pokemon to have just a little bit more longevity, allow it to stay on the field longer.
Absolutely, and I mean, on a team like this, we see these more offensive pieces, but also Tolier does have access to that classic follow me, fake out, nasty plot Calyrex Shadow Rider with the Incineroar and Clefairy, so we can sort of play a slower game as well. This team is just very flexible and able to sort of identify what sort of game plan it wants to go for depending on the opponent's team.
Absolutely, and I think having both players having access to that speed control in the Focus Sash Fluttermane is actually going to be really, really funny, because you can assume that they're both just max speed, and you're going to have to play around that. Both of them also have, only one of them has access to Taunt, And that might play a key role, especially on a more offensive team like Toller's there, where if you go for a taunt into something and they can't protect anymore, or can't leech seed into something like the Calyrex Ice, you kind of create these positions where you can go for offense and your opponent really can't do anything about it. But we are going to get into game one here. And what are your thoughts on maybe what leads could be?
Well, the situation is one where I suspect we will see a restricted plus an Incineroar from either player, or potentially Koraidon Fluttermane from either player. And this sort of creates this very awkward situation for both players when both players have Koraidon and Fluttermane, where Koraidon and Fluttermane put you in a situation where the Moonblast from the Fluttermane is just so threatening to opposing Koraidon that you're almost forced to Terrastalize. But if your opponent doesn't go for the mirror lead, then you have so much offensive pressure on the board, and neither of these teams can really contest it too well, as both players do have the clear amulet on their Koraidon, making Incineroar much less of a stopgap for that damage output.
And even without Clear Amulet, I think just having the super effective damage in Collision Course or in it of close combat on other sets, both these players have Collision Course, but in other instances with close combat as well, both are doing super effective damage to Incineroar and usually have a chance. If you weren't Clear Amulet, you'd usually be Life Orb. So both of those, even at -1, have a chance to knock out the Incineroar. So it's kind of dangerous regardless to bring Incineroar into a Koraidon matchup for both these players. But we do see it on lead here, paired with that Calyrex Shadow Rider, as you alluded to before. Restricted plus the Fake Out, it's always going to be good. And we see the Fluttermane and Calyrex Shadow or Ice Rider from Ratpacker there on the other side, trying to get maybe some speed control.
Absolutely, and Ratpackers does have Shadow Ball on their Fluttermane, so Toller may be forced into a situation where he's forced to Terrastalize his Calyrex early to avoid huge damage.
And no Terrastalization, just going for the safer Protect and U-turn to break the Focus Sash first. No need to burn a Terrastalization yet if you can avoid it as the Clefairy comes in here. And this is a great repositioning because not only you're able to redirect the Shadow Ball now, but you could also go for a Helping Hand if you think the Fake Out from the Incineroar is coming out. You could very easily go for a Terra Normal here, be immune to the Shadow Ball, and go for a Helping Hand Astral Barrage, and that's definitely going to hurt. So, depending on what Ratpacker goes for here, Dim Sum could be in a very, very strong position.
Absolutely, an extremely strong play there. The Fluttermane did more damage to the Incineroar than the Incineroar did to the Fluttermane, but breaking that Focus Sash is such a crucial part of this game plan for Dim Sum.
Absolutely, and I think it is crucial, like you said, that the Focus Sash is broken, right? Because that's really the thing about Fluttermane is that, yes, it's fast, yes, it hits decently hard, but it's pretty frail, especially once that Focus Sash is gone. We do see a Follow Me and an Astral Barrage be the move of choice, though, redirecting the move. And Parting Shot, yeah, is going to get redirected thanks to that Follow Me. And that's great because your Calyrex doesn't care about getting intimidated. It really just cares about the Parting Shot special attack drop. So the fact that Clefairy takes that instead means your Calyrex now with the Life Orb is still threatening the Oko onto the Fluttermane, and then also is threatening an Oko into the Calyrex Ice Rider with something like a Helping Hand. And there's nothing really that can switch into a Helping Hand, Life Orb, Astral Barrage. And even with Terrastalization there from Ratpacker, the Calyrex Ice Rider takes over 50% of its HP, and leftovers, yes, is going to heal a little bit, but you're in a really dangerous spot because even with something like Clefairy on the field here, you have to be very respectful of the Friend Guard, and Glacial Lance might not even knock out as Dim Sum switches in the Incineroar there just to get an Intimidate on the Calyrex Ice Rider.
Absolutely, and we are starting to see the weakness of the Leftovers Calyrex Ice Rider. Obviously, he has a lot of bulk. Being weak to that Incineroar means that Toller has the ability to sort of mitigate these Trick Room turns exceptionally well, and now that Ratpacker has revealed that he did not bring Koraidon, Toller knows that once the Calyrex Shadow Rider is back on the field outside of Trick Room, it will be the fastest thing on the board.
And I think that is very important to note as well, considering the whole game plan of kind of the Shadow Rider team, especially with tools like the Incineroar and Clefairy, is repositioning your Calyrex in a way that it can get in safe and then get the damage off safe without it getting knocked out itself. And the Clefairy here goes for a Protect to maybe stop a Fake Out or a knockoff, and Leech Seed from the opposing Calyrex Ice to maybe get a little bit of healing, but the Incineroar has come in and it's about to pivot back out again if we know anything about Incineroar.
Yes, absolutely. And one of Toller's tech pieces on this Clefairy is coming in clutch here with access to this Life Dew. He can guarantee that as long as Rat Packer's not taking, huge KOs, he can keep his Pokemon relatively healthy.
And that's actually a really funny thing as well in this matchup, is it's kind of a way to play around the Leech Seed. You actually are healing more from the Life Dew than, the Leech Seed is taking. And considering it heals both of the Pokemon as well, even if Rat Packer was able to find a position where you Leech Seed both the targets, Life Dew kind of offsets that. And it makes something like the Calyrex, especially with the Friend Guard, kind of just beatable. And with things like the Intimidate as well, with the Friend Guard, this Calyrex is maybe going to become, dare I say, as bulky as the Ice Rider.
Absolutely. This damage mitigation from Tolar's side is letting him perfectly set up this Shadow Rider. Now, of course, the question becomes, can he develop a situation where he can threaten a knockout on this Ice Rider without getting up a second Trick Room? Because that is likely Rat Packer's route to victory here.
A second Trick Room definitely is plausible, but yeah, that Glacial Lance does absolutely nothing as we see a Nasty Plot come out here on that last turn of Trick Room, and the Flutter Mane does switch in here, but even if you do bring in the Incineroar or the Amoonguss, you're in a range now where Helping Hand plus Astral Barrage, I think, is knocking out your entire team besides the Incineroar, and if you do get a boost, it gets pretty close, I'm almost positive. And with Tolar's Pokemon being at such a safe position here, it's very, very scary for Rat Packer. Yes, no KOs have been taken yet, but the amount of pressure that Tolar really has on the field here is very, very scary. As the Incineroar swaps out for that Calyrex Ice Rider and Incineroar for Tolar as well, Astral Barrage is going to fire off, get the Oko on the Flutter Mane, and yeah, if Helping Hand was the move of choice there for the Clefairy, you would have just straight up knocked out the Incineroar, and that would have been huge.
Absolutely, and now the Calyrex is boosted even more with both players threatening Fake Out. So this game is, and I believe we saw that Tolar's Incineroar was the slower one as it was moving first in Trick Room. And Rat Packer positioning himself to give himself basically a guaranteed Trick Room next turn by resetting that Fake Out pressure on Tolar's Calyrex, but it might not be enough.
And I definitely don't think it's going to be enough, unfortunately. Yes, Fake Out goes in the Calyrex, you may respect it, but the problem is, yeah, you turn into Rat Packer's Incineroar to get the free swap here into the Clefairy, and you're able to knock it out. You're now able to cycle these Intimidates, and you can just go for even Fake Out Life Dew and just heal the HP on the Clefairy if you feel like you're able to live another attack. You just kind of live the turn here. And yeah, Clefairy does go for that Life Dew. That's so much healing. The Calyrex Ice now has to pivot, or has to deal with this Clefairy, and you only have Glacial Lance. You can't go for something like high horsepower into the Incineroar to maybe even fish for a critical hit knockout. The Calyrex swaps in here, and now it's just a matter of stalling out Trick Room, getting your Calyrex in position, and just winning the game. But yeah, this Life Dew tech, I'm really impressed by on this Clefairy. Does really, really well into a team like Rat Packers.
Absolutely, and we're just that this Clefairy has probably been KO'd at least 2 times over and just sticking around thanks to this Life Dew. And from here, of course, Tolar has lined up the perfect single-target Astral Barrage plus Incineroar attack to take out this last Pokemon from Rat Packer, winning him Game 1.
And I think this is a phenomenal example of this kind of more positionally based Calyrex. A lot of the players, I feel like, go for just Astral Barrage, trade the Calyrex, and then let the rest of the team do the work, like the Zamazenta or something like that. Or maybe use the Zamazenta to get Chip and then bring in the Calyrex. I really like this positioning game that Dim Sum played here, or Troller played here, with the Calyrex and the Clefairy, as well as the Incineroar. Very reminiscent to something like the Incineroar and the Amoonguss, but instead of the Pollen Puff and Spore, Clefairy having more utility on this kind of team, with the Life Dew being able to heal itself, notably, and not having to rely on something like the Regenerator, makes a lot of sense on a team like this. And it worked out in this game, so I'd say, it's definitely not just some best of one tech.
No, absolutely not. And I do believe this isn't the first time Tolar has brought a Life Dew Clefairy plus Calyrex Shadow Rider to an event to some success. So it's definitely something he's very familiar with piloting, and something that a lot of his opponents will not be used to dealing with.
Absolutely. I know for the first time that I saw it, not in this match, but just in matches in general, I was very surprised at how much Life Dew was able to heal. Like, I didn't know how much it healed at first. I was like, surely if it heals both Pokemon, it can't be that much. But when you see the Clefairy HP bar jump up that much, you're like, oh, wait, I don't KO now with Glacial Lance. And it's all of a sudden this unbreakable wall where you otherwise think you could just kind of hit it and get away with it. Like, once you get rid of it, the friend guard is gone and the rest of the team kind of falls apart. But Toller did a great job at demonstrating how strong that move is. But not to talk about that too much as well, Rat Packer did a great job, I think, in the early game of positioning the Calyrex Ice Rider to kind of get in a way of positioning with the Glacial Lances and threatening with the Shadow Ball and the Fluttermane. But once that Focus Sash was broken, they were kind of on the back foot. But here, I like this a lot better from Rat Packer, immediately leading the Koraidon, allowing the Fluttermane to succeed a lot more, being able to guaranteed outspeed certain things on the team, like the Calyrex Shadow Rider. But unfortunately for them, Dim Sum had the same idea, leading the Fluttermane and Koraidon as well to get that speed boost, and the Koraidon threatening super big damage as both go for Terra Fire.
And this is exactly the sort of thing that we were talking about earlier, where this mirror match sort of turns into a situation where the question becomes who is going to get the 50-50, right? Who's going to win these speed ties? And this time around, looks like Toller got a little bit of the better end of the deal, getting more damage down on the opposing Koraidon, but we have seen that his is slower, so it may be that even if Toller's Fluttermane moves first, that Rat Packer will end up having the ability to get more damage down on the board.
I think as well that critical hit Moonblast actually is going to allow Rat Packer to maybe get in a position where they can attack the Koraidon and do a decent amount of damage. And yeah, Shadow Ball is going to be the move of choice there, but not going to double up into the Koraidon, actually choosing to instead bring Toller's Fluttermane down and Focus Sash and just trading away the Koraidon for the -1 speed on their Fluttermane. And Rat Packer now, yes, we know it's faster than the Koraidon now, even at -1, but the unfortunate part is that Toller's going to be able to outspeed their Fluttermane still with the speed boost, and guaranteeing that, I think, is the big thing from this turn.
Absolutely, and we might see something like a Raging Bolt in the back, maybe to get some priority going with Thunderclap. Rat Packer seems to be trying to take advantage of the fact that because Toller has packing this taunt instead of the Shadow Ball, that his Fluttermane isn't as immediately threatened by Dim Sum's Fluttermane on the other side of the field.
And something like a Raging Bolt would make a lot of sense here, being able to get that Photosynthesis boost from that sun and fire off a strong attack, being at that essentially Life Orb boosted. And then you also have tools like the Magnet as well that just are able to do so much damage to the opposing Pokemon, and with Terra Electric as well.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what we see here with this Raging Bolt putting pressure on both of Pokemon on the other side of the field. And both Pokemon are being threatened to be KO'd by Rat Packer's Fluttermane, so this is sort of a situation where there will be some repositioning required if Dim Sum wants to stay in this game.
And with no Shadow Ball as well, yeah, you're forced to kind of switch out there. As Clefairy takes so much from that Moonblast. Collision Course going to be the move of choice. Critical hit into the Raging Bolts, but Thunderbolt's going to be able to finish off the Clefairy, and that's a huge piece that was kind of pivotal for Dim Sum in that game one. It is gone now, and with the Fluttermane here being faster than the Koraidon and the Calyrex, I believe, maybe, then it's going to be very, very scary. You also have tools like the Thunderclap as well to knock out the Koraidon and force a weird position, but this is definitely very scary for both players.
Absolutely, and that was an exceptionally good read from Rat Packer saying that, you know what, you're not going to let me take out your Fluttermane, so let me double this, because the Clefairy comes in, and then all of a sudden, this Raging Bolt is a lot less scary, with Follow Me mitigating any potential Thunderclaps.
Absolutely, and I think Follow Me was definitely the scary thing there. If the Clefairy did get to come in for free, because, like you said, to Follow Me, you redirect the Thunderclap, and if you get the target wrong, then, you know, your Raging Bolt is kind of cooked. You can't really do much with it, unfortunately, but that critical hit on the Collision Course allows the Raging Bolt to take so much damage, and Astral Barrage, yeah, you're actually going to outspeed the Fluttermane. I misspoke earlier. Because of that -1 from that Icy Wind, you do get to outspeed, and now this is looking a lot more dangerous for Rat Packer, as we do just see the forfeit there, and that's going to be a 2-0 victory for Toller.
Absolutely, and that was a situation where maybe Rat Packer felt they were far enough behind in the HP resources. They had Calyrex Ice Rider in the back, for example, maybe. I don't know if that Terrasilization's already been spent. And that is a huge issue you often have on these Koraidon teams, is that the Pokemon is so often encouraged or forced to Terra Fire that you have to play a little less rigidly with your a little more rigidly rather with your other pieces.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was, again, a phenomenal game. I'm really excited to see how that game played out and how it ended up working out.
Absolutely. And it's so interesting to see that both players refused to bring their second restricted in game 1 and both brought the Koraidon in game 2. I've seen a lot more people leaving one of their 2 restrictions at home during each of their battles than I expected to this weekend.
Absolutely, and I'm really excited to see kind of that Clefairy team earlier. Now I'm kind of have a horse in the race. I'm excited to see Clefairy continue to do well, but Rat Packer's still in this as well. You know, Koraidon Kali Ice isn't something that you get to see, but we talked about at the beginning of the stream is those cult followings of those awkward, or not awkward duos, but those kind of off-meta duos, you know, have very strong showings. Like, everyone in day 2 is a strong player, I'd argue. So seeing Rat Packer here, like, this isn't going to be the last time we see of them either. But we are going to jump to previews, I believe, here for our second game after this, and this is going to be Sari versus Zelda.
Two extremely good players. Are the current Pokemon World Champion. So someone to keep your eye out in this tournament, and of course at Worlds next month.
Yeah, and again, like we talked about it earlier, but a lot of the teams the players are using this tournament are maybe a preview for what they might be using at World. So this is going to be super exciting to look at, and it's kind of like polar opposites here. You have Fede's NAIC winning team here being used by Sari, which they use together at NAIC, but then you're staring down something like Zelda's team where there's a Calyrex Shadow Rider, and there's that Ho-Oh that managed to squeak in that top 10 restricted usage that we talked about earlier.
Absolutely. Ho is a Pokemon that has an astronomically high special defense stat, so a Terastallized Ho-Oh may be a problem for Suri's team, especially with that Grimmsnarl to provide Light Screen and Reflect support.
Yeah, and this is the second Clefairy we get to see now back to back. So what I was talking about before, being excited to see Clefairy do well in the day 2 and seeing how actually deep it goes. I mean, I'll get to see it here again. And this team is even more interesting to me because, yes, you had another supporting Pokemon on the team in Fluttermane, but I would argue Fluttermane, even being a Focus Sash Pokemon, with the supporting move, you're clicking Isu, and still does a decent amount of damage with the Moonblast, even if you were Taunt as well on Toller's team. But Zelda actually opting for Grimmsnarl, which isn't offensive at all. His Spear Break does a decent amount of damage, yes, to something like Urshifu maybe, but you're mainly using it to click those screens and the Thunder Wave and really create an unbreakable Pokemon with that Ho-Oh and the Clefairy. So with the screens, you have the Ho-Oh and the Clefairy. You can life deal away. But my problem with those 3 together as kind of like a defensive duo and the Incineroar as well to kind of round out that bulky combination is you're staring down a choice banned Urshifu. Yes, you have a Rillaboom, and yes, you have a Calyrex Shadow Rider, but if we know anything about Sari being quite literally a World's winner, as you said before, you are dealing with someone who recognizes those threats and is able to position her Urshifu to deal with the 4 Pokemon I would argue are weak to the Urshifu.
Absolutely, and a big problem Zelda may face is that because they are running this more defensive Covert Cloak, Terra Fairy, Draining Kiss Calyrex Shadow Rider, that they may not be able to threaten to Oko Urshifu Rapid Strike with their Calyrex Shadow without some kind of help, whether that be a Rillaboom or a Nasty Plot.
Yeah, and that is definitely something really good to point out there, considering that it is, that Nasty Plot set. A lot of these Draining Kiss sets are more bulky. They might not even be max speed. They might just have a lot of bulk into them, and maybe not that much special attack either with the Nasty Plot. And considering you have something like a Fairy as well, there's a lot of ways that this Calyrex Shadow Rider could be built for Zelda. And we did see Sari's team before, previously shown by Fede. So if it is anything like NAIC, the teams are going to be built very similarly, I should say, if not just the exact same. So maybe that works to Zelda's benefit as well. Who knows?
Absolutely. I mean, Sari is definitely the one playing the more known quantity team. We aren't seeing too much of Ho-Oh plus Covert Cloak Calyrex Shadow Rider in this format. But obviously, if it's gotten this far and Zelda's a great player, there has to be something going on with these more off-meta Pokemon picks.
Off-meta for sure, but I'm very excited to see how the team plays out. Because if we know anything, like, Calyrex Shadow Rider is strong enough to carry any team. You could slap any restricted next to it, and it'll do its job. Just because Calyrex Shadow Rider allows any of the supporting Pokemon on the team to kind of succeed at what it does. Just because it trades damage in a way that is quite frankly unfair. And in terms of damage, you do insane amount, and even if you go down that turn, you lose your restricted. You have so many other supporting pieces on the team, and you've done enough damage usually that the other restricted, even something like Ho-Oh, which normally struggles with doing damage, as seen here by the Clear Amulet to try to prevent that, is able to finish off those knockouts. And with something like, the Brave Bird and the Sacred Fire, as well as the Clear Amulets, something like the Incineroar maybe won't be as much of a problem. Notably here as well, you have Tailwind and Thunder Wave, which is actually very interesting because you'll have two forms of speed control. You're most likely going to go for the Thunder Waves to immediately try to get the speed control, but if you're able to get a Tailwind as well, that could be dangerous as well.
Absolutely, and we are waiting for Team Preview to get this started here to see how this match will play out between these two exceptionally good players, and we're seeing Incineroar, Whimsicott, I'm sorry, with Rillaboom and Shadow Rider both going for these sort of fake-out focused positional matchups, with Zelda putting more pressure on, trying to get an early nasty plot, perhaps.
And a nasty plot he might get as the Incineroar swamps out for Sari. Ursaluna comes in there on a potential Astral Barrage as a light screen is played out there for the Whimsicott. And yeah, a nasty plot there from Zelda. And with Clefairy switching in, this is so dangerous. But the downside to that turn is that you did have to burn your Terrestrialization if you are Zelda, which means you are going to be susceptible to a Facade now. And Moonblast, yeah, is going to be the move of choice there into the Clefairy, followed up by a Facade, able to knock out the Clefairy. And if Zelda has to bring in something like the Rillaboom or the Incineroar here to maybe get a Fake Out or an Intimidate, why not both, into the Ursaluna. Rillaboom, though, switching back in, and Ursaluna swapping out into the Incineroar there, going to be resisted against the Astral Barrage, as Encore's the move of choice there into the Calyrex, taking down that Whimsicott.
This Calyrex will not be able to protect going forward, so if Zuri has something in the back to put a lot of pressure down, this could be extremely difficult. And here comes the Ursaluna, which I believe is Terra Ghost.
It is Terra Ghost, but actually doesn't go for it there, recognizing that Astral Barrage would have knocked it out anyways. Just having to fake out that turn, knows you're going to be able to get the knockout anyways. The Draining Kiss could be the move of choice there, but is not, and Astral Barrage again just being clicked. And Incineroar does come in for the Calyrex Shadow Rider, recognizing you kind of need that piece to win the game. Woodhammer not able to knock out the Ursaluna though, as U-turn goes into the Rillaboom, brings it down to 50%, and now Miraidon resets the terrain. If Facade follows up, a critical hit to boot, knocks out the Incineroar, otherwise would have been able to live. Miraidon now, with no option to change the terrain, Zelda is in a very, very dangerous position.
Absolutely, and this is a very tricky situation. We see a little bit of HP recovery here. Will this Miraidon manage to take out the Calyrex? It will, and now we are forced into a 3v1 for this poor Rillaboom.
Yeah, unfortunately there, even with the Draining Kiss, because you lost your boosts on the swap out, Zelda lacked a lot of the power to maybe knock out that Miraidon. And without Clefairy on the field as well, considering you lost it earlier in the game, the choice specs, Electric Drift was able to just knock out the Calyrex Shadow Rider there, and the game was pretty much simplified. And I think Sari did a great job, but again, we didn't even see Urshifu in that game, but I think being able to position that Miraidon and the Ursaluna really wasn't what allowed Sari to win there, and really taking advantage of those early light screen turns, even though you don't have the light clay, making the most of them was really what allowed Sari to succeed. But we are going to immediately jump into game 2 here, as Sari leads off with a Miraidon Incineroar and Zelda with the Rillaboom and the Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Absolutely, Zelda sticking with the same lead, and Sari going for something a little more defensive here, bringing that Whimsicott right in to sort of bring us right back to where we were at the start of the first game.
Absolutely, and I mean, Incineroar repositioning here with that U-turn into the Ursaluna. Again, it's such a pivotal Pokemon. Being immune to that Astral Barrage is so important. And yeah, Whimsicott here is going to have to take it instead, and is going to get knocked out there thanks to that helping hand from the Clefairy, but is going to have to take a Facade though.
But thanks to that Friend Guard, it will live, and now we have an extremely boosted Calyrex at +3 with Draining Kiss to heal itself up.
I don't know if that's going to be enough, though, with terrestrialization there on Sari's side, is going to be able to live any sort of draining, super effective draining kiss, and as well as an Astral Barrage, as the Incineroar comes back in there, baiting it out. If this is a helping hand, Astral Barrage, yeah, that's so dangerous. The Incineroar takes that, lives above 50%. Facade gets rid of the biggest problem there, I would argue, for Sari.
Absolutely. Now, this is sort of the problem with the style of Team Zelda is playing, where now that the Calyrex has been removed, we're stuck with 3 relatively supportive pieces trying to take out the last 3 Pokemon on Sari's team.
And with the Incineroar still being around, you're able to intimidate all 3 of these Pokemon. The Clary, not so much, but the Incineroar and Rillaboom definitely don't want to be seeing that, as Parting Shot is the move of choice to try to get that Rillaboom in. You do manage to get it in on the slot where you reset the train against Miraidon, which is very smart, but the problem is now that Miraidon's on the field, you can reposition Incineroar for the Ursaluna, get rid of those Intimidate drops, and no fake out there from Zelda actually allows the Electro Drift to go off in exchange for a Wood Hammer. Very, very interesting if the Life Dew is the move of choice there. Again, Zelda's kind of been spamming the move, but makes a lot of sense. If you are going to find a way back in the game, that is the move of choice. Allowing your Rillaboom to live, not only are you healing off the damage that it took from the Facade, but you're healing off the damage that it takes from Wood Hammer recoil, allowing you to maybe, if you get a critical hit here on this turn, you have a way back in the game.
Absolutely, and this is sort of exactly the kind of play that Zelda needs to rely on. Their pieces are much more defensive than what Sari has left, and they need to take advantage of that, making sure that while they can't do very much damage each turn, with the combination of Life Dew, Intimidate, and Fake Out, maybe they can make sure it is still more overall each turn than what Sari can do.
But unfortunately, the Ursaluna comes in here with no Intimidate drops. Yes, Incineroar can go for a Fake Out, but you have to kind of pick an evil. Either Facade or Electro Drift is hitting that Clefairy slot, unfortunately, and unless you get a double protect, Zelda looks like they are kind of pinned here by these 2 powerhouses of a Pokemon.
Absolutely. This is a situation where Zelda could maybe try to get a cheeky Flare Blitz off into the Miraidon if they're able to get it to connect, which is much more easily said than done with these 2 Pokemon pressuring the Clefairy and the Incineroar, and from there they would still have to deal with that Rillaboom, which an Incineroar and a Rillaboom are not particularly well equipped to handle.
And with Flare Blitz there being the move choice on Sari's Assault Vest Incineroar, it does absolutely fine into a Rillaboom. Even though it's at full HP, thanks to the Life Dew from the Clefairy on Zelda's side, the Flare Blitz is going to do more than enough to the Rillaboom in that 1v1, and we see both players kind of deciding what they want to lock in here. I'm really, really curious which slot that Sari is going to target into. I have a gut feeling that it's going to be the Clefairy, considering it protected last turn, but yeah, we see the Rillaboom swap out there. Electro Drift actually goes into the Incineroar slot. Ursaluna, they just split damage. That works as well. Sari is able to knock out the Clefairy there, and this is going to look very dire now for Sari, as they can reset the Miraidon, swap back into Incineroar, get Intimidate on both these Pokemon. The Ursaluna kind of has done its job. You'd rather just get the terrain so you can go for an Electro Drift into the Incineroar and a Flare Blitz into the Rillaboom. No risk of the grassy terrain boosted Wood Hammer. No chance at the recovery. You are putting yourself in a position where you're able to just kind of win the game. And yeah, we see a double Zelda playing for the Incineroar coming in, playing around that, but I don't think it's going to be enough, unfortunately.
No, I believe you're correct. I mean, at this point, these 2 Pokemon, neither of them hit Miraidon very well, and neither of them have access to Protect, so there is almost no way to make sure that Sari doesn't get these devastating Electro Drifts off. And that critical hit just speeding things up, knocking out that Rillaboom despite 2 damage reductions on this Ursaluna.
And yeah, this is going to be, cutting it close, and Sari is going to take the win there. 2-0 nonetheless against a very scary team. Which otherwise, I think if Zelda was able to find that position with the Calyrex Shadow Rider and maybe respected the Facades a little bit more, definitely could have been in their favor. Like, this game was 1 turn, maybe even 2 turns away from it being in Zelda's favor. If you maybe find a different turn to follow me away the Facade, or get the Incineroar in a position where you can Fake Out and force a Terra Ghost, maybe this is definitely a game Zelda can win. But congratulations to Sari there for taking that win, and I'm really excited to see the rest of the games if they're going to keep up the quality of play that we've seen in these last 2 rounds.
Absolutely, and as our tournament goes deeper and deeper, and more folks get knocked out, we'll have only the cream of the crop rising up. We've had nothing but great players so far today, and I don't expect that to stop anytime soon, so make sure you watch the whole thing.
Absolutely. And before we jump into our round three, we're going to cut to a quick break and give you some time to relax before we hop into some more high action gameplay. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
All right, welcome back to the Smogon Live VGC tournament. We are in round 3 of day 2, trying to determine who is going to make top cut of this tournament. Joining me is Slim. Slim, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you? I'm looking forward to some great Pokemon today. We had a great day 1, and so far already starting off to an even better day 2.
Absolutely, and it looks like we have the open team sheets for both of our players for this round 10. So Slim, what stands out to you on both of these teams?
Well, I think the first thing is always just whenever I see the Smeargle, of course, it's always kind of like, oh, here comes some decorate shenanigans. So that's always like a standout for me, and how to make sure you put yourself in a great position to make sure you take care of that. But we have seen a lot of this team where it comes to the, Miraidon and Lunala. It's one of the more, it's as balanced as you can get. So it's always interesting in trying to like see what you can do to really kind of like throw off, the fake outs, and the cycling is constantly always a thing here. Will Calyrex Ice be able to do that? Normally it kind of struggles with the Leech Seed and is not able to do much damage, but depending on the positioning right here, I think maybe potentially with the Chi-Yu, you can make a little bit of a game here.
Absolutely, we do see that someone's team does have a lot of the same pieces we've been seeing from a lot of our players today, this team that won the North American International Championships. And our second player here looks like it is Tornado Boy, does have a much different team, as you called out. He does have that Leech Seed Calyrex Ice Rider style, but he has a way to sort of put on the pressure more with this Decorate Smeargle, not something we usually see these two Pokemon together. So what do you think of this more offensive setup Smeargle combined with this more defensive Calyrex Ice Rider?
I do kind of like it because a lot of the times it gives you two different ways. Like I can go ahead and fake out, but I can also go ahead and follow me. So I can take one attack. And if you do somehow get through the turn, depending on what leads are, you potentially could get a free decorate off, or you can even swap in your Calyrex into the other side and decorate. So it does put on a lot of pressure, and you do have Flutter Mane and Chi-Yu in the back to kind of like support if you're able to get the decorate off. So kind of looking forward to see in what fashion we go here. Are we going to go straight into Trick Room and see if we can get a decorate off? Or are we just going to go with the more hyper-aggressive mode with Chi-Yu, Flutter, Koraidon? Because I think that's probably better into this matchup. And of course, we have to bring Rilla just because you do need terrain control for this Miraidon.
Absolutely, it looks like we're getting into team preview right now with Tornado Boy versus Sungwon Xiong. These two teams are both have the ability to be extremely offensive or play these more defensive games with these Incineroars, and and it's just going to be an interesting game. Now, Actor's team, we see a much different style than usual. We see this Smeargle and this Choice Specs Fluttermane, a Pokemon we saw a lot of earlier in Scarlet and Violet's regulations, but not so much these days.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting here seeing the leads come out, just because normally you do see the Rhydon being led, and you kind of just start breaking sashes, and then you don't have to worry about necessarily any type of spore shenanigans. You're just kind of volt switching around and around, chunking everything. So Fluttermane being a really, really great choice here, as we do see the Terra Ghost opting to get out of the fake out here. This is a very interesting spot. We do see the Terra Fairy, and there goes the Spore, and that's exactly normally why you do see Miraidon led in these turn ones.
Oh my god, and this could not have gone better for Actor turn 1. We got the special defense with special attack drop on the Lunala. We got the Terra Ghost making sure Incineroar did nothing to stop this from Smeargle, and we got the speed boost to get Decorate before the Moonblast. A devastating Moonblast taking out Lunala before it can even move.
Yeah, this is exactly what you didn't want to run into. The Decorate, even before the Koraidon or the Ice Rider, it's into the Fluttermane. Fluttermane right now is kind of a bit of an issue because right now you can't fake out. You can just follow me. Rhydon doesn't want to take this damage. This is a boosted Fluttermane with specs, which is nothing to scoff at. No matter what you are, you're not taking this. Koraidon does switch in, will set up the sun, and if this is the special attack heightened, Koraidon does eat that though, so opting to Volt Switch there, but I mean, you potentially have to just eat something here, and that Moonblast just absolutely drops the Ursaluna in its tracks.
Absolutely, and from here now, we're in a situation where this Incineroar does not like any target that can see on the field, and if this Miraidon can take something out, it'll be forced into a 3v1. And Actornado wins game 1 extremely quickly off that devastatingly powerful turn 1.
Yeah, and honestly, I completely understand it. There really wasn't much you can do after that kind of the turn 1 and the turn 2 just really did not go in your favor. Miraidon came in way too late, volt switching at that point. It just really, like, how are you dealing with this flutter? There's not enough damage going into the flutter, and you still eventually can bring back, even if Miraidon went down, okay, there's probably Chi-Yu in the back. There's a potential Ice Rider. There's so many things, and there's not enough damage if you would lock yourself into Volt Switch. So, honestly, understandable to just go ahead. You know what? I'll call it here. I know I need to switch up my game plan. The question is, what do you do for game 2? We're going to find out right now.
Absolutely. It looks like we're sticking with the same leads from Smogon, and we see Calyrex Smeargle coming out. A strategy that is much less aggressive than we did game 1. So it'll be interesting to see how this turn plays out.
Yeah, this is kind of weird because we kind of saw how the turns kind of played out, but we do see obviously the Spore games are getting interesting. Wide Guard comes out, but that is just a Spore, opting to say, you know what, Lunala is something I don't want to deal with. I want to see if I can just like kind of stall it out for what it can do. And honestly, really winning the terrain wars, not leading the Miraidon and having Smeargle being able to Spore has been kind of like a perfect setup.
Absolutely, we saw that extremely devastating play. 2 Pokemon already asleep with no sleep turns burned. This Luna does get in here and get its Flame Orb activated, but with this Calyrex sitting on the field,
this looks like a Decorate play coming up. This is gonna be tough to deal with, because even if your Ursaluna does have the guts boost now, Calyrex really is something that can just kind of one-shot it here. And even Instant, even though it does a one-shot after the Decorate, it doesn't want to take this amount of damage. You do see the Terra Ghost come out here. There goes the Decorate. How much damage does this take? Almost drops the Ursaluna. Will you be able to return? Nope, not even. So once again, Grassy Terrain recovery, a big deal, and potentially this is another Decorate, and there's nothing you can do. This is a potential 2-hit KO. I'm taking both.
Absolutely. We may see the Follow Me here just in case the Incineroar wakes up and goes for a knockoff on the Ice Rider now that Smeargle has already burned the Terrestrialization. But either way, this is so much damage being done with Actor still having the Rillaboom in the back to make sure that someone's Miraidon can't do what it wants to do. This is devastating, and of course that Lunala still has not taken a single turn of sleep, so this is extremely rough.
Yeah, Lunala does swap in here, but once again, the Follow Me comes out, just like you said, just to protect, just in case. Incineroar hangs on, which is kind of crucial. Lunala's Shadow Shield is broken. It takes a lot of damage in return, but the beautiful thing is the Smeargle still has the Focus Sash intact, and once again, Calyrex is slowly recovering more and more HP. I mean, the problem is, like you said, haven't taken a sleep turn yet, so you can't just Wide Guard, and you're running out of swaps to come into these Glacial Lances here.
Absolutely nothing left on the team can survive a +2 Glacial Lance. This is an extremely tough situation. And Actor Nendo looks like he's showing off the power of this very unique Smeargle, Cali Ice, Koraidon team. Another Glacial Lance takes out both Pokemon.
Oh, this one, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Decorate shenanigans that I was worried about. Because once you get in a great position to get this off, there's like, just look at the team, look at the offense. Where are you going to be able to, like, oh, I can switch in here and take this, I can switch in here? There's none. Because even now, Smeargle still has the Sash attack. You can potentially protect, and guess what? You can bring in Rilla, and then guess what? The next turn, you continue to spam Glacial Lances. Miraidon cannot do this on his own. We do see the Follow Me. Electro just goes into that slot, goes to Sash. Ursaluna's going to attack here, but oh, I forgot. Calyrex is faster, and that's a double knockout.
Absolutely, and Actor Neto Boy does take this game 2-0, almost entirely off the back of that powerful Decorate Smeargle.
Yeah, Smeargle has been one of those X factors that kind of comes in and out of different metas when it's available because of like shenanigans like this. Having Fake Out, having Follow Me, and be able to Spore and Decorate, and being able to learn any move and kind of like tailor it to your team makes a world of a difference. And if you do not know how to handle it, like literally turn 1 or 2, you're kind of setting yourself up to really have a tough match the rest of the way.
Absolutely, and the power of Smeargle is absolutely absurd. Sometimes you just get that moody boost and it gets you the game right there, and Actor Nando really seemed to be leaning on how powerful Smeargle can be when you don't have a lot of protects, like we saw with that going into that Lunala, going into that Incineroar, and even into Miraidon if you have terrain control with your Rillaboom. This Pokemon is he's not very popular amongst people, to say the least.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for actor, they just played it like perfectly. Just like, you know what, I'm going to lead this. I'm going to threaten with Spore, but unfortunately, we just didn't see enough like great terrain control and positioning where Spore would be ineffective. Because normally turns like that, you want to like, okay, I'm going to lead this here. I'm going to volt switch. I'm going to force you to potentially go for a protect or something to try to get the Smeargle off the field as soon as possible. But we just really didn't get any chances to have that happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Actor Nato Boy made a very, very heads up decision to always have enough pressure on the board that you couldn't really focus exclusively on the Smeargle with we have access to that Shadow Ball on the Fluttermane threatening the Lunala the first game. But now it looks like we're going into another match here. We have the team preview up here for looks like we have another Miraidon Lunala team versus another Koraidon team. We were talking about how little Koraidon we had seen this weekend, and suddenly we've seen 3 back to back to back. So the few that are still in the tournament do seem to be rising to the top.
Yeah, absolutely. And the interesting thing about like the Miraidon and Lunala comps, they do vary differently depending how you run. This one, for instance, Landorus is a huge, like a huge problem in this meta because having a super effective move with poison and also ground that hits pretty much everything you need to in the format. It's just a matter of like, can you position the speeds correctly? You know, that sort of deal. But either way, Landorus is something that a lot of people don't take into account for and is really difficult to deal with. And in this matchup, it is something that Flying Falcons does have to worry about. But luckily, there is a Whimsicott, and Whimsicott kind of is like, okay, cool. As long as I set up Tailwind, we're fine.
Absolutely, but we have seen a lot of these Landoruses, usually on Cali Ice teams, here we have the Lunala, going a little slower for that exact reason. It's a Pokemon that, he's relatively fast, but in a format where we're seeing things like, Miraidon and Shinpao, the Landorus, sometimes they're saying, you know what, I'm not going to move first a lot of the time anyways, let me slow things down.
Yeah,
it's extremely interesting adaptation.
I really do like the cloak, actually, on the Raging Bolt. That's something I was just taking a look at on Flying Falcons' team, because Bolt is something that you kind of like swap the items around a lot. Sometimes it's Life Orb, sometimes it's Booster. Heck, sometimes it's even Assault Vest. So it's always interesting to see like, oh, what's the player's thought process behind Cloak? And I actually do think that's a pretty nice little tech there. It's something different and it's unique, and I'm pretty sure it's going to play potentially huge dividends in this matchup.
Absolutely, having the ability to basically guarantee that you can create those pins with Thunderclap, regardless of your opponent's potential fake-out Pokemon, does seem exceptionally strong on a team full of Pokemon that can deal so much damage, like this Calyrex, like this Ogerpon in the Sun, like this Koraidon, just to make sure that you can get that little bit of extra damage left to finish a Pokemon off.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like we're about to potentially have these games up, and I'm waiting to see what these leads are going to look like, because this is kind of interesting. We have seen different ways this has gone, but let's go ahead and start this round 2, and it looks like Miraidon is going to be in the lead with Whimsicott.
Both players leading Whimsicott and their bikes, trying to get speed control and get huge damage on the field, so it's really going to be a matter of whose bike is faster. What's Whimsicott going to do? But Animod seems to be opting out of that and just switching Incineroar for that late game fake out pressure. As a taunt goes into Whimsicott, Flying Falcons confidently thinking they're faster, and that Draco Meteor going into Koraidon here. But now we have fake out pressure on this Koraidon, and Protect has already been used up.
Yeah, this is going to be a really tough position to be in, because the Draco misses on the incoming Raging Bolt, which is huge, because that was definitely going to be a potential Oko there. And we do see just a U-turn, so repositioning, getting the Electric Seed boost, but either way, that is a tough turn 1. You can set up Tailwind now if you want to, because you're in a really good spot where you can just like, okay, well, I can just keep staggering as we see another Draco go into that slot, but then calling out the Trick Room here, and right now Flying Falcons is pretty in a commanding position.
Absolutely, and now we get this Tailwind going off here with a Rising Voltage to do a huge amount of damage to Lunala, not a move we see very often, with that Moonblast doing quite a lot back to Raging Bolt. But we're in a position now where we saw that Flying Falcons Whimsicott does have access to that taunt, so Animod is forced to use that Terrestrialization to make sure that can't go off.
A really great move there, opting to just like, you know what? I'm not going to taunt because you need to set up Tailwind here. So I'm going to go ahead and Moonblast, double tap that slot so that way you can have it for later. You do lose a Raging Bolt, but honestly, Raging Bolt, you kind of got what you needed out of it. You still have your Koraidon in the back. So you're kind of in a decent spot, as we do see Calyrex hit the board, which now things get even more interesting because you can protect here and you can kind of stall out tailwind turns. We do see the wide guard come out from Lunala here, and we do see another taunt. So opting to say, hey, I don't want you doing anymore. And this becomes a huge issue now.
Absolutely, and with one turn of Tailwind left for Flying Falcons, this Calyrex is going to get at least one KO with this Astral Barrage, especially with this helping hand. We may be in a situation where one more Astral Barrage will take out this Incineroar with the +1 boost, though looks like maybe not with how much damage that first attack did. But we are in an absolutely terrifying position if you're Animod.
Yeah, this is a really tough position just because of the fake out comes out and it goes right into the Terra Ghost Whimsicott. Flying Falcons is just honestly just it's been like honestly it's the little things, the little steps ahead, opting like, you know what? I'm not gonna tailwind now. I'm not gonna tailwind now. I'm gonna taunt. I'm gonna try to make sure I put you in positions where I know I can have the speed advantage and it pays off. And now it's Instant versus the world, and unfortunately that's a matchup we know what's lurking in the back cannot win. That little bite that could.
Absolutely, and we saw the Shadow Ball coming out of that Calyrex there, so there was no wide guard mind games to play around. We just click the move and say, you know what, even if you knock off my Calyrex, you're not going to be able to win against Koraidon plus Whimsicott. So an excellently played game from Flying Falcons. We saw a lot of tech pieces there with Rising Voltage on a team that doesn't have a way to set electric terrain, so you know that Rising Voltage is there specifically for this matchup.
Yeah, you can tell the way this team is constructed. It's like even the moves, just like having Shadow Ball, having Taunt, these things, all the little things are just like, okay, my matchup into this is this and this. My matchup into this and this is really well constructed and just really kind of like put a blanket over most of the meta. You have enough strong pieces where you just like, okay, as long as I change up some moves and know what I need to do, this is where the tech starts to shine even more.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if these tech pieces can get Flying Falcons as game 2 as well, or if Animod will be able to react now that they've seen the sort of less conventional stuff that Flying Falcon has. As we see the Miraidon Lunala lead into Whimsicott and Calibric Shadow Rider, Flying Falcons just trying to put on as much pressure as possible to start this game 2.
Yeah, this is a interesting position because I don't like staring down the Calyrex like this, and we do see Helping Hand come out. The Terra Fairy on Lunala, Astral Barrage just opting just to do massive amounts of damage, unable to pick up the KO. But the question is, what do we see here? Volt Switch goes right into the Whimsicott. Are we setting up Trick Room, or are we potentially going for a Moongeist Beam here? And we do see the Moongeist just opting to take out the Whimsicott. I really do kind of like that play because now you don't have to worry about speed control. You have it on your side completely, as Calyrex is kind of vulnerable here.
Absolutely, Flying Falcons does have speed control for the rest of this game. This Moonblast will take out Koraidon. And will this Lunala be able to hold on to this unboosted Astral Barrage? It holds on with just a little bit of HP.
Oh, these are calced numbers. You can potentially Thunderclap here, but you're still in a very interesting position here. You get Encored into Astral Barrage. We do see the Thunderclap able to take out the Lunala here, but honestly, it may not be as bad, unfortunately, but we do know what's in the back, and now you're kind of stuck. You can't protect, you can't waste out turns, so honestly, this is potentially just like double tap into the Calyrex, no? And then you can go from there, as we do see big Lando is here, so yeah, that makes a world of a difference.
This is absolutely perfect. We go for that Thunderclap, but the Electric Terrain will take out the Miraidon. The question is, will Earth Power remove this Calyrex with the Life Orb first? And it will!
Alright, this is going to get interesting now, because this is just a potential Draco here, waiting for the Tailwind turns to end. We do have one more turn of Sun here, but this is just a Protector. You can just potentially just like let that go down, and that's exactly what we see from Animod.
Absolutely, and now the question here is, how bulky is this Raging Bolt? Sheer Force boosted, Life Orb, Earth Power, not something I expect Raging Bolt to live, but oh my goodness, the Raging Bolt moves first, shows you just how quickly and how differently these Raging Bolts are trained, but Landorus holds on and knocks it out with Earth Power.
Yeah, Landorus is one of those things, like, as long as you clear the conditions of just like, hey, this is an issue, as long as you get that end game with it, this is exactly what it does. It lives a hit and KOs back, or it just KOs straight up if it's faster.
I know we did talk briefly about how quickly these, how bulky these Landoruses are going. I did not expect it to get underspeed a Raging Bolt. So it looks like we are going to be going into a Game 3 with Animod reacting really well to Flying Falcon's sort of tricksy team.
Yeah, I really do like. I think Animod's game plan was absolutely spot on. The Whimsicott was an issue. You needed to get rid of it. You needed to have the control of speed, and you needed to make sure all these taunt shenanigans and moonblasting just doesn't go off. So perfectly timed. You know what? I'm gonna just take whatever damage you got. I'm gonna double tap that slot and make sure I'm the one in control of the speed here. And I know my mons can live a little bit of anything I need them to, just so I can have this end game here.
Absolutely. And it looks like we are getting set up here for a game 3. And here we go, game 3, Etamod versus Flying Falcons. The loser of this game will be knocked out of the competition and be unable to proceed to our next round of the battle. And we're seeing this Raging Bolt Whimsicott versus Miraidon Lunala. And we've seen how fast this Raging Bolt is, so the question is, what is going to happen here? Flying Falcons very bravely refusing to go after the... refusing to terrestrialize, or... refusing to protect the Raging Bolt there, and getting a lot of damage down. This Rising Voltage into Miraidon is 2 times resisted, though.
Yeah, a bit interesting how just opting to try to go for the Trick Room there. We've seen kind of how that played out in game 1, so I was kind of surprised there. We do see Incineroar switching, but honestly, Calyrex is in a really, really good spot here. Incineroar will take this pretty decently. Resisted, but 34% is still quite a lot, actually.
Absolutely, and now we just see Flying Falcon trying to chip this Landorus into range for these Astral Barrages next turn. And Flying Falcon only has 1 turn of Tailwind left, with only 2 Pokemon left on the field. If Animod can weather the rest of this storm, he may be able to make a big comeback here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how much this does. The Miraidon really is the issue right here. It's not necessarily Landorus. So we do see Flame Charge, and that's huge, getting that speed boost. And even though there's 1 more turn of Tailwind, Calyrex now kind of just, yeah... You got the speed boost. I have all my attacks. I'm kind of chilling. This is a really good spot for... Oh, a Collision Course was the move of choice there. But not able to pick up the Landorus. Actually lives through that.
Earth Power failed? Huh.
Did we get a potential misclick?
That must be it. I don't know why you would decide to target Earth Power there. And if that had not been a misclick, I think Animod would have had this game with the Incineroar to knock off Calyrex.
Yeah, it was literally just Incin versus the world, and you were kind of... Yeah, that's an unfortunate way to go out.
Yeah, unfortunately, things like that do happen in the game of VGC. The pressure will sometimes result in those sorts of situations, or perhaps the Landorus just went for a game plan we didn't expect that didn't pan out. But either way, congratulations to Flying Falcons for taking this round 11.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You know, a little anticlimactic the way it ended, but absolutely, it takes nothing away from an amazing set. Even if Animod does take a loss there, really played it well, understood what needed to happen. Landorus making a world of a difference here, and honestly, Flying Falcons just doing what he had to do and just making sure, hey, I need to get my Tailwind in certain spots. I need to know when to delay Tailwind a little bit, know when to throw out the taunts, and just an overall really played set by both of them.
Absolutely. Both players showing they understood their teams perfectly, understanding exactly what they needed to do to get back in the game if they started to fall behind, and how to stay in the driver's seat when they were ahead.
Yeah, it looks like we have the open team sheet for our next matchup we're going to have for you guys. And, wait, let me just check. This is our first, well, for me, my first Terapagos. I haven't seen Terapagos since at all. Day 1, I didn't see it. Day 2, I haven't seen it. So, for me, I do like the turtle. How good it is in the meta, a little iffy. But I am happy to see it because I do like turtles.
Absolutely, and this is a pretty interesting Terapagos team. We're opting for that Power Herb Meteor Beam set that we saw some experimentation with early in the format, but eventually fell out of favor in exchange for these Calm Mind sets. So what do you think about this more aggressive-looking Terapagos team?
I'm kind of interested because normally we normally get these kind of stall stuff like that. But the thing for me that the star, even from day 1 and what I've experienced in this meta so far, I'm a big fan of Volcarona. Volk has really put on a show every time we've seen it hit the field. This is a little different, doesn't have Struggle Bug, but either way, just having that recoverability and getting the Electric Seed boost and being able to just continue to boost itself, it eventually it becomes an issue, and a lot of people sometimes don't react to it in time. So I'm looking forward to see what if the Volcarona comes to this matchup, which I think it should. It's it's relatively strong in this. The Iron Valiant is something that's interesting to me because I have not seen this, but it is really fast. It does hit hard, but it's more of a support set right now because it has the Encore, the Wide Guard, the coaching. So I'm kind of interested to see if that makes an appearance here.
Absolutely, this Iron Valiant going for a pretty similar role to what we see on the second place team of the Pokemon World Championships last year in Hawaii. We had the Spirit Break, coaching, Wide Guard, Encore, just the ability to support the team in whatever way it needs, punishing choice items in specific with the no, sorry, it doesn't have disabled, but punishing Fake Out, boosting and supporting this Calyrex Ice Rider. It's extremely powerful. That Spirit Break may end up being very devastating. The ability to lower the special attack on either this Terapagos or this Miraidon is a huge deal.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll have to see if it comes. I'm not sure in what capacity you kind of set it up in. Do you lead it? Do you save it in the back? It seems like it's a very just like, hey, like, boom, I'm going to surprise you with this. And then you maybe potentially don't bring it in other games depending on like if it works out or not. So, but we'll see. We'll see. You know, you got to wait and see. But I am a big fan of the Giraffe. I think the Giraffe is actually fantastic in this matchup. But could it be a little bit too passive? You need a way to continuously put pressure on these Miraidon teams. So like that's something I do worry about because there's a lot of setup here and power herb is a problem. But I do think Calyrex and even Urshifu can do quite a bit here.
Absolutely. The Furgraph may be a little passive, as you mentioned, with of course Wilfred only having the one Fake Out Pokemon in Incineroar and the rest of the team not being too worried about it. But we could still see it as a way to try and guarantee that Trick Room.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see how this matchup goes. But, I mean, we have our classic Incin and Amoonguss. Will they be the leads? Oh, close enough. We do get Terapagos and Amoonguss, but there is an Incin that does come after all, and Miraidon on the opposing side.
Absolutely, this is already right away a little devastating. If this Incineroar is quick, we're getting that Stellar Terrestrialization right away. Without the setup, we don't care as much about the Area Zero, and now this Amoonguss is in extremely potent position. Are we going to see the Terra +4 here?
We do see Volt Switch. Now, the question is what comes in here, because now you have to eat a Spore potentially here, and that might go right into that Miraidon, and that's exactly where it goes. So, Incin, unfortunately, not really getting much out of that. We do see the Meteor being popped, and this is where things are going to get a little spooky. It does almost take out the Calyrex. Not enough, but Calyrex has to take a turn to sleep here, and pretty much this one is kind of there's not really much you can do. Calyrex is kind of just down, and the Pollen Puff just to double tap to make sure.
Absolutely, and now from here, of course, Wilfred has lost their only way to deal with the electric terrain. They have no more way to get terrain control, but the Pokemon Terapagos is extremely bulky. Will it live a close combat? It actually moves before the Urshifu, doing a huge amount of damage to both of the Pokemon on Soto's side of the field before going down.
Yeah, very interesting to just like see that kind of happen. Normally Terapagos aren't built that fast, or maybe this Urshifu is just that bulky. But either way, Urshifu comes in and Miraidon comes here, and now you're just spamming damage. Aqua Jet is able to pick up the KO. Now, this should be probably just Electro Drift here. Will it pick up the KO? I'm not sure. No, only doing about 55%. But either way, now we have to play these little games of like who goes where.
Absolutely, and that is sort of the downside of these Assault Vet, or these Choice Scarf sets on Miraidon. It does do significantly less damage. And then consider this Miraidon goes to the Dazzling Gleam, and it may be the case that despite a pretty rough start, that this Miraidon won't have enough damage to remove SOT's team, and the Dazzling Gleam will remove Miraidon.
Yeah, absolutely. A very interesting spot. Terapagos really started off really, really strong, but as soon as Urshifu came in, everything came to a screeching halt, and all of a sudden, Miraidon was like, I comfortably can eat the Electro Drift, so I can just spam super effective damage with Dazzling Gleam and be perfectly fine here. So Wilfred will definitely have to kind of adjust the game plan a little bit. I do like Terapagos in this matchup, but maybe went a little all in too quickly instead of like potentially repositioning, especially going down to Draco, and then of course going down to close combat is not what you want. So maybe have to switch something up a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. It looked like that Dazzling Gleam was just something they did not have the resources to beat at the end, having lost their Amoonguss already that might have resisted that attack. So we'll see how they adjust in Game 2 right now.
Yeah, I think one of the one things that in that last matchup, just to go back just a small bit, I think instead of the double tap, if you had potentially pollen puffed your Ontarapagos, you might have been in a better spot because it doesn't allow that free switching just like that because of a KO'd Mon. As we do see the leads, and here comes the Valiant, which I was not expecting to see here, but you are up a game, so why not?
Yeah, the Iron Valiant puts a lot of pressure on the Terrapagos, makes it difficult to click Terra Starstorm with that wide guard, and of course sets up the power of this Calyrex. But as we mentioned in Team Preview, that Spirit Break will just immediately mitigate the Terrapagos' damage, and with only that one-time access to Meteor Beam, it will be extremely difficult for this Terrapagos to ever get back to its full potential.
Yeah, we do see the Glacial Lance coming out here, and Terrapagos already with the Stellar Terra, and of course Urshifu not wanting to see an Iron Valiant here, so that's one KO. Terra Starstorm does come out, but it's definitely not enough. You're just at neutral. We're just gonna see a single target Glacial Lance and Terrapagos. There it goes, and right now, Wilfred is kind of on the back end, and I'm not sure how you get back into this game. We do see the Rage Powder come out, but will that be enough?
Well, we do see the Electrodrift who managed to connect into the Calyrex, which will be rather strong, and Encore will go into Amoonguss, but I think Amoonguss wants to be clicking this move anyway. But here comes the Miraidon, and unfortunately, with Wilfred being locked in and Terra already being spent, it looks like this Miraidon may just be able to go for these Dazzling Gleams, just like we saw last game.
Yeah, this is unfortunately another spot where you're just kind of like, well, you used up all your resources, so I can just kind of spam this very freely, and almost a repeat situation. You have one more Pokemon than before, but once again, Valiant actually making a huge difference here, and Miraidon just getting to sit comfortably and just kind of hang out and spam Dazzling Gleam, which it seems like Wilfred unfortunately has not had an answer to through these two games.
No, and with Amoonguss left against three other Pokemon left on the other side of the field, it looks like this game is going to be over very, very soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Valiant continued to just take random recoil damage because of the Rocky Helmet, but really doesn't matter. Stayed on the field the entire time and just made just absolute one of the best teammates you could have. It just kind of sat there and did what it was supposed to do. Miraidon came in comfortably, and that was the game.
Absolutely. So congratulations to SOT for winning this round 11 2-0.
Really kind of shocked, honestly, the way the Terrapagos kind of just like, it felt like even though it could have been something in this matchup, really didn't get a chance to do almost anything. So
absolutely. In game one, we saw a lot of damage come out of that Terrapagos, but because we weren't able to preserve that Urshifu Rapid Strike, Wilfred didn't have the ability to find enough damage to close out the game. This is sort of a downside of these Scarf Miraidons. If there's too many diverse types left that it has to deal with, it will often find itself trying to attack into a Pokemon for resisted damage, like we saw with those Electro Drifts going into the choiced Miraidon on the other side of the field.
Yeah, definitely. I'm looking forward to see if we can get more interesting matchups like this before, because Valiant is something you don't get to see every day. And yeah, the Terrapagos, you live to fight another day. Come back, and maybe the Power Herb set maybe isn't the one. Maybe it's the more of just the leftover set. But either way, that was a great round, and we're happy we got to see it.
Absolutely, and congratulations, of course, for Wilfred for making such a deep run with such an interesting team.
Absolutely.
It's fun to see when we see stuff like this, but we see stuff like the Leftovers, Cali Ice Rider with the Smeargle. We know there's room left to innovate in this format, which makes me extremely excited for the Pokemon World Championships.
Yeah, it's just, this is like a battleground of just like, okay, what's everybody thinking? Where's everybody's heads at? And a lot of top players are here. Everybody's testing out stuff. So this is a perfect place to really like get what the information you need going into the World Championships to try to make your mark in history. Like, hey, these mons do well. Why do they do well? I see everybody's running these things at these speed tiers. People are trying to change this out to live this. This is where you could potentially just like, all right, you game back after this is over, you get in the lab. What did we learn? What can we fix? Let's rebuild it, make it stronger, and have a deep run at Worlds.
Absolutely, and such an interesting aspect of the Pokemon World Championships is there are so many exceptionally good players trying to crack the format, and so many players hiding their teams. We see so many great players in this tournament, like Siri, like Toller Webb, like Fede Campo, and they are choosing to bring these teams to the tournament. Now, was this them saying we're so confident that we're going to expose the teams we're thinking about for the World Championships? Are they testing concepts and hiding certain parts of their team? You never really know what to expect.
Yeah, I think one of the things I have liked is the maturation of how the game has come because of open team sheets and just the ease of access to like getting mons and knowing spreads and things, and just the knowledge ceiling going up. It has changed the way people think. Instead of like all this hiding and all that, people are willing and open to just like bring teams that, okay, I like this team. Is it what I'm gonna pick? No, but I like it, and then they'll be really, really good teams, like valid teams to take to any tournament. And people are open to just like, because guess what? At the end of the day, you still have to beat the player. That's what matters. And even if you see my six, my spreads could be slightly different. 1, 2, 3 EVs or something like that just changes the entire calcs. And you have to really understand as a player, you have to beat me, right? So you have to know why I'm doing certain things. So even if you know the team, that doesn't mean much.
Absolutely, and I mean the game has become the information war in VGC has switched to people saying things like, oh, like this Pokemon's very strong, but people don't know about it, to these minute details like you're talking about. Like, for example, there may be a matchup that gets completely switched on its head if, for example, your Raging Bolt is faster than the Super Pokelandera spreads, like we saw earlier today.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, because, yeah, getting outsped. We saw the Lando getting outsped by a Raging Bolt. When has that ever been seen? It's not a thing. So it's all the beautiful things we get to see in the maturation of the game. It's so exciting. It's really been fun to watch.
Exactly, and as things continue to grow, it'll only happen more and more often. So, all right, it looks like we are waiting on one more match to finish up this round. So we are going to see what information we have for you guys right now. Let's see if we can take a look at some of the players who have made it to the top cut already, because I believe this was the last round of Swiss.
Oh yeah, it's just just sitting there at that perfect 10-0 so far, which is absolutely just. I like any tournament of this caliber being able to go undefeated. That's regardless of how it ends. That is a huge accomplishment. That showed you are locked in this team and you are in sync and you're playing everything to a T. So congratulations to him. And Doobie is sitting there at the 9-1 for one of the top ones, at least getting the pair up. So, technically the second best player. And then we do see Fede Campo. We got Dim Sum. There's a lot of them. The best day, of course. He's up here as usual. Tabu, like just amazing. Look at all the players. We have a plethora of talent here.
Absolutely, we are seeing so many extremely talented players, the sorts of players we expect to see do well at the Pokemon World Championships next month, showing off that just how talented they are. Anybody you see at the 10-0 or 9-1 bracket is guaranteed to make it into our top cut phase, and everybody in 8-2 is fighting for their chance to survive. And in there, we see some great players. We see players like Wilfred, who we saw earlier. We see Strider, Marcus Dion, Carson Confer, Marco Fierro, an exceptional number of top-level players.
Yeah, we have a complete just rundown list. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens once they actually get paired up, because now that the Swiss rounds is over, now it's just like hey, you win or go home. Simple as that. You could have done all this for nothing. And this is where it really kind of ramps up, because even though you've been playing well, if you had any small little hiccups, you're kind of like, hold on, I gotta tighten back up. I shouldn't have done this. I shouldn't have done that. This is the run. This is where it really counts.
Absolutely, and it does look like we have a list of the players that we know are confirmed for top cuts. Let's just read those off right now to congratulate those players. We have Siscott at 11-0. He did win that match. At 10-1, we have Dimson, Toller Webb, Michael Durbest, Michael Kelsch, Fede Campo, Marco Fierro, Cromare, Aste Dubious Bulb, Actor NATO Boy, who we saw win his last match, Benny V, Carson Confer, SOT, who we also saw do super well earlier today, Polito AV7, Polito A7, Mava 2, Flying Falcons, Tabu 24, absolutely, Nabu 24, Ninaroma, Sliced Bread, and Luxon, all waiting. Everybody will be in top. All the players we've read will be in the top cut. So, at this point, I think we've talked about this to death. All that's left to do is wait for top cut. So we'll be back after this short break. Stay tuned.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are now ready for. It's gonna start slowly trickling in top cut here, but it's Big Slim once again. I'm back, but I got a new partner joining me, Cedric. Let him know who you are, fam.
What's up, y'all? Talon VGC on Twitter. Check me out there. Also on YouTube. Today, bringing you some commentary of this really fabulous Smogon VGC live tournament. Heading into the top 32. If you weren't aware, we're cutting to an asynchronous top 32, where some of the higher ranked players don't have to play in this top 32 round, and some of the lower seeded players are just playing in to eliminate into a top 16 bracket. So today we're gonna have, or right now we're gonna have Taboo 24, a top Spanish player, versus Flying Falcons, who I know used to compete in the NAIC or the North American circuit, but hasn't been as active in recent years. But definitely a strong player who's been in IRL top cuts before. So really an exciting match ahead of us.
Yeah, interesting. We just saw Flying Falcons. Maybe what was it? Maybe a match or two ago, and it was just basically just a matchup of like, oh, I have this tech, I have this tech, I have this tech, with the rising voltage, and then of course you have the taunt on the Whimsicott with the Terror Ghost, and then Shadow Ball along with Astral Barrage as well, just to get around potential wide guard. So interesting team sheets that we see. What, if anything, stands out to you that's like uniquely different on each side of these teams?
Yeah, I think the Taboo team is more or less the same as what Michael Derbesti popularized at North American Internationals, that choice scarf, a ride-on composition, and then, like you said, Flying Falcons, a bevy of extremely interesting tech moves. I don't think the Shadow Ball to dodge wide guard is going to be especially important in this matchup. Astral Barrage is going to be stronger, I think, in every possible scenario with no wide guard pressure, but definitely a cool option nonetheless. And the Electric Terrain being activated for the rising voltage, definitely look out for that, doubling the damage of that electric type move. Yeah, and we get the Terrain and Photosynthesis active right away.
Yeah, we do have the Raging Bolt and the Koraidon just opting for a huge amount of damage, maybe potentially trying to go for a Flame Charge here, but Miraidon and Calyrex here. So you have your Trick Room option, and you just, of course, have your pivoting options for Taboo here. What do you think is the move here for Vichy? Do you go full all in, or do you maybe take a little bit break? As you do see, actually, just a Draco right into the Raging Bolt, not able to pick up. Collision Course goes into the Miraidon, and we do see the Rising Voltage absolutely nuke the Calyrex.
Yeah, just getting a 1 at KO, that's pretty crazy. We see getting right into the action, another Draco Meteor fired off into the Koraidon this time. And the Raging Bolt just drops a Draco Meteor with the Photosynthesis special attack boost, just completely dominates the Landorus. And yeah, a 2-turn game 1, just absolute domination with that Raging Bolt lead after it lived the Draco Meteor in extremely clutch fashion. My goodness.
Yeah, not what we were expecting to see, but impressive nonetheless. That was pure offense at its finest. It was a crash course, and you can't do as much damage as I can. So if you're Taboo, you have to go back to the drawing board. What do you do here versus something like that?
Yeah, I think Taboo just got caught. Really led poorly into the Raging Bolt, where maybe, I guess the best thing you can do is possibly lead either the Amoonguss or the Landorus to, one, redirect away the huge damage from the Raging Bolt, or just threaten the knockout with the Earth Power. However, doing that, you're very susceptible to the Koraidon's Fire type coverage with the Terrifier, Flare Blitz probably knocking out both. And yeah, we do see the Landorus adjustment from Taboo, leading Miraidon Landorus into Koraidon Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Yeah, very interesting to see here. I mean, we have seen this Landorus doesn't really like to take some moves, even though the Calyrex really, normally you want to keep it, save it around, but it's kind of perfect here just to lead, just to see what potentially happens here. You can just get off of Astral Barrage, as it looks like we're just getting protects all around, everybody protecting except Miraidon because you can't, and opting to just potentially go for some easy ship damage here with a Volt Switch and reposition. Landorus is in an amazing spot, so honestly, Flying Falcons is the one that has to kind of make the adjustment here. So what do you think this turn plays out like?
Yeah, pretty safe play there, just trying to figure out what Miraidon locked into. We see the Landorus switching out, not wanting to take an Astral Barrage or a Flare Blitz. We can intimidate the Koraidon due to the Clear Amulet, and we see Calyrex take a big chunk of damage, definitely in range for a knockout later in the game, as the Landorus takes an Astral on switch in and Flame Charge into the Incineroar. Not wanting to go full out offensive with the Flare Blitz, just opts for the speed boost to potentially later outspeed the Miraidon on Taboo side with an even, at least, speed boost on both of them.
Yeah, honestly, I really like the fact you're going for flame charge there, just like setting up for your mid to late game. Just like, hey, I just need some speed here. Calyrex is doing what Calyrex is supposed to do. I just needed to put everything in range, and then I can come in later with Raging Bolt. As long as Koraidon's relatively healthy here, I'm okay. So Landorus honestly took a lot of damage here. Your Ensign's not in a great position here. As you see the Protect come out, Collision Course is opting to say, you know what, I can take this Ensign right now, and Calyrex still can come in and you still have to deal with this. I'm going to put something in range. As we do see the Calyrex Ice Rider hit the field. And honestly, I mean, it wasn't what I was expecting, but you didn't really have many options because we do know it is Miraidon in the back.
Yeah, at this point, it's kind of a tricky spot where your Landorus is just way too low to really be useful outside of any speed control. Thankfully, the Calyrex Ice Rider has the Terra Fire to be able to survive a Fire-type attack from the Koraidon and resist the Astral Barrage on the field from the Calyrex, but you'd have to really just be sacking your Raging Bolt to get the Trick Room up. So going to be kind of a tricky turn here as we see the double switch of both of the players as the Calyrex goes for the Terra Fire.
Ooh, a big Astral Barrage comes out here, is able to do quite a bit. And we do finally see Trick Room growing up, but Raging Bolt's in here pretty max full HP, just kind of hanging out. And we do have Miraidon really can't really do anything just because it's Trick Room. So Calyrex has to do a lot of heavy lifting here. I'm not sure it's going to be able to do that, but you do have Glacial Lances, which will do a lot of damage. We do see the Terra come out from the Raging Bolt, and we do see the Draco into the Calyrex, not able to pick up there, but Astral Barrage should be able to pick up this Miraidon. Yep, and it absolutely does. So now Landorus comes back in, and you're still in a weird position where Calyrex is an issue, but your Landorus should underspeed the Raging Bolt.
Yeah, it's going to be a question of how fast the Landorus and the Raging Bolt are. Could be a quick Raging Bolt due to the Whimsicott on the team, but yeah, we see a double protect. The reason the Calyrex protected on the previous turn was both Electric Terrain and Sun were still active, so trying to diminish those special attack boosts, you probably would have gone down to a Terra Electric Thunderclap in those conditions, where as now you'll live. And if you can outspeed this Raging Bolt in Trick Room with your Landorus, you might actually have a double KO this turn with Earth Power Glacial Lance. So that's what Taboo is hoping for. It's really just going to shake out to how fast this Raging Bolt is and this Landorus is on this next turn.
Yeah, there's only 2 more turns of Trick Room here. You have to find some way to survive. And right now, there's only one potential situation you can have, but having to eat a Glacial Lance or Earth Power is not anything anybody wants to do. Nothing in this meta really wants that. We do see Indeedee in the back. This is going to be a way better switch in here, and you should be able to live this no problem. Koraidon will take a lot of damage, almost goes down immediately. Indeedee does go down, but at least you only lost 1 instead of 2, and there's only 1 more turn of Trick Room, so this should give Flying Falcons the advantage they need coming out of this Trick Room turn next turn.
Yeah, now with only 1 turn of Trick Room remaining, both Pokemon can easily go for a Protect, and there's no really counter that Taboo has at this point. On the following turn, you can go for Expanding Force and Collision Course, and it's just going to be a guaranteed KO on both Pokemon. Yeah, really no way around it at this point, and then Taboo doesn't even go for any odd Protects and just lets the Expanding Force go off, and we see the quick and dominant 2-0 from Flying Falcons, even though Trick Room went up, had the defensive resources on the board with a really excellent switch in, anticipating that Trick Room in previous turns with the Raging Bolt switch in.
Yeah, absolutely. And just Calyrex doing what Calyrex does, just opting to not be the setup type. Just, hey, I just need a lot of damage. And that's exactly what it did the whole entire time. I'm going to spam. I put on a lot of damage, get the spread moves in where I need. Spread moves are amazing in these formats. And it showed off really well. The Raging Bolt was one of the things that really kind of, and every time it showed up, it was kind of like, yeah, I'm the raid boss now. You have to do something about me. And it continued to show, and it gave a lot of just like, okay, I have to try to target this. I have to try to target this. And you had the switch-ins just like you said. Indeedee able to come in. You able to sack that off. That's perfectly fine. Waste a Trick Room turn. You're good to go, and really well played.
Yeah, to Taboo's credit, even though it was a pretty dominant set for Flying Falcons, I think there was one turn where I think the Miraidon switch in, there was an expectation that the Miraidon would be going down and you get a free switch back into your Landorus and Trick Room. Vishy basically reading that and getting the Raging Bolt in, not just taking the damage onto that Landorus slot, and as a result was able to slow the Trick Room by 1 turn. And as we saw, really, it was just a lot of Pokemon on low HP. That 1 turn stalling out of the Trick Room offense can sometimes be all it takes to win a match. And yeah, excellent play to both players, but we're going to move into this next set of the top 32 play-in match.
Yeah, absolutely. So we do see another Calyrex and a Zamazenta team this time with Ogre Pond Double Fire with Incineroar as well, Rillaboom, and a Rapid Strike Urshifu. And then, of course, on the bottom side of your screen, we do have Kyogre. Never go without water. You always got to stay hydrated, folks. Calyrex Ice, another Urshifu here. Of course, everybody's favorite Giraffe, and a dynamic grass type. So double fire, double grass. Very interesting combination here. Wide guard is going to play a huge part into this. And Zamazenta normally thrives under these conditions, allowing a lot of its partners to kind of do what they want. So how do you think this matchup breaks down?
Yeah, I think on these Kyogre, Calyrex, Ice Rider teams, typically you'll have some sort of speed control mix-up that is not Trick Room to pair with the Kyogre, so that you can kind of play the mind game of going between Trick Room and Tailwind with the Kyogre and always have the speed advantage that way. Here, instead of doing that, we have 2 Trick Room setters and a Choice Scarf Urshifu. So I do expect the Choice Scarf Urshifu to be, whether it's brought or not, is going to impact the flow of the game pretty significantly. With in the rain it having a knockout, I believe, onto the Calyrex Shadow Rider, forcing a Terastallization potentially out of the Zamazenta, and also doing a heaping ton of damage to the Incineroar, which is otherwise a big nuisance to the Calyrex. But yeah, expect rain to be pretty important in this match and managing Urshifu with that, as well as the Farigiraf being able to stop all the fake out cycling that Polito would like to be doing in this set.
Yeah, we've seen the Giraffe kind of on some teams here and there, but it's never gotten to come just because sometimes it is very, very passive. But I think this is one of those matchups where it's like, oh, okay, you can freely bring this because it does shine. Being able to stop all that, hey, you can't just like, oh, fake out, switch, fake out again. Like, no, we're not doing that. So very interesting to see how this is going to break down. The leads are going to be very key as we do see them come out here. It is the Urshifu and it's the Rillaboom. So going for kind of a very semi, I have some offense. I do have fake out. If you want to stop my fake out, you have to do something, but then I can U-turn. So honestly, just going for the Terra Water immediately and just going right into the Calyrex, opting for as much damage as possible. Going right over half damage here. Let's see what happens. I do see a U-turn doing a ton to that Rillaboom here. Will this be a U-turn or is this just potential double up? And it is. It's a U-turn going into Calyrex, not being able to do much, but here comes Incin and we potentially get a fake out. But honestly, just a Glacial Lance, you're okay with that.
Yeah, doing really minimal damage that turn. You could have gone for Terra Grass to slightly minimize that Urshifu's damage. You still would have taken a lot of damage from U-turn, but definitely ended up at a little bit more HP at the end of the turn. We see the Calyrex shifting out, knowing that it really just has no damage on the board. We see the Choice Scarf Urshifu enter the field once again.
Yeah, I really like how this is being positioned. Polito opting, you know what? Since you potentially have the Giraffe, what if I just hard switch? Like, I have the defensive positioning to do so. I have the typings that can take whatever damage you're going to. And we do see the Surging Strikes go into the Ogre Pond. It's going to do a lot of damage, but not enough just because it opted not to Terra. It's still part grass. So this is a really, really great position. Ivy Cudgel just absolutely nukes the Among Us here. And we do see a Wood Hammer doing almost enough, but still a little bit left over. We see leftovers goes all around, and honestly, this is a really good sign here. We do have Kyogre come in, which is kind of a bit of an issue as Calyrex decides to swap in here, but honestly, this is not a bad position to be in. As we see the Grassy Glide not able to pick up the KO on the Calyrex, and we see a Dust double glide.
Yeah, kind of an interesting play there. I think it actually basically going for Origin Pulse instead of Water Spout. You're expecting to take a lot of damage there, but we actually see the double up into the Calyrex slot with 2 Grassy Glides. If you'd gone for Water Spout, I think you might have actually had a chance to win the game, actually. I don't know. With Rocky Helmet on the Incineroar, it might have been a little bit tough. And then, yeah, with the Choice Scarf Aqua Jet always knocking you out, might always just be a loss. But we are at least going to get to see the last Pokemon on Politico's team. A pretty dominant game, but Sliced Bread's basically going to be able to at least see what the general game plan was with the Rillaboom. So actually really interesting that we saw none of the restricted Pokemon come on Polito's side. Yeah, just a really unconventional game plan. We see the fake out with the Aqua Jet. I guess it's not over since it's locked into Aqua Jet and not Surging Strike, but the combination of Grassy Glide, I think you need to crit an Origin Pulse here to win, and we see a miss, which is a little bit shy of that.
Yeah, we unfortunately, sometimes Kyogre does, miss the mark a little bit, but honestly, like you said, you did probably potentially need the Water Spout to really solidify this end game here, but really well done. And like you said, not bringing restricted, and honestly, it does kind of make sense. There's a lot of times that everybody feels like you always should bring a restricted, but like Urshifus and Ensigns and Rillas, they kind of are restricted in their own right. That's how good they are. In some matchups, that's how good they feel.
Yeah, I actually hadn't even noticed that they had not brought their restricted Pokemon. Just shuffling between the grass types and the Incineroar at any given moment, it was just the optimal Pokemon to be on the field. I think potentially the Terra Water Zamazenta could also have some play here, given that there is really only one punish for that, at least super effectively, with the Rillaboom going for Wood Hammer, but honestly totally okay with that. But I do expect a return of, having the multiple switch-ins to Spore seemed really important. Amoonguss seemed to be an important part of the game plan. Maybe we see Sliced Bread trying to adjust and get the Rain on the field so that they can actually leverage the Amoonguss a little bit better. But nope, not seeing that at the start. We see a repeat of the leads of Game 1 with Calyrex Urshifu, and then a switch up of Ogerpon Calyrex on Polito's side.
Yeah, going a little bit more offensive here, just opting like, you know what, I can do a lot of damage and just spam here. We do see the Surging Strikes come out. It is under the rain. Will they be able to pick up the KO? Yes, just picks up the KO here. So unfortunately, you do kind of trade there. Will we see Astral Barrage? How much damage does it do is the question. It absolutely takes care of the Urshifu and Kyogre just right above half. Really good damage, honestly, if you're okay. And now you have the Grimnay boost, so things are getting interesting as Amoonguss comes in and not really the place you want to be in versus this Calyrex that's now at +1. Now with the Helping Hand boost as well. You see the Protect from the Kyogre, so Amoonguss hoping to live, but no, just a double Protect to try to see, to scout what potentially this turn is going to be.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's a defensive Terra on the Amoonguss, and if there's not, really this Helping Hand Astral Barrage is just going to KO if the Amoonguss isn't trained really specially defensively. I think this might just be a knockout, and yeah, we see a double KO. Calyrex Ice Rider's in the back. This is looking like a pretty, just pretty much a stomp, honestly. If the Urshifu had been able to survive that attack, maybe you could have gone for the Terra Ghost Surging Strikes to knock out the Calyrex if Rillaboom's not in the back. But unfortunately, I think it can sometimes be a roll on whether the Astral Barrage, when it KOs the Urshifu, I think it tends not to, if I'm not mistaken. You usually need a little bit of Fake Out Chip. Not certain about that, but maybe that was what Sliced Bread was hoping for, and unfortunately did not get that roll, and as a result, the +1 Calyrex plus the Helping Hand Incineroar, I think, had a KO for everything on their team outside of maybe Rillaboom and Farigiraf, and with those not being the brings, it was more or less over after that turn 1.
Yeah, I really liked this game plan because it was it was a tale of two strategies. Because one was more defensive oriented, and this was absolutely more offensive oriented. Like, hey, I have an advantage already. I won that game 1. You know what? Calyrex, let's just see if we can just go crazy. And that's exactly what happened. Just opting, just like, hey, there's no switch-ins you want for this. I'm pretty sure you're not going to bring your Giraffe because you didn't bring it last time. And even if you did, I have things in the back that can take care of that. And opting to just continue to spam. And that's how good spread moves are in this format, especially on Calyrex with that Grimnay boost and a Helping Hand. Just really, there's not... Pretty much, I don't think there's anything that can withstand that in the format.
Yeah, I think this sort of speaks to one of the... There's a reason that Roaring Moon and typically Iron Jugulis are on these teams, sometimes Grimmsnarl. You do having a dark type switch in that can come consistently to matches is just really important. Farigiraf is okay, but doesn't really offer a lot of immediate offense back, as well as just not being able to proactively get speed control for your Kyogre on the subsequent turn. Like, you need to protect Kyogre, switch in the Pokemon, and then get Trick Room up, but your Kyogre is already protected, so you're susceptible. That's sort of the problem we saw when the Amoonguss came in. Was like, there was just no way to position the Kyogre quickly. You had to kind of stall, switch around a couple turns, and a +1 Calyrex next to a Helping Hand Incineroar is exactly the strategy to exploit that kind of weakness in the team.
Yeah, absolutely. So really well played on both sides. It's just unfortunate the matchup just really just leaned heavily in one favor just because of a well executed game plan, not to take away anything from anyone. And I just got word in the back we have a Dozo jump scare. So it's always funny because no matter what you do, there will always be a Dozo somewhere, somehow. Sometimes you just think it's always going to go away, and there's always going to be one lurking around every corner. So speaking of Dozo, actually, I just want to know. So, is Dozo really prevalent, or is it just so like these random one-offs you tend to see?
I say there's maybe one or two teams. I think this is one that Chef Ben Grismer was using a little bit earlier in the format. Just a very hyper-offensive Weezing, Kyogre, Calyrex Shadow Rider team with a Dondozo Tatsugiri backbone to kind of handle some Calyrex teams. But yeah, I wouldn't say it's particularly common, but generally they're of the flavor of set up toxic spikes or poison gas with a wheezing, and then you have the Dondozo stall in the back, which can deal really well with physically defensive teams, and then specially defensive teams a little bit better. But I do think that match did wrap up. So yeah, no more Dozo stall for this round. Although I think the Dozo did end up winning, so
Oh, well,
jury's
so
out on next round.
we're definitely going to be able to see it sometime on the stream today. So it's going to be very interesting. So it looks like we're just setting up our potential next match here. So we're looking to see what we can get. But while we're working on that, what has been your surprise like in this meta? Is because it's constantly changing and evolving. Now we're seeing more just centralization of like, oh, okay, Lunala in this or Koraidon and Miraidon in this. What has been like one of the big sleeper surprises that you're happy to see kind of rise to the top?
Sleepers, I think there's a really cool Terapagos team with Meteor Beam that popped up and won the Victory Road Tour a little while back. That's definitely on my radar as well. Shade Vieira got second place at a huge Japanese grassroots local with basically just all worlds competitors there. Won that with Koraidon, Calyrex Ice Rider, which is a team that kind of dropped off after the first regional, and we haven't seen it since, but might see some more prominence there. I think just looking at the meta though, as someone preparing for Worlds, it has sort of been a story of at what point do I just give up on team building and admit that Fede's team or one of the Calyrex Shadow Rider Zama teams are just extremely well built and I should just polish my play on those. I think there's a lot of players in that boat where they're like, okay, maybe I could beat these in the builder, or is my time a little bit better spent just learning these teams that are extremely solid with a host of many, many different options. I think that's kind of a lot of people's, I don't want to say fear, but it's definitely a big question that is on a lot of players' minds right now, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, it's a fair question because you're just kind of thinking like the amount of time it takes to like make sure you know a team inside and out, you know a matchup inside and out, versus trying to build, to counter all these different things when you just know the like one or two. These are the two teams that are just like, okay, this is the standard. It takes a lot of time, and Worlds is literally right around the corner. It's starting to slowly, a lot of people are breathing down their neck. Like, you got to get in the lab. You got to really take your time. So it's a valid question. And honestly, I think that right now, if I were to be one of those players, I should just say, just learn the team. Because like at the end of the day, like everyone knows the team. Everyone knows how it plays. But still, at the end of the day, you have to beat me, the player, once I sit down across from you. And we just let everything handle itself and we just go there. Now, granted, there's a lot of speed ties you don't want to do, which I don't know if there's any way around that, but I mean, it's worth it to roll the dice. Sometimes you got to get a little lucky, no?
Yeah, I think that's definitely the approach that players like Fede Campo have approached for both IRL events and then this event, I believe. I'm not entirely sure, but I think Fede was able to make the top cut today with a 9-2 record. I don't think had to play in the top 32 round, so we'll be playing in top 16, which we will be casting in a little bit. I think at this point, though, we are going to start progressing towards that top 16 stage of the bracket, so we will be logging off just for a brief moment while we prepare those matches for you. I think, Slim, this is you're going to be taking off, so got any parting words for the chat?
No, just everybody. I hope you guys have been enjoying the matches and enjoying the great VGC tournament because, these things have become such an amazing staple and the scene just continues to be growing, thriving, and healthy. So it's always amazing to be part of it. So, yeah, enjoy the matches.
All right. See y'all. Welcome back, everyone. We do have our top 16 matches of the Smogon VGC Live Tournament with a $400 cash prize, the custom Smogon avatar to show off your swag from winning the tournament, and of course the Smogon custom forum banner. So we have a match that has just started. We're going to be hopping into it immediately with Dubious VGC and an AC Tornado Boy with a really interesting Koraidon Calyrex Ice combo versus Miraidon Calyrex.
Yeah, we see the more standard Calyrex Ice Miraidon combination from Dubious here, and a team we featured a lot yesterday from AC Tornado Boy, the Koraidon Calyrex Ice. A little bit of an unorthodox combination, especially now in the stage of the Regulation I format, but still picking up some really impressive wins, and now a top 16 finish in this tournament. As you can see here, it has the ability to go on that sort of hyper-offensive mode with the Fluttermane Koraidon and the Sun just getting the photosynthesis and setting up Chi-Yu for big damage. But it also has the ability to play a slower game here, as we're seeing now Calyrex Ice Rider now functioning under the Trick Room, as Amoonguss gonna have to unfortunately switch into a Glacial Lance. Not quite able to pick up the knockout there. Either the Amoongusses are getting bulkier, or the Calyrexes are getting a little weaker, but yeah, Amoonguss able to take that hit like a champ and allow the pivot into the Incineroar. The Follow Me trying to redirect a possible Spore, but instead Smeargle going to take the Glacial Lance along with Calyrex Ice, as Calyrex going to fire off a Glacial Lance of its own into the Terra Fairy, which is now going to be taking a little bit more damage now that it has terastallized away from its Ice typing.
Yeah, it looked kind of like a Dubious turn one, pun intended.
I see what you
with
did there.
The Calyrex going down to around 25% HP, but knocking out the Fluttermane and then the Smeargle in quick succession, and also bringing the opposing Calyrex really low is really important. At this point, now you're healthy enough to take a Glacial Lance. The Calyrex is intimidated, and basically, yeah, just pinning down the Calyrex, and now you most likely can just close this out with Amoonguss in the back. Truthfully, at this point, the Rocky Helmet plus Flare Blitz Recoil would be quite honestly enough. But yeah, we're going to hop right into the game two, restarting from there, but a really strong Trick Room game plan from Dubious, really converting excellently against AC Tornado Boy's more offensive lead of Koraidon Fluttermane.
Yeah, that's sort of the downfall we've been seeing of these like faster, more aggressive teams, is that like if you can outlast the Trick Room, you can usually win. But sometimes you outlast the Trick Room and you only just have one Pokemon left remaining, and it can just be really hard to pull games back when your opponent still has basically all of their resources, no matter what level of HP that they're at. As we saw, Dubious able to use the Trick Room to the best of their ability, maintain the Pokemon advantage at the end of the game, and able to close it out against the solo Koraidon here. But we're seeing the Smeargle trying to get something going here. Unfortunately, burns the Terra there, but we're going to see a Decorate into the Fluttermane, which is actually going to tank the Flare Blitz from Incineroar here. So Fluttermane turning itself into a bit of an offensive threat. I can't remember, is this the one, the Choice Specs Fluttermane, if I'm remembering correctly?
I believe so, yes.
Okay,
yeah.
So this thing with a Photosynthesis boost is actually going to go crazy here. But Calyrex demonstrating that it is a titan of the format, being able to eat the +2 Moonblast there from Fluttermane. So unfortunate from AC Tornado Boy, as you know, they're just running out of resources here. And yeah, Calyrex in a position potentially to pick up some more knockouts here from Dubious's end. But no, we're just going to see the swap out into Incineroar.
Yeah, things absolutely could have gotten out of hand if that Calyrex went down there. Thankfully, perfectly trained lives the attack and follows up with a KO. And now we see the Incineroar cycling in. No clear amulets on either of the Pokemon, so that Intimidate extremely valuable as the Koraidon is caught protecting. Now the Incineroar is back healthy. To clear that out, you're going to have to somehow get around this Amoonguss, but I think in doing so, you're definitely just going to get your Koraidon knocked out by either Knockoff or Rocky Helmet. I believe it's Rocky Helmet. It might be Covert Cloak, but yeah, this Koraidon really has no way of getting around the Amoonguss to get to the Incineroar unless it goes for a double protect plus Glacial Lance. But note, we're seeing a aggressive close combat trying to maybe protect the Amoonguss to get on that wave, but unfortunately no. Rocky Helmet takes that KO, and we see a follow-up KO with Incineroar onto the Calyrex Ice Rider, and we see all restricteds gone, no damage on the Smeargle outside of a fake out, and a convincing 4-0 game 2 from Dubious. So a very quick set from the two of those, as Dubious converts in this top 16 match into a top 8 finish.
Yeah, what was interesting about that game too is that it almost like Dubious, instead of playing towards the Trick Room endgame, was actually trying to prevent it there, having the Choice Scarf Miraidon in the back, trying to seal it out with that Pokemon instead. But yeah, very, very well played. Not even losing a single Pokemon in that last set, so very well played to Dubious as they move on to the top 8, as we're going to jump directly into our next game. Two titans of the VGC scene, Marco Fierro going up against Carson Confer here, as for Marco Fierro's end, we have Qianpao Zamazenta lead into Miraidon Grimmsnarl.
Yeah, two excellent players with teams that are really comfortable for them. I think Carson also used a very similar team to this at NAIC, and Marco Fierro, getting second place with a Calyrex Shadow Rider Zamazenta team. A lot of different pieces here, but we see Carson's familiarity with the Ditto, just going immediately for a switch in, copying Zamazenta's initial damage boost, as well as the follow-on one from the Dauntless Shield, getting up to +2. Huge advantage. I believe this Chen Pao's Covert Cloak, not Focus Sash, so susceptible to a 1 at KO, and the Zamazenta could be in some big trouble. I'm not sure if Ditto is Terra Ghost or Terra Normal, but yeah, Terra Ghost excellent against the Zamazenta in some situations. Terra Normal really good against the opposing Calyrex Shadow Rider, so just really great options on this Ditto right now. Perfect switch in, while also getting Reflect up.
Yeah, Ditto actually being a defensive monster here, being behind Reflect, getting the 2 Dauntless Shield boost to put it at +2 defense. Unfortunately, the Grimmsnarl goes down. That's the sort of ruin difference right there for the Heavy Slam, but I mean, Ditto, perfect time to switch in here. We actually saw the Chen Pao's Assault Vest, which is a very unique adaptation for this part of the format, but Ruination actually going to be doing a lot of good work here to get around that Zamazenta's defense boost, as the Terra Ghost, unfortunately not going to get you around Ruination, but is going to block the body press, allowing Ditto to stick on the field. This allows Calyrex Ice to get the Trick Room up as the Chen Pao gets knocked out here, so pretty good position for Carson here if he's able to use Calyrex in a way that's able to potentially dance around these wide guards. But I mean, the sort of push and pull that you're using with wide guard is that you're kind of letting your Zamazenta not be very proactive here. But at the same time, Calyrex Shadow Rider can do a lot of work here, as it has 2 targets for Astral Barrage sitting in front of it.
Yeah, thankfully you can go for wide guard on Carson's. Both Pokemon are basically incentivized to go for their wide guards here. Whereas Carson can go for Psychic and potentially bring down that Ditto in one hit, Calyrex is forced to go for Elite Seed and kind of just try and slow play this match, which really isn't what you want to be doing. With Trick Room on the field, we see a double protect from Marco, just really trying to slow the pace of the game and stall out this Trick Room.
Yeah, just trying to get out of the Trick Room as fast as possible, just to set up his Calyrex for a winning position when it's not threatened in being the slowest Pokemon on the field here. So I imagine a pretty slow sort of game plan here to try and stall out the Trick Room, as we're going to see the dueling wide guards come out, as you mentioned. Leech Seed going to come into the Calyrex, the Psychic from Calyrex Shadow Rider able to pick up the knockout, and now with no protection from wide guard on the opposing side. But there is a Miraidon here. I believe this Miraidon, is this the Choice Scarf variant, I think, if I remember? Oh no, it's Assault Vest, so it will be indeed faster than Calyrex Shadow Rider in Trick Room, so despite getting the special attack boost, it's still facing quite a threatening combination of Pokemon here.
Absolutely. Electro Drift should be a pretty clean knockout into the Calyrex Shadow Rider. However, if Zamazenta is slower than the Miraidon, you're not really facing a lot of pressure from the Calyrex. You could just go for 2 body presses in Trick Room and KO that Miraidon, so that Calyrex Shadow Rider can kind of switch out and sweep the game later on. With Terrestrialization used on the Ditto earlier in the game, and Astral Barrage is going to do a lot of damage to that Calyrex if it goes off. So yeah, something to be watching out. We see Marco go for a Protect on the Calyrex, just trying to protect that. No read on Carson's side, and it is an extremely, or rather, with the Reflect up, the Miraidon's able to take that really exceptionally well. Not even doing a knockout, or not even doing over 50% on the Miraidon.
Yeah, what's awkward for Marco here is that you kind of wish you could keep the special attack boost here because of the Miraidon's Assault Vest, so I like the game plan of here trying to get as much damage into it as possible, because it is going to be the harder Pokemon to remove in the endgame. But with the extra Pokemon advantage from Marco's end, you'd have the ability to pivot out the Calyrex and preserve it to where it can come back in after Trick Room goes away. There might be an incentive. Oh, there's a Chi-Yu in the back. Okay, so if you're able to keep this Chi-Yu healthy, or at least on the board, I don't know if it's going to be able to take the combination of Glacial Lance plus another Electro Drift. So unfortunately, Chi-Yu is going to go down here. But now, with the Trick Room stalled out, you have the ability to bring in Calyrex Shadow Rider here, and you have some interesting targeting decisions to make here. If you want to try to prevent Trick Room, or if you want to try to maybe knock out this Miraidon to prevent it from knocking out one of your Pokemon.
Yeah, I didn't catch who between the Miraidon and the Zamazenta was faster, but it could actually be pretty important here. I think the Miraidon should live the Astral Barrage even with the Life Orb due to the Assault Vest. So if an Electro Drift is able to knock out the Zamazenta, it's going to be close, or at least bring it in range of the next Leech Seed. You might potentially have a way to find a way to beat the Calyrex. Like a single target Glacial Lance might just knock out after you knock out the Zamazenta. Going to be pretty close, and we're going to see it is Terra Ghost Life Orb. Okay, that is Oh no, Focus Sash, my bad. And yeah, the Zamazenta was faster than the Miraidon, so just falls a little bit short on the Calyrex, and yeah, that's just going to be a clean game end game for Marco now.
Yeah, keeping the Terra Ghost in your back pocket for an endgame situation like this, incredibly pivotal for getting that amount of damage there. But Calyrex able to tank that Terra Ghost Astral Barrage, so potentially some good information for Carson going into the next game on how bulky this Calyrex can really be when it matters most. But yeah, really solid played endgame from Marco there. And once again, in Carson's sets, unfortunately, I've been seeing Grimmsnarl kind of get the short end of the stick there. It's tried its best to set up the screens, but at the end of the day, like, it doesn't really matter. So maybe Carson tries to pivot away from Grimmsnarl, but in theory, it is a very important Pokemon for this matchup, despite how much pressure it can be under in certain situations. But yeah, back to the drawing board here. And we'll have to see how Carson is going to adjust to try and maybe capitalize more on that Trick Room mode to get himself in a better position to not have Calyrex Shadow Rider come in at the end of the game and do what it does best.
Yeah, I think the end of the game looked pretty convincing. You live the Glacial Lance and then it's just over. But I do think if Carson had earlier in the game, knock on for the wide guard, hits the heavy slam into the Calyrex in that turn, you probably do just have a winning endgame there. So doesn't adjust too much, at least brings the Grimmsnarl and the Miraidon. I think, yeah, the Grimmsnarl, the Ruination on the Chien-Pao really ruined the Ditto's day in the previous match. Marco doesn't want to give up the Dauntless Shield boost to the Ditto especially easily, so it doesn't lead it, leads the Ogerpon as we see Grimmsnarl go for a Thunder Wave, interestingly, as the Chien-Pao goes for a Ruination. Electro Drift going to be a clean knockout there, and we do see the Ibicudgel doubling up into the Grimmsnarl. Only gets a Thunder Wave for its trouble. We're going to see how valuable that is. Maybe that's just all you need for the Calyrex to be able to beat it. If it is a faster one and a slower Ogerpon, we'll see. But yeah, ultimately, once again, doesn't get a whole lot of value out of that Grimmsnarl. But you kind of expect a Restricted to be coming out of that slot. And so Carson just switches the Ditto in and takes the Calyrex Shadow Rider, says thank you, has a Focus Sash, so it's kind of safe this turn, even though it does not. It doesn't have Terra Normal, it has Terra Ghost on this set, but due to the Focus Sash, still in a pretty safe position, with the Miraidon threatening a Electro Drift, which would knock out the Calyrex Shadow Rider if the Ogerpon isn't able to go for Follow Me, and the Ditto having Astral Barrage on the field.
Yeah, I was almost going to say that was probably a much better situation for Grimmsnarl to be in, but unfortunately unable to take the double up of Ruination plus Ivy Cudgel. But both the Calyrex Shadow Riders just saying, I'm not going to play that Speed Tie Mind Game this turn, but delaying pretty much the inevitable here as the Miraidon and Ogerpon trade blows there. Which interestingly does put this Miraidon probably in Astral Barrage range. It might be close, but Marco not wanting to take that chance, rips the Terra Ghost, does win the Speed Tie into the opposing Ditto, knocks it down to Focus Sash, but now Ditto gets to fire back an Astral Barrage of its own, gets some good damage, bring Calyrex Shadow down to its Focus Sash, but differently in this situation, not going to take a KO. So now Calyrex on one side has a boost, and now Carson having the forbidden restricted duo of two Calyrexes just riding different horses here. But Marco does have a positional edge here with that Zamazenta, just being able to click that wide guard into both of these powerful spread move using Pokemon, as Carson once again possibly delaying the inevitable here, just clicking Double Protect to try and avoid the Speed Tie conundrum that they are potentially in this turn.
Yeah, kind of a weird spot where I think Carson was going for the Double Protect to try and bait out the Protect from Calyrex. Goes for it again, now going for the Double Protect basically, and lands the Leap Seed on the Zamazenta, which I think is actually pretty important. If you win the Speed Tie at this point, you might actually have a way to win this game. With the Ditto by going for a Psychic or Astral Barrage if you read no Wide Guard, but really not a huge reason to do that. But yeah, if Marco wins the Speed Tie here, just going to be a double knockout and an instant win. I think that was kind of an interesting situation that, okay, we do see the Ditto just straight up go for the Astral Barrage, going to be knocking out the Ogerpon and bringing the Zamazenta in Leaf Seed range. If we see a Trick Room here, this game is instantly over. Oh my goodness. What a turnaround.
What a great turn there, honestly. Like, Marco getting punished a little bit for playing a bit defensively with the Calyrex, and Carson seeing right through that, able to set up the Trick Room, able to KO the Zamazenta. And I mean, yeah, it's so astronomically unlikely that you're going to be able to protect your way out of this. And Carson taking the second game of this set, and as we go to a game 3.
Yeah, I could kind of see what Marco was angling for with the Ogre Pawn switch out earlier in the game. If you could knock out the Ditto, you actually have a really interesting lock with Ogre Pawn Zamazenta, where with Wide Guard, at Zamazenta on the field, the Ogre Pawn is actually immune to any damage that the Calyrex can apply to it. So as long as your Zamazenta has enough HP to let you just get through all the paralyses and Ivy cudgel the Calyrex a couple times, you probably should just win regardless. But Carson went for the bait on the double protect, didn't get it, and then was lucky enough to get the actual double protect statistically in the next turn, and was able to, with some aggressive play, close the game out. So yeah, really impressive. The Thunder Wave turn 1 from the Grimsnarl ended up being pretty inconsequential. I wonder if we see an adjustment, because that game was definitely a little bit too close for comfort for him there.
Yeah, I see what you're saying there in the endgame situation. It's like with Zamazenta threatening wide guard, it really begs the question of whether or not you're going to actually click Astral Barrage in that situation. So I can also see what Marco was trying to go for there. But that's just an example of this top level of play here. It's like when you're playing somebody of this caliber, both players, you have such a high profile matchup as this. You're just like, okay, like, are they going to predict me to predict me? Are they going to predict the prediction to the prediction? It's just like there's so many layers to it, to where like these kinds of plays come out and you're just like, huh, why would they do that? And you're just like, oh, because they were trying to see this win condition from the other opponent and see if they either just don't see it or they don't go for it. So just a very interesting end game there coming from both of these players. And I agree with what you're saying there. It's like the drawing board is what both of these players are probably going to be going back to for this game. But no, as a matter of fact, they're just going to keep it with old reliable here. Maridon Grimsnarl once again going up against Chen Pao and Zamazenta.
Yep, potentially could go for another Thunder Wave, but honestly, the Reflect against this kind of board seems really important. It'd be really nice if you could preserve the Grimsnarl somehow, but it does look like Marco is just content in every game to just double into the Grimsnarl, or at least apply enough pressure to be threatening and knock out every game. Heavy Slam we saw in the game 1 is a knockout even through Reflect with the Sword of Ruin on the board, and a faster Ice Spinner into the Maridon just threatens so much damage that you almost are forced to either switch out or go for a Trastalization to get a Volt Switch and knock out the Chen Pao. So definitely great offensive position for Marco here, but Carson, whatever move he clicks here, whether Reflect to aid him in this board state or Light Screen for later in the game, goes for neither, goes for Thunder Wave, and Ice Spinner doing a ton of damage to the Maridon.
Yeah, unfortunately, Carson getting the paralysis there on the Zamazenta, but unfortunately losing terrain and also losing a majority of Maridon's HP there. So maybe possibly not quite getting the turn right. I was thinking potentially Grimsnarl might try to switch out and maybe go for a Ditto angle, expecting the Heavy Slam, but Marco potentially covering for that possibility and just trying to attack the Maridon, get rid of the terrain. Perhaps maybe accounting for the fact that the lack of terrain boost might have impacted the damage calc into the Chen Pao with the Terra Electric Electro Drift. But yeah, with Grimsnarl still on the board here, it's able to get that screen up, and a Heavy Slam, as we saw with Sword of Ruin, did KO in game 1, not able to KO this game. So Grimsnarl able to hang on for maybe one more final screen here. So Carson finally getting probably mostly some good value out of Grimsnarl here, as he wants to preserve the Maridon for later in the game.
Yeah, we see the value of this Chen Pao when it isn't being knocked out in the first couple of turns. Is able to clean up the Grimsnarl to make sure there is no Light Screen. Leap Seed into the Zamazenta, but yeah, the Chen Pao has definitely done a good amount of work this match with an unconventional set of the Covert Cloak, Ice Shard, and Ruination. Really heads up play to be Ruinationing the Maridon, recognizing that Carson's probably not going to want to give that up for free, but finally has this Ditto on the field, ready to just knock out the Zamazenta or the Chen Pao. Another Ruination comes out from Chen Pao as the paralyzed Zamazenta protects, but now the Zamazenta is actually in a pretty good spot with being paralyzed, being guaranteed to be faster than Carson's Ditto.
That's if it is able to hit through paralysis. It's had a bit of a difficulty doing that this game, but yeah, it's definitely the paralysis actually helping it here in this Trick Room situation, but we're going to have to see if it's able to break through. Chen Pao actually is a very, very good Pokemon in this matchup, and you can see why potentially Carson was inclined to target it down earlier in the game, because Ruination doesn't care about screens. Ruination just takes away half your HP, no questions asked, and it's really putting a dent into Carson's HP here, so it's potentially putting Ditto in range of a Body Press KO. There is Terra still available, which does go into play right now here, trying to avoid the Body Press KO, but no, Wide Guard allows Calyrex to get off an attack here, and Zamazenta once again not able to break through the paralysis, so the speed advantage from the paralysis not even mattering in this case. I mean, call it a commentator's curse, but Zamazenta, you really dropped the ball in this game, man. Like, I'm not gonna lie, full paras. You had the potential to do great things in this game, but unfortunately, Marco getting some pretty unfortunate luck there, and not able to break through with the Zamazenta there. And Carson finding himself once again in a pretty solid position here. Still has a couple turns of Reflect to work with, and Marco's got some big decisions to make on what he wants to bring out to try to outlast this Trick Room.
Yeah, pretty interesting spot there where if, Carson's probably thinking, you know what, I should have just predicted the paralysis, I guess. I'd still have my Terra available on the Calyrex, which could be pretty valuable. We see the Ogre Pawn go for the Terra Rock, trying to threaten maximum damage as we see no protects from from either side. We see the Ivy Cudgel and the Sucker Punch almost able to knock out the Zamazenta. The Ditto copied Zamazenta with Sword of Ruin, but unfortunately the Reflect doing a lion's share of the work there and allowing the Ditto to survive. At this point, you have Glacial Lance threatening a KO on the Ogre Pawn, Heavy Slam going to knock out the Calyrex. It's just a very good spot if Carson can navigate away from any double protects. If a double protect goes off on either or both, or really needs both, particularly the Calyrex, he could have a win, but unfortunately, no protect on the Calyrex. We see a double target into that, and Ogre Pawn only having single target attacks. It is just attack to close the game out for Carson, and we see a big turnaround from a pretty tough game 1. Carson able to win the game 2 in extremely narrow fashion, and game 3 a little bit more dominantly, with a bit of luck with his really, really excellent Ditto play.
Yeah, once again, I think this was a difference maker in some of the day 1 sets that we saw Carson playing in yesterday. The well-played Ditto actually ended up paying off massively in these sets, and it just goes to show why Carson's one of the best to do it. Takes down Marco Fierro, who played an excellent game. Unfortunately, got some unfortunate rolls with paralysis there in the end game to basically render Zamazenta almost useless. But yeah, Trick Room paying off here, and it's just it's just one of those days. Unfortunately, Pokemon is a game that does have a lot of luck involved with it, and sometimes you need those things to go your way. But all the credit to Carson to playing this game. It just goes to show when you get to play the game with 3 restricted Pokemon, how does that seem fair, right? Like, sometimes you get, with Ditto, you have the ability to copy 3 restricted. Sometimes you get 2 Calyrexes. I'm sure there's 100% of the player base that sometimes wish they could play with 2 Calyrexes. But Ditto being especially a good Pokemon against Zamazenta, being able to get a second Dauntless Shield boost, and basically be able to wall out almost opposing Chenpao and Zamazenta, especially with the Terra Ghost. So Carson will be moving on to top 8 in a very, very well-played set.
Yeah, the kind of match that you'll definitely see at the World Championship. 2 Worlds caliber players duking it out in this top 16 bracket. We're going to start moving on to the top 8 bracket, where I believe we will be trying to show all of the top 8, top 4, and finals games. So I'm going to be leaving the cast and then coming on later in the day, but I believe Eric will be continuing. So I will see y'all in a bit. Hope y'all have been enjoying the stream. And I'll be signing off.
Stay tuned.
Awesome. See y'all later.
Yeah, see ya. And we're going to be doing them live, right? Okay. Yeah, was not getting a response. Welcome back, everybody, to the Smogon VGC live tour. We are now on to top 8. I will be providing some pre-match analysis solo while we wait for a second commentator to join us. But we're hopping into our top 8 round right now. We have our number 1 seed, Sitiat, going up against Dubious, a player that we had just featured on the stream here. So we're just going to do a little breakdown of the OTSs here. We saw Sitiat's team earlier using the Calyrex Ice Kyogre combination with the Basculegion, Rillaboom, Iron Jugulus, and the Smeargle. So a bit of a hybrid of the popular Kyogre Calyrex Ice archetype that we saw from Gavin Michaels, and also players like Carrie Diortona that did really well at one of the West Coast regionals earlier this year. So kind of a mixture of the two, kind of taking on that Basculegion as well as the Iron Jugulus for speed control, and opting for Smeargle as the final member, which can sort of function as a good support Pokemon with Spore, and Follow Me, Decorate can do a lot of good stuff here. Meanwhile, on Dubious's side, we have the Miraidon, Urshifu Rapid Strike, Incineroar, Calyrex, Ice Rider, Volcarona, and Amoonguss, a popular 6 for this tournament that's been doing really well. And yeah, just going to see these teams going up against each other. I believe we've seen Sitiat play against these similar Miraidon teams in the past, and I think this team has a lot of tools despite Miraidon being an excellent Pokemon in this matchup. It does have a lot that it has to navigate here between Rillaboom getting rid of its terrain, potentially Iron Jugulus switching in and out to get that Quark Drive speed boost with or without booster energy. Also rocking the Terra Ground, so it could be a potential annoyance to any Miraidon in the field. We've seen Urshifu from Dubious's side be a pretty key Pokemon in this matchup, just being able to take advantage of the rain and just get off really good damage with Surging Strikes. But it looks like we are going to be hopping right into the game here. We have Dubious on the top side here and going up against Sitiat in the bottom. So we're going to see how these players are going to approach this matchup. And yeah, we'll have to see who is going to be moving on to the top 4.
Yeah, and I mean, I think you explained the matchup very well. There's a lot of different tools. Even though Miraidon at a face value looks like it can do a lot of work here, it's going to have to get through a lot of the other pieces here on the bottom left-hand side, whether that be the Terra Ground on the Iron Jugulus or something like the Terra Grass on the Kyogre. Even Rillaboom in and of itself being able to reset that terrain and with Fake Out can kind of make its way through this team, and being a Spore immunity is great into the Amoonguss. Otherwise, things like the Calyrex Ice Rider could be very, very strong into a team like this. More strong, honestly, than the Miraidon. The Miraidon kind of forces the pieces there on Pertina's side to then be weakened or be weakness to the Calyrex Ice Rider. So it's kind of an interesting matchup here, and I'm really curious to see how both of the players are going to play it out. If it's anything like some of the games that we saw from yesterday, Iron Jugulus is going to be a key piece in this matchup, being able to set up that tailwind. But instead, we see our Rillaboom, Calyrex Ice Rider lead here from our bottom left, and from Dubious and Incineroar and our Urshifu lead.
Yeah, what's interesting about this matchup is you can kind of play it 2 different ways, right? You can play the Iron Jugulus mode. You can try to get your Tailwind up and try to do some stuff with Kyogre, maybe try to set up a Basculegion in the back. But there's also this potential mode here, which I think Dubious has led pretty well into. You lead the Incineroar into the Rillaboom and Calyrex, getting the Intimidate off on both of them. Urshifu, also another great Pokemon to have here, is a little bit threatened by the Rillaboom, going to be a little less threatened by the Intimidate here being on the Rillaboom. So potentially Sitiat wanting to play this game a little bit slower pace, knowing that potentially Dubious going to try to go on the offensive with the Miraidon mode here, but really great leads into stopping this Calyrex Ice Rider from doing stuff really early on, because those never melt ice. Glacial Lance is going to be hitting for a ton of damage as Surging Strikes, no fake outs coming out from either side in this turn 1, as the Wood Hammer, the Intimidate paying off super like a huge amount here, as the Urshifu able to tank the Wood Hammer at -1 and able to still be on the field after a turn of Leech Seed recovery, but just a lot of damage being exchanged by both sides.
And I was really interested if that was your play to go for the Wood Hammer. You know that Urshifu most likely is going to live at the -1, even with terrain. So not following up with a Glacial Lance there to not only go neutral with your Calyrex Ice, but to get rid of this Urshifu is a bit of an interesting choice here from this player. Maybe they want to keep Urshifu in and maybe get Leech Seeded this next turn if something wants to swap in for that slot. But kind of letting the Urshifu get to live another turn is very dangerous now because something like close combat, just sacrificing the Urshifu could be a move of choice. But instead, we see the Miraidon come in for the Urshifu, choosing to preserve that little bit of HP as a U-turn to reset the terrain, knowing that maybe the Miraidon would come in. A full double pivot here from our bottom left-hand corner as Dubious makes a pivot of their own, switching out Incineroar into a different Pokemon here. Maybe they were thinking of going back into the Urshifu if they were to give away with it, but now they're kind of reconsidering, I think, maybe into a different slot.
Yeah, it feels really awkward here if you're Sitchiot to bring in Basculegion this early into the game, is because like you don't have any KOs on your side. You do have the Swift Swim speed advantage, so you do have the ability to fire off some strong water type attacks if you really want to. But yeah, bringing in Basculegion this early does not feel good at all. And now Dubious has the Miraidon and Calyrex Ice Rider, so you kind of have to pick your poison here. What you want to go for? You want to try to terrestrialize your Kyogre. If you want to switch out, you're going to be potentially switching into a Glacial Lance. Like it's a very tough spot for Sitchiot at this point, being able to have these Pokemon in and having to sort of reconcile the facts like, okay, do we want Miraidon to pick up KOs here, or do we want to enable the Calyrex to pick up KOs here? So very interesting turn coming up, and we're going to have to see how Sitchiot is going to have to maneuver out of this situation.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to be in, and just like that, I'm back like I never left. How's everybody doing?
As we're going to see the Calyrex now switch in for the Kyogre, as Basculegion going to remain on the field, just going to go for Protect to try and shield itself from a knockout here, potentially trying to save it for later in the game. We'll have to see if Calyrex just barely able to hang on with the Glacial Lance, not giving the opposing Calyrex a boost. But now if you're Sitchiot, you're still in a situation where you're going to have to let something go down in order to reposition yourself in a better spot. But if you want to bring in Rillaboom to reset that terrain, you're going to be switching into a Glacial Lance, and that's never a fun time if you're a grass type like Rillaboom. But Miraidon also in a very good spot to pick up a KO with Electro Drift if it really wants to, with this Calyrex being so low. And, Calyrex on the opposing side, if one of these Pokemon just is able to be on the field with just a sliver of its HP left, you're going to be giving it a boost. So just a very tough spot for Sitchiot, and I just it's going to be really hard to pivot out of the impressive attack power of these two restricted Pokemon. That's the Aqua Jet. Going to do a lot of damage to the Miraidon now that it has terrestrialized out of its dragon typing. As the opposing Calyrex, or sorry, Sitchiot's Calyrex, having the speed advantage. So very important speed interaction to note there. Getting off some huge damage there with Glacial Lance. Unfortunately missing the KO on the no longer dragon type Miraidon, as Dubious's Calyrex is going to pick up that special or that attack boost from knocking out Sitchiot's Calyrex.
I think this is one of those things where matchups like this is why the Iron Jugulus is actually really so important, because you just don't have enough pressure here. As we do see Urshifu opt to switch in here, trying to win the terrain war, which is validly so, just because we're no longer going to get these leftover terrain recovery for these water spouts. And of course, Inten comes in with a free fake out here and can honestly just like go for Glacial Lance, and there's really not much you can really even do about it. Woodhammer does decent amount of damage, but with that -1 does nothing. Rillaboom goes down here. Kyogre takes a ton of damage, and really just great positioning here. And unfortunately, the speed just not in your favor.
Yeah, just a very unfortunate positional situation there from Sitchiot. Going to drop game one there. Dubious very much winning the positioning war here. And it just goes to show in games like this and formats like this, like having the Pokemon advantage, objectively in every situation is sometimes, in every situation is usually the best situation that you can be in here, because you just have the pieces to move around. Not only are you having more Pokemon to do stuff with, but you have the ability to pivot your Pokemon in and out. And I feel like Calyrex Ice on Sitchiot's side was such a pivotal piece to try and win this game or win this matchup. And it just took so much damage turn one, and it just forced the Basculegion to come out early, and it forced Kyogre to come out early. And then once you have Miraidon and Calyrex Ice on the field, well, your two defensive pivots into both of those restricteds, or your two defensive game plans, become compromised, right? Because if you terrestrialize the Kyogre into a grass type, you're making yourself susceptible to Calyrex. But if you don't terrestrialize it, you're making it susceptible to an Electro Drift. And if you want to switch any of your Pokemon in and out, well, you have Pokemon that's weak to Glacial Lance, and you have Pokemon that's weak to Electro Drift in the back. So just very weird position there, which is going to cost Sitchiot the game. But going to slightly switch up the game plan here from Dubious's end. Going to lead the Miraidon Urshifu this time into the Rillaboom and Calyrex.
Yeah, interesting that we just already see the terrain war being lost, and you have great positioning here just because you do have a Rillaboom versus an Urshifu. Calyrex, you could go for a double tap here, but you really don't have enough damage to pick up, and it's at the expense of your Urshifu. I think this is just like easy repositioning here. The question is what's in the back, because if it is, of course, Kyogre, do you bring the last respects? I think normally Iron Drug is good here, but I don't think it was brought. So maybe this is potentially a Smeargle. But we do see just Surging Strikes go into the Calyrex. Does a good amount of damage, but really offset by the fact there is going to be a lot of leftovers or recovery. We do see Glacial Lance often just do a little bit of damage here. Significant damage, but really, I don't know if that was a trade you necessarily wanted, even though your Rillaboom's still in a good position to just like switch and adjust. But you're going to have to eat another Surging Strikes for it your troubles. And depending on what comes out here, Glacial Lance, you're still going to take some heavy chip damage if Kyogre comes in, so you're not going to get full power Water Spout. So honestly, pretty neutral turn at that.
Yeah, we saw this kind of be a problem in the first game. Cichiot's Calyrex taking that much damage, and that's Surging Strikes without the rain doing almost 50%. So you can only imagine how much damage it's going to do if Kyogre is coming in here. Now, you think Kyogre on paper would be an okay Pokemon to bring in here because, like, oh yeah, I resist water, I resist ice. But the problem is that Urshifu and Calyrex are strong Pokemon. So, you're going to be taking a hefty hit for your troubles as Cichiot doing no switching here, just instead going to attack into the Urshifu's Protect and just try to get the Leech Seed on the opposing Calyrex to try to get some sort of HP recovery, get itself in a much better position to start taking attacks, maybe wanting to bring that Kyogre in at some point. Urshifu possibly recognizing that it's now in threat of Grassy Glide, so I would not be surprised to see an Incineroar come in at some point, judging by how good of a matchup it has both into these two Pokemon. Cichiot recognizing that might be thinking in the back of their mind that Kyogre is potentially a Pokemon that you can bring in here at some point. But no, instead we're going to see Basculegion come in as going to take a Surging Strikes to the face. Going to be doing a lot of damage. Basculegion, a very, very feral Pokemon.
Yeah, we do see the Woodcammer come out here, but honestly, I don't know if that trade was necessarily worth it. Glacial Lantern, your Basket Legion just took a ton of damage. Sure, you get a little bit of recovery because of the grassy terrain, and of course with the Leech Seed, but I don't know if that was necessarily the best trade because now you've confirmed lost the terrain war already. This is something you want to kind of keep Miraidon in check, but unfortunately you've kind of lost that already. I don't know if it was truly worth it. The lead sheet is great, but I'm just right now I'm just kind of thinking like, okay, what's potentially next? Calyrex, cool, it's taking a lot of damage, so you're not really worried about that. Kyogre, what's it really gonna do here? There's a Miraidon in the back, so I don't know if that necessarily trade is going to work out in your favor. It just seems like right now to me there's not enough potential damage versus what the damage you're going to have to take.
Yeah, with Basculegion being at such low HP and also only one KO, I don't know if base 100 power Last Respects is going to be enough to threaten too much. And we're kind of finding ourselves in a very similar situation as to game one, where we have both Restricteds, Miraidon and Calyrex Ice Rider on the field. So you have that electric and ice coverage that this team just does not love switching into at all. So you're in a position where you're going to have to compromise one aspect of your defenses here to try to survive the turn. And I think if you're at Cichiot, you're probably your biggest enemy here is going to be that Calyrex Ice Rider, because if you're able to Terra Grass the Kyogre in front of Miraidon, it suddenly becomes a lot less scary. But just going on the defensive here for the turn one, just going to see what the Miraidon is going to lock itself into. It's going to be that Draco Meteor, just going to cover for the Terra option there, as Basculegion going to take the benefits of the Leech Seed left behind by Calyrex, just trying to get a little bit of HP recovery, maybe allowing it to survive a little bit longer if it doesn't have to take an electric attack. But now with these Pokemon burning their protects, it's time to go on the offensive, and we're going to have to see how Cichiot is going to make the most of their offensive pressure here to try and deal with these two restricted Pokemon.
Yeah, this is kind of an interesting little spot you want to do it. The leftovers, well, not the leftovers, the leech sheet, excuse me, that recovery is slowly kind of helping you out. You may not have enough for last respects, but wave crash might be an option here, but you're just not, I don't know if that will pick up here, even though you are under rain here. And this is the one thing about these teams, right? The Miraidon makes it so difficult, and before we even get to see what happens, that's an easy cleanup there. You do Hydro Pump, you do make a trade, but honestly, that trade not necessarily too bad because seeing Among Us in the back, all of a sudden this changed rather quickly.
Yeah, the Amoonguss being in the back, now the Miraidon being locked in a Draco Meteor, locked at -2 special attack. Kyogre not even needing to go for its Terastallization there, as both sides saving their Terastallization, not even needing it. But yeah, Miraidon with Amoonguss in the last 2 slots, not a whole lot of offense to close out the game, and Dubious recognizing that, gonna click the forfeit button. So yeah, a very interesting turn of events to end the game there. What eventually turned into another awkward position for Sitiat. It ends up working out as the sacrifice to Basculegion. Also, very important speed interaction to notice there. Scarf Miraidon is faster than the Basculegion in rain with its Swift Swim ability. So, another reason for Basculegion to potentially be a little scared if it decides to come in at the wrong time against that Miraidon. So, going into this game three, I'm curious to see what kind of adjustments we'll see from both sides, as I think both sides need to reevaluate their game plans to account for the more than likely adjustments coming out from both players.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see this because this is end up turning into almost like a balance versus balance in just different just a different mask, but that's how the teams are playing out. Even though you see a Basket Legion, you see an Iron Jugglist, and all these other pieces like Smeargle, we're opting to just play more. Okay, let's go bar for bar. Let's do positioning instead of trying to maybe potentially go a more defensive oriented route, or offensive oriented route. Just choosing no. I can go tit for tat. I just have to make sure I put things in the right position. The lead sheet has been incredibly valuable here. The terrain war immediately, like you're in a really good position. If you can get this Urshifu off the board quicker than before, I think you're in a really, really a great position because I don't know if necessarily losing Rillaboom early is great for you here. But Calyrex, honestly, you're in an okay position. You know, you do have the leftovers recovery. You can set up potential lead seed right now, just knowing you have incoming damage coming in. So honestly, not a bad lead seeing right on Urshifu. It just depends on how you want to play your Rillaboom here.
Yeah, it is a awkward lead for sure into Rillaboom because not only you're giving up the terrain advantage, but you're also putting your Urshifu Rapid Strike in a position where it could just be knocked out, faked out uh, by the Rillaboom, and that could enable the Calyrex to do some stuff here, like set up Trick Room or just get a free hit off with Glacial Lance. As we're going to see a double switch turn one going into the Incineroar and Calyrex here. A very good switch in here because not only you get the Intimidate down on Calyrex, you switch in 2 resistances to Glacial Lance, and you're able to burn the fake out from Rillaboom's side. So all of a sudden, Dubious in a very similar situation to where they have fake out live, they have Glacial Lance live, they have Trick Room live. They have a lot of different things they can go for here. But yeah, I mean, the Incineroar doesn't even have to click fake out in this situation, recognizing that Sitiat probably going to have to make a defensive positional play here to try to get themselves out of range of anything this Calyrex is willing to do. So very solid turn one play, almost like the Miraidon Urshifu lead was a bait for Sitiat to potentially think that they have a free attack into the opposing slots, but instead letting a very solid pivot come out as the pivoting this turn begins as Rillaboom U-turns out to Kyogre.
Yeah, we do see U-turn for U-turn here as Incineroar takes back and hits the field as Miraidon comes in and really nice leech seed, but we do see Trick Room go up. So kind of not gonna lie, this is what I expected mostly on the turn one. And double switch coming in, it's just an interesting play where I think it was pretty fair just to know like you potentially have damage incoming. So I thought Lychee would be the turn one instead just opting for Glacial Lance. And you didn't really lose too much of it. You do get Kyogre on the Trick Room here, but you don't have any way to like neutralize the damage output of the Calyrex. So you really are kind of on a timer to get the maximum output from the Kyogre here. I mean, because what can you switch in? You can't switch in Basket Legion, you can't switch in Jug, you can't switch in Rillaboom, you can't switch in Smeargle. So you're kind of forced to stay here and try to get maximum output while you can.
Yeah, and this is sort of the board state that the Sitiat's team likes to play for in the slower sort of trick room mind game or end games. Is that you try to set up this board position where you have the Never Melt Ice, Glacial Lance, plus the Water Spout. Unfortunately, the Water Spout going to be a little bit weaker now that Kyogre has taken over half of its HP. But this is the board state that you're playing for because there's not pretty much any combination of Pokemon in this format that wants to stand up to Water Spout plus Glacial Lance, and showing right there how Miraidon is basically just pinned there by the Glacial Lance. Even Intimidated just takes it all the way down to where Water Spout, even in a weakened state, can knock it out. So Dubious has got a lot of work to do to maneuver themselves out of Trick Room, but importantly, Miraidon is now down. So if Sitiat does have that Basculegion in the back, I mean, once a Pokemon or two goes down, that Basculegion is in a prime position to start picking up KOs left and right once it's able to enter the field, once Trick Room is finally stalled out.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is kind of an interesting spot. The lead seat's starting to slowly but surely kind of like do its thing. I think if it's this yacht, you probably want to set up one of your own just because you just really need a little bit of healing so you can keep being able to apply some pressure here and not go down. We do see Kyogre go for the protect. Honestly, it makes sense. And we do see Glacial Lance comes out here. Now the question is, what does the and Incineroar go for? Went for the knockoff. So getting a free lead seat here, just like kind of anticipated here. So now we're gonna just trade. I take HP, you take HP. I take HP, you take HP. The one difference is one's -2, the other one is straight at neutral, just hanging out. So Kyogre gets to live another turn here, but you can't really switch out either, and so you're gonna have to eat a knockoff and Glacial Lance again, and Calyrex not gonna be able to do much. I mean, you could set up a double lead seed here, go into Incineroar. I think that's probably the max value you can get here, but I think Kyogre has pretty much run its course unless you're willing to sack something off here.
Yeah, it's a bit of an awkward position for sure because I do believe the Incineroar underspeeds the Kyogre, so it will be faster in Trick Room. So you're gonna have to take a Glacial Lance, gonna have to take a knockoff, and with that item still on it, yeah, that's easily a knockout into Kyogre. But Sitiot, noticing that the double up was needed to take out the Kyogre here, able to bring in Basket Legion. The only issue here is now that the rain is going to be expiring at the same time as Trick Room, so Basket Legion not able to take advantage of the Swift Swim boost, which possibly may come into play against the Urshifu in the back, but I mean against an Incineroar and a Calyrex, not really needing the speed advantage here. But now, if with an active fake out, you do have the opportunity to get a hit off with this Basket Legion, even in Trick Room. So Sitiat maneuvering themselves in a great position here. And Basket Legion looking like it's putting itself into a good position to start firing off some huge damage here. And the support from Rillaboom is going to be really nice in dealing with that Urshifu in the back, despite Basket Legion most likely being slower than it.
Yeah, and I think one of the other things that's really great about this setup right now is Basket Legion is going to constantly keep getting some grassy terrain recovery along with leech seed recovery as well. And then Rillaboom can go ahead and just like honestly just kind of hang out here. And Urshifu does come in, but if that potentially is going to be a wood hammer, which is not, it was a fake out and send it to the Incineroar. We do see Last Respects come out, not able to pick up the KO, but gets pretty close. And now a nice little turn of grassy terrain recovery for everybody. But the Urshifu is still kind of in danger. You're really not doing too much here, and Calyrex really isn't wanting to take on this Basket Legion at all. So the question is, how do you get it off the field? Do you do enough damage? Rillaboom sitting right there. Incineroar is going last out of everyone here. So targeting is super important in this turn, and this could be the game-winning decisions right here.
Yeah, Sitiot actually making a very, very nice read there, calling the Incineroar to Terrastalize and going for Last Respects, which just does a ton of damage. Also, not going for Wave Crash to save its HP, so it is able to keep getting recovery. But with the Incineroar now burning the Terrastalization, you now have no more resists to Last Respects. And
Mm.
now with base 100, yeah, that thing is going to be hitting for a ton of damage here. And with the support from Rillaboom, yeah, you do get the Incineroar back in with the Intimidate, but it's such a low HP that honestly, like even with the -1, it is still very much in danger of being knocked out here. But and Urshifu is facing its uphill battle of its own, just having surging strikes into a number of resistances here. But Sitiot just going to switch out the Rillaboom, bring in the Calyrex as the close combat goes into Calyrex, very critically lowering the HP or lowering the defenses on the Urshifu side, just making it a much easier target for both of these Pokemon to pick up in the end game. And now in this situation, you have a fake out, you have a Basket Legion, you have an Urshifu that can't really do anything into both of these mon. Sitiot taking game number 2, and that is going to put us to a game 3.
Yeah, like this has just been a very or I want to say masterclass of like putting Basket Legion in the perfect positions to get maximum output, making sure Last Respects is a perfect fight. Miraidon going down way earlier in the game was actually such a beautiful thing to happen because you don't have to worry about, oh, I can get outsped and KO'd. I don't have to worry about terrain. Like just having that is such a sigh of relief, and then you can just pivot just here and there a little bit, and it like came in right at the end and was able to do what it did. Once you preserved Rillaboom for the Urshifu, it was kind of just like, oh, okay, this is just a matter of time. As long as I don't make any mistakes myself, then I should be okay. And that's exactly what we got to see there.
Yeah, and my mistake actually. That was game 3, so that was a GG's for Sitiot there, the number 1 seed taking this set in a very, very close fashion there, as we're going to be moving on directly into our next game here. We have Fede Campo, your 2025 NAIC champion, going up against Carson Confer, former world champion, former international champion in their own right. So it's going to be a pretty big powerhouse of a matchup for top eight here. Fede Campo using pretty much the same team that they used to claim that NAIC title earlier this year with the Miraidon, Lunala, Urshifu, Incineroar, Ursaluna, Whimsicott, basically the team, one of the teams to beat right now in the VGC 2025 Regulation I format. Carson making their return to the stream with the very interesting team of Miraidon, Incineroar, Calyrex Ice, Ditto, Annihilate, and Grimmsnarl. So, Slim, looking at these two teams, how do you think they're going to match up into one another?
This one's kind of interesting just because we do know Fede Campo's team. You've seen it everywhere. It is the age-old saying of if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I know how to play this team to a T. My track record proves itself. But the one thing I'm very interested in, just not just the Ditto, which is always the wild card because you can potentially take a restricted of someone else's, but Grimmsnarl. Having a dark type is just really amazing here. Plus, T Wave is also an amazing thing you could use here. Maybe not necessarily in this matchup because there's not really things you want to bring it into. But normally, when you're going against Whimsicott or something like that, you just need something to like potentially set up screens and just delay as much as possible, bulk out the team as much as possible. But I think the one thing here I am worried about if I'm Fede Campo potentially is the Annihilate because it's kind of one of those like wild cards where it's like, oh, what if they lead this? Am I prepared for it? What do I have to switch in? Things like that. So I think everything else is pretty standard. You have your Ensign, you have your Miraidon, you have your Calyrex, that's fine. But it's the three at the end that you always got to worry about and how they play into your team.
Yeah, I do think the Grimmsnarl has been a huge part of Carson's strategy, and also the Ditto is going to be a interesting
Hmm.
Pokemon to see how it functions in this game. You have a lot of options. You could copy a restricted Pokemon. You can copy Incineroar. You can copy Ursaluna if that Pokemon decides to show up. But Fede Campo going to be going with the Miraidon
And there's
Whimsicott
that
lead
Grimmsnarl.
into the Miraidon Grimmsnarl. Yeah, so leading your restricted Pokemon, that Miraidon into uh, each other's Miraidons, and then you have the support options. Whimsicott can do a lot with Tailwind. It can do, it can threaten some damage here with Moonblast. It can do a lot of things. Meanwhile, Grimmsnarl just wanting to get the screens up. As we see the Terra from Carson's side, going to be eating up that Draco Meteor with the Assault Vest plus the Light Screen as Electro Drift going into the opposing Miraidon, potentially trying to catch a Terra Fairy there from Fede Campo, but unfortunately not taking the bait. Going to be doing very minuscule amount of damage as both sides going to trade screens and try to get as much damage into the opposing restricted as possible.
Yeah, very interesting to see Carson just go all in on that turn. Just like, hey, I just want to do as maximum damage as possible. I think I can call this, but uh, kind of paying for it, and it's unfortunately blow it early. I don't think he wanted to get to start it that early, but Grimmsnarl going for Spirit Break here on the Lunala, able to break the Shadow Shield and also put it at -1. And Calyrex in a really, really nice spot to be in because you can just kind of spam Glacial Lance here. Lunala continue to have with light screen up, you're gonna have to keep eating Spirit Break after Spirit Break after Spirit Break. Urshifu does switch in, and we do see the Moongeist Beam doing still a significant amount of damage. Spirit Break just continues to just keep doing damage here as Calyrex just such a elite seed, and all of a sudden Lunala just really kind of turned into almost a dead slot at this point. As you do see the T Wave come out going to the Urshifu, that's unfortunate because now you're just continuing to spam, and we do see
Ooh.
the first para already.
Yeah, very interesting move there to click Thunder Wave and Trick Room, but Thunder Wave showing why it's not just a speed control tool, it is also a tool to let your opponent not be able to play the game here. So Lunala does have wide guard, so it does have utility in this particular position, as we interestingly see the Urshifu does outspeed the Calyrex and is able to fire off a Surging Strikes, not caring about any sort of screen if Reflect were able to go up there, but just completely deletes the Incineroar off of the field there, as Urshifu going to go for the Terra Ghost to avoid being faked out here. It even underspeeds the Incineroar. So
This is
actually, Carson's trick room, or Carson's trick room actually turning against him here, as he has created a monster with this Urshifu under trick room, and now without the ability to click Glacial Lance, this Urshifu is able to pick up 2 quick knockouts. But now with the Lunala off the field, the wide guard option is gone. So we'll have to see if the Urshifu can break through one more turn of paralysis to potentially get one more devastating surging strikes in here. So which is going to be able to hit the Miraidon very hard because it doesn't have its dragon typing anymore. But Now with Terra's burned on both sides, Calyrex Ice kind of in a good spot here with this Glacial Lance, I feel.
Yeah, absolutely. The one thing that's kind of interesting is just the fact that Calyrex wasn't able to get a boost just because it's been slowly just chipping away, but only because the Leech Seed is able to get that KO. As we do see Urshifu get
Oh,
paralyzed, and there's a critical hit, but honestly, don't know if it mattered there. And that's a double KO. I just talked about no boost, and all of a sudden we have two boosts, and Carson just go ahead and Fede just like, you know what? You got this. Yeah, let's just run this back.
yeah, like it was almost looking kind of awkward there for Carson because, like, okay, you have the Lunala on the field that could just spam wide guard, making Calyrex kind of useless, but the Leech Seed actually setting up for
Mhm.
the long game, setting up the KO on the Lunala. Yeah, you can let Urshifu get a couple KOs. Unfortunately, he does succumb to the paralysis in the end game there,
Ooh.
but yeah, Carson able to close it out as interestingly the Defiant boost on the Annihilate here. So Annihilate actually making an appearance in this game alongside Miraidon as Fede Campo switches up his Miraidon's partner this game as it is Incineroar this time.
Yeah, this was one of the weird wild cards that I was kind of like, okay, what happens now? Final Gambit comes out, and they're just like that, restricted, gone. And this is the thing I'm talking about. You have to like always account for like, oh, these weird situations where, oh, I wasn't expecting this mon. Boom, that's one KO down. And when you bring in your own instant now, you can break the Shadow Shield, you can pivot. There's a lot of options for Carson now, and Fede's already on the back foot after turn one.
Yeah, this Lunala is, I would say, in a much better position than it was in Game 1 because now you have the Electric Seed. There's no Grimmsnarl on the opposing side of the field, so you have no worry of letting your special attack get lowered here. But there is a Snarl. That is a critical hit. That is a very costly critical hit. But there is, yeah, and the parting shot. I was just saying how there's no way for Lunala's stats to get lowered. I completely forgot about both of these Pokemon having these moves that lower Lunala's special attack. But I mean, Lunala, as we saw in the first game, does have plenty of utility here, able to click a wide guard to block this Ursaluna from getting hit by any of these Glacial Lances here, but no wide guard. Lunala switching out for Incineroar, just trying to get the Intimidate off here, potentially predicting a Leech Seed from the opposing side, as Headlong Rush going to be sent into the Incineroar, which was formerly the Miraidon. Going to be an easy KO as the Leech Seed goes into the Ursaluna. So Ursaluna, now with a bunch of its stats lowered, is on a super timer here between Burn and Leech Seed.
Yeah, the weird thing is though, Calyrex still in kind of a odd spot because there's an Incin and there's still a Lunala, so it's kind of like, how do I get through those two? You can set up as many Leech Seeds all you want, but Ursaluna just kind of like, hey, let's do this the right way. Where why don't we take away all your friends, isolate you, and then see if you can actually beat us? So Carson in a pretty odd spot. I don't know if this is winnable. I mean, potentially, because Lunala, did take a lot of damage. Shadow Shield is broken, but Incense kind of the issue here as we do see Glacial Lance comes out. Does decent amount of damage, but here comes the knockoff, and now you're all of a sudden not getting that recovery that you kind of need. As we do see the Terrifier come out, and we do see another Leech Seed.
Yeah, dodge on the Leech Seed, unfortunate there. Terrifier, just to avoid being weak to the knockoff, weak to the Moongeist Beam, not going to be enough. 3 against 1. Unfortunately, Calyrex can't quite do it all, as Fede Campo going to bring themselves back into the set with a Game 2 victory as we now head into this decisive Game 3. Yeah, showing how in this matchup that, losing your restricted Pokemon early is a very huge change in the momentum in the game there. Just trading the Annihilate for the Miraidon there ended up being a I guess a little bit of a lackluster trade, but Fede Campo able to play the Trick Room game plan with Lunala and Ursaluna, and now Carson's going to be in a position where, okay, now that we've seen how potent of a threat that Ursaluna can be under Trick Room, we can see how we can try to stop that, maybe prevent Trick Room from going up in the first place, or maybe just trying to slow down the Ursaluna as much as possible, as we're going to see a repeat of leads from Game 2 as the Annihilate and Miraidon are going up against the Miraidon and Incineroar.
Yeah, another turn where Annihilate just gets to potentially do what it does here. We do see the Terra turn 1, and we do see Close Combat just opting to, I don't want to lose this Mon just yet, so let me just go for a lot of damage here. As we do see Annihilate just drop. And you're kind of still the same situation. You don't Final Gambit, but you still go down. At least you take something with you. So now there's no more at least Instant Spam, which actually is pretty valuable for Calyrex, and we know it's locked in to Dazzling Gleam, so honestly, you're kind of okay with what you just saw if you're Carson.
Yeah, I would say that, getting Incineroar off the board is potentially more valuable because now you have a Miraidon that's locked not into a a move that's boosted by its same type attack bonus. You have the weak Dazzling Beam. Of course, Terra Fairy is still on the board here, but yeah, you have the Incineroar, the fake out positioning tool that was so pivotal in game 1 for Fede Comp, or game 2 for Fede Compo, just being taken off. So once again, you're trading a Pokemon for another one in the first turn of the game here, but we'll have to see how the interaction between the Calyrex and the Lunala is going to go forward here, as Incineroar on Carson's side is going to come out, as Lunala coming into the Electric Terrain gets its Electric Seed boost, and yeah, this Miraidon on Carson's side still plenty healthy, still able to take up these special attacks with the Assault Vest item. Just another weak Dazzling Gleam, as it's going to have to take a Draco Meteor into the Miraidon on Fede Compo's side, as the Moongeist Beam actually not able to pick up the knockout onto the Miraidon. Incineroar gets a critical parting shot here, and we'll have to see what this last Pokemon here. It is the Ursaluna, so no Trick Room, not yet. So Miraidon, it is a little weak here, so maybe not able to get a lot of damage here. So maybe Fede Compo setting themselves up to get a Trick Room up this turn and just letting Ursaluna take the game. But it's gonna have to battle through an Intimidator too, with that instance still being around.
Absolutely, and I think this is one of the reasons why we didn't see the Terra Fairy, just because you want to opt to just go for the Terra Ghost, so that way you can't get faked out and you can just go for continuous damage. As we do see Earthquake come out, not able to pick up though. There is no Guts boosters yet, but Lunala just like slowly but surely, it's happening again, where we're going to start seeing the Leechy being a huge issue here. Ensign able to come down and get the Intimidate, but honestly, Ensign has done his job. It's a 2v3 right now, and Calyrex sitting pretty because Ensign was gone early, and I think it makes a huge difference. We do see the Terra Fairy come out, and we do see just Knockoff going to the Lunala, just trying to get as much damage as possible, and just slowly chipping away. But Ursaluna under Trick Room, this is exactly the place you want to be.
Yeah, but unfortunately for Fede Compo, these are the only 2 Pokemon he has left. He has an Intimidate on the Ursaluna, even though now it has its burn from the Guts boost, its Guts boost from the burn. I don't know, because like Lunala is on a timer. It only has about 3 turns of Leech Seed left, and even that's if it doesn't get hit by another Glacial Lance. And if you're spending all this time having to Wide Guard, you're not really getting any extra damage off. So Miraidon is just going to sacrifice itself for the greater good in order to bring back the Incineroar, which is going to fake out, going to be able to stall another turn of Lunala's Leech Seed, going to be bringing it closer to going down. And then once that Wide Guard goes away, Ursaluna does not have the damage unless it's able to score a couple lucky critical hits here, as we just see no Wide Guard, both sides taking in the Glacial Lance. And Ursaluna, at this point, you have one more turn and you have a Protect on the opposing side, and with that, Carson Confer going to take the set and move on to top 4. Very well played to both players, but ultimately it is going to be Carson taking the set and moving on to the top 4.
Yeah, really great set, and just like Carson just opting to just like understand, like, hey, if I can just remove this Ensign, I have enough where I can just like, okay, I can 2v1 this, no problem. The Ensign was just there. I just need to cycle fake out a little bit, and the Miraidon is done its job. It took a Draco, got the Miraidon out of there. Like, you're in a perfect position. Once the Leech Seed went up and there was no Pokemon to switch out of it, it was only a matter of time. Like, unless you got some kind of or unearthly crit or something, there's no way really to take out the Calyrex at that point.
Yeah, and sometimes you just see how important Incineroar is in these matchups. Sometimes even more important than the restricted Pokemon, to be honest, because that ability to fake out Cycle, that ability to fake out Pivot, and just get those Intimidates down into Ursaluna, which proved to be quite the menace in Game 2, just being completely stonewalled at the end of the game there with that Incineroar, Intimidate cycling, and just getting those fake outs on. But now we are moving on to our final top 8 match. We have, I believe, is that Mava 2 going up against, hold on, I can't read these names. Hold on.
Yeah. Wait, either way, the matchup is pretty... Wait, whoa! A new suspect has hit the board. I haven't seen Dragonite in so long, and neither have I seen Ting Lu, so I'm kind of very interested in how this is going to break down. Ogre Pond Cornerstone is here, one of my favorites, just because I love the design, but interesting matchup. We, of course, you see the two fire types, Volcarona and Incineroar at the top of your screen, Chen Pao, Amoonguss, and Miraidon with the Choice Scarf. But the more interesting definitely is at the bottom. The Kali and Zam, we have seen those use a suspect with Chen Pao, but the Tinglu and Dragonite make an interesting choice here. So what do you think about this matchup?
Yeah, this is a very interesting team for both sides, and yeah, so we have Mava going up against Asterio. Wow, yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff, especially from Asterio's team. We have the Covert Cloak Chen Pao with 4 attacks. Its ice move of choice being Icy Wind, and then you have Covert Cloak Terra Dragon going up against, or going with the Choice Band Dragonite standard stuff as usual. We have Ting Lu, we have Ogerpon Cornerstone. Just a lot of crazy stuff going on here. Again, the double ruin Pokemon making an appearance, but not the double ruin that you would expect. Like, and especially looking at the Chen Pao, like, yeah, usually you would run Terra Ghost to avoid fake outs. Now we have Covert Cloak, the new technology, with the Terra Dragon as a defensive typing. Mava 2 running a bit more of a standard team here. Got a couple mix-ups here. We have the Incineroar, we have the Chen Pao of their own. Again, another Ruination Chen Pao, as 2 Ruination Chen Paos are going up against each other. We've seen how good Ruination Chen Pao has been in these matchups, as it's just a way to bypass any sort of damage mitigation, as it just does the flat 50% of your remaining HP every single turn, provided it connects. It is not a very accurate, well, it's accurate than most, more accurate than most moves, but 90% still leaves a lot to be desired sometimes.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Volcarona on the opposing side, I think, is a Pokemon to watch out for in this matchup, because it is very much a good Pokemon to have into these Calyrex Shadow Zamazenta compositions. Zamazenta not really doing a whole lot to Volcarona, especially after the Electric Seed boost. And yeah, with this one having Struggle Bug, has a way to shut down Calyrex Ice or Calyrex Shadow Rider once it's able to get a Quiver Dance up and get that speed advantage. So it's, yeah, we've seen these teams be perfectly teched out to beat the #1 archetype in the format, and Volcarona is going to be a massive piece of that. This is the first Miraidon Zamazenta team that I've actually seen in this tournament too. It's a combination that was doing really well around the NAIC time period. Sunfest and Tang do really well with it in NAIC. It's won a couple tournaments overseas, so it's a combination that I feel like people should definitely still have on their radar. And yeah, we're going to see dueling Zamazentas here.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing this matchup, just because like you just don't get to see home cooking like this very, very often. Like it makes sense, all the usual suspect, it makes sense, but the little text here and there shows like, okay, the players thought about every single matchup, right? I need this for that, I need this for that, and it's all come together on this amazing run right now. So I'm looking forward to seeing it in action and how this matchup kind of plays out. The Cornerstone, we all know what it does. It's just there for hitting it. But it's honestly, I don't think it even potentially comes to this matchup. It doesn't really do much here just looking at it. But, Tinglu honestly isn't the worst thing here, especially with the Terra Fairy. You just kind of need to do a little bit of mitigation while you kind of do your thing. So I wouldn't be surprised if you could see Zama, Kali, Tinglu, and Chen Pao potentially that 4th slot, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, Tinglu actually has a lot of value in this matchup, just as a good Pokemon into Miraidon and potentially Zamazenta. I mean, you don't want to take body presses, so I mean, like, if you have to terrastalize it, it's a little awkward if you have to terrastalize it. But you mentioned Ogerpon Cornerstone. I would argue that Ogerpon Cornerstone does have a bit of value in this matchup, just because look at Ivy Cudgel and then look at the opposing team. Ivy Cudgel has the potential to do a lot of work into the non-restricted Pokemon, and also Follow Me could be very valuable, because this is a Miraidon that is Choice Scarf, so if it locks itself potentially into a single target move, you have the ability to redirect that if it's potentially a threat to something like the Zamazenta or the Calyrex Shadow Rider in the end game here. But yeah, Tinglu, as you said, I think is going to be pretty valuable in this matchup to slow down potentially something like the Volcarona, and potentially also the Miraidon too. So Tinglu, unfortunately, I don't think Dragonite doesn't really get to do much here, because it's got a lot of very defensive Pokemon that it's going to have to fling E-Speeds into, and also like a Zamazenta. Then you have to worry about Flame Body on Volcarona. But what I'm most interested in this matchup in particular is the speed interactions between these Chen Pao. Like, I don't know if these Chen Pao are going to speed tie, or if they're going to be like, one's going to be bulky and the other one's not going to be bulky, if they're going to like be at each other's throats the entire game. I don't know. But speaking of Ting Lu, we're going to see it in the lead position with Zamazenta, as Mava going to be leading with Miraidon and Zamazenta.
Yeah, and this is that interesting thing you literally mentioned, where it's like you don't want to Terra Ting Lu, but you don't want to eat body presses, so it's almost like this turn potentially forces that, unless you have a better switch in here, because Zama can go for Zama, but like we really want to just target around. Each dog is going to go for the other, and we do see the Terra Fairy did come out, which honestly it does make sense, because you were potentially getting Oko that turn, and Ting Lu able to eat that up no problem, as we do see Sand Tomb comes in and does a critical hit. So now all of a sudden Miraidon just like tick tick tick, a lot of damage, already almost at 50% HP.
Yeah, Miraidon, as you said, almost being on a timer, but with the critical hit, it's not even almost like a timer anymore. It's almost like Ting Lu just immediately set up the KO there.
Yeah.
So Ting Lu, like, Sandtomb's a pretty weak move, so, like, the fact that it's able to do half to Miraidon, like, that's already body press range. So the terrestrialization on the opposing side coming out for the Zamazenta, but Miraidon thankfully able to switch out of Sandtomb thanks to the Volt switch. So good move lock in there, as the body press going to be traded between the two Zamazenta. One going to be doing a lot more damage to the other one, considering it's still weak to it, but now another Sand Tomb. Unfortunately for this Zamazenta, does not have a move that can forcibly switch it out here, so going to be stuck. This Zamazenta will now be on a timer. Going to be taking some ticking damage every single turn, but now Volcarona comes in as a pretty good Pokemon to have here, but I mean, it's going to have to start setting up, and it looks like it's going to be doing just that on this turn.
Yeah, but this is a potential Sand Tomb going right into that slot, and it's once again, you're just going to continue to just, hey, I'm going to take residuals, and here comes Calyrex. Now, granted, the Volcarona is pretty decently, at least you have some survivability, you can just like at least move before everybody else, but still, once again, you're kind of in a interesting spot, because now it's like, oh my gosh, this Ting Lu just continue just sit here and sit here and sit here. So the question is, can Asterio take advantage of this and get enough damage done to the rest of the Pokemon while this Volcarona slowly start to chip away at it?
Yeah, this Volcarona doesn't have Giga Drain, so it doesn't have the ability to recover its HP, so potentially you just click the Protect button here, bait out the Wide Guard, and just let Zamazenta go down to Sand Tomb. But Ting Lu does have Stomping Tantrum, does have a way to hit Volcarona on the physical side, doing a good amount of damage here, and Volcarona's HP just continuing to tick down. You kind of have to wonder if even just getting one Struggle Bug here is even going to matter at the end of the day, but I mean, the Vessel of Ruin does impact the Calyrex as well, so Astral Barrage after a Struggle Bug and with Vessel of Ruin, probably not going to be doing a lot of damage here, and I think we were talking a little bit earlier in the beginning of the game, like how terrestrializing Ting Lu is a little bit awkward, because then you make yourself able to be hit by Miraidon. I mean, the Vessel of Ruin, and this is a Choice Scarf Miraidon too, so it's not getting any sort of damage multiplier outside of the Electric Terrain. Electric Terrain is also going to go away in one turn, so if Miraidon finds itself trapped on the field with this Ting Lu, with just 2 Pokemon left, its damage output is going to decrease dramatically in the end game. So we're going to have to see how much Volcarona is able to get mileage out of this Quiver Dance, as Volt Switch goes into the Calyrex, does a good chunk of damage as Chen Pao comes out. Maybe bad news for Volcarona if it has to take a physical shot.
Yeah, we do see the Lash Out come out here, and it does burn the
body.
Ting Lu, unfortunately. And Chen Pao kind of gets to come in here for free, but here comes the Ogerpon. You did allude to that it does pretty decently in this matchup. So now it's just Ting Lu and Ogerpon versus the world. I mean, the good thing is you have options, right? You're in a pretty decent spot. Struggle Bug will do a lot of damage, significant damage. Ivy Cudgel does go into Chen Pao, but unfortunately, a really good protect there. But now, Chen Pao is still just kind of here, and you're in a really tough spot because Miraidon is kind of unchecked. Chen Pao is unchecked. You don't have the speed advantage, and everybody's looking KOable at this point.
Yeah, Ogerpon does have the ability to redirect attacks from Ting Lu, but the Electro Drift, it is able to survive, but combined with the Ice Spinner, interesting choice on this team in particular, since you have your own terrain that you're getting rid of there. But yeah, I would say the burn on Ting Lu is actually going to be massive here, but at the end of the day, Ting Lu in a 2v1, it's such a passive Pokemon, not able to get a super crazy amount of damage here in the face of Chen Pao. Yeah, these 2 Pokemon, even with the decreased special attack output from the Miraidon, able to just double target the Ting Lu, and that puts it easily in burn range or just Electro Drift range from Mava's Miraidon here, as game 1 going to be going to Mava.
Yeah, and really well played on both sides. Just understanding, like, hey, I just need to make sure that Chen Pao stays healthy, and honestly, even though Volcarona didn't really get to do like all the things Volcarona does, it got the +1, and that's all they needed. It just needed to make sure you can get out of here and just take out the Calyrex, because that was the biggest thing. You need to get that off the board. And honestly, Ting Lu was fantastic. Now, how do you keep Ting Lu healthy and in this matchup for a longer period of time is kind of the problem, because you once Volcarona hits the board, how do you get it off the field in time? Because you don't want to have to hit it and then you potentially get burned like we just saw. So maybe we might see a potential Cornerstone, and there's a Cornerstone lead, so that way you can put some more pressure if, you know, we do decide to see Volcarona at any point of these Volt switches.
Yeah, Stereo recognizing that Mava does want to put the pressure on Ting Lu early so that Miraidon can kind of have a field day once it's off the field, potentially saving Ting Lu for that end game position. Ogerpon going to be more of a supportive piece here, but you know, Calyrex is going to go for a protect, as it does recognize the incoming Snarl here from the Miraidon. Ivy Cudgel going to be doing a good amount of damage, not quite a 2-hit KO here, so Miraidon going to live to see another day, going to be able to fire off another Snarl, lowering Calyrex's damage output. And now Ogerpon, with its Sturdy broken, is potentially in KO range of that Zamazenta. So Ogerpon going to have to potentially sacrifice itself in order for Calyrex to get something going here. This Calyrex, I do believe, has Encore, so it doesn't have the ability to set up and potentially negate the effects of the Snarl. So it's kind of a tough spot here for Asterio. If you're staring down both of these two restricted Pokemon that are still threatening a ton of damage, as Dragonite actually going to be making an appearance in the set.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised to see that there. We do see Ivy Cudgel come out, almost picking up the KO there. Dragonite will actually take a good amount of damage, and honestly, Ogerpon didn't expect it to be lasting this long, just because body press is something that you do have to worry about. But right now, not bad. We do have E-Speed. That is something you could go for here. I don't know if you want to like let Ogerpon go down right now. I think you kind of need it later. So this is potentially a spiky shield or maybe even a swap here, but we do see a follow me instead. So opting to just take the KO, we take a heavy slam, you do go down, but Zamazenta still kind of sitting pretty. I mean, there is Calyrex in the back. As long as Snarl is gone, now you make a significant difference, because you can E-Speed and then potentially go for a, you know, Astral Barrage, but we do see Chen Pao come in, which makes a world of a difference.
Yeah, with Dragonite being the pick here, you'd have to imagine that the last Pokemon for Asterio is potentially that Chien-Pao, just to try to increase Dragonite's damage output, or potentially just relying on the opposing Chien-Pao. But now locked into extreme speed, Dragonite is in a bit of a weird spot going up against the Zamazenta, as now Zamazenta can prohibit damage, you know, to itself with the extreme speed, just being so physically bulky, and then also having the Wide Guard as an option here to stop Calyrex from being able to do anything to Chien-Pao, since its only other option is a Psychic type attack into Chien-Pao, and Chien-Pao in a very, very good position here, threatening good damage to Calyrex, threatening a KO on Dragonite. This Chien-Pao Zamazenta combination proving to be quite a good duo to have this late in the game, and even with the Terra Ghost, just insult to injury for this Dragonite, able to get the Ice Spinner KO onto the Dragonite, and yeah, just completely avoid damage entirely from that E-Speed. And as predicted, the Chien-Pao is the last Pokemon for Asterio, so looking pretty tough staring down this full health Zamazenta and Chien-Pao.
Yeah, this has been almost a Chien-Pao show. Chien-Pao has been the kind of the pivotal mon in these end games each and every time. First it was for Mava for game 1, and now Asterio and Mava both brought for game 2. And Calyrex in a really tough spot here. There's Wide Guard and there's a Chien-Pao, and I'm not even sure what the move of choice is. We do see the Terra Dragon come out. Sucker Punch goes up. We do see Encore, and Icy Wind comes out just to try to control the speeds as much as possible here. And we do see Body Press go into that Chien-Pao, doing a ton of damage even with the Terra.
That was such a smart Icy Wind, because now not only do you get the speed advantage with your own Chien-Pao, but you get the Sucker Punch speed advantage. So now you can Sucker Punch the opposing Ghost Chien-Pao, and now that Zamazenta doesn't have the ability to click Wide Guard, it is susceptible to Astral Barrage. However, Zamazenta is still close to full HP, and even though if you Sucker Punch the Chien-Pao, you do have a single target Astral Barrage into the Zamazenta, it's probably going to live the hit and able probably to just get a KO into this Chien-Pao. And then Mava still has one more Pokemon in the back. If it's Incineroar, there's not really much it's going to be able to do into, or this Calyrex Shadow is not going to really be able to do much into the Zamazenta, but Chien-Pao just going to go for a Protect. That is a luxury that Mava's Chien-Pao has, and unfortunately Asterio's Chien-Pao does not have the ability to Protect. So Chien-Pao going to be able to protect itself from the Sucker Punch. Zamazenta takes a good amount of damage there, but yeah, that just leaves one Pokemon left for Asteria's side, and it is facing down the threat of Sucker Punch plus Heavy Slam to close the game out. Yeah, but I mean,
the good thing is,
in the back.
maybe you live and you get a +2 boost. It's a slight chance, but that's the only thing you really have. You're out too, because whatever's in the bag, unless it's Ensign, you should be okay. And we do see Volcarona, so opting not to, then there goes the Sash. So you guaranteed live. You get 1 boost, not 2. But the problem is, we know Zam can come back, and all of a sudden it's no longer Encore, and you can just go for the Wide Guard, and that is a potential issue. But even if a Wide Guard, what if you get 2 single attacks? Then it's just a lot to ask for here. It's a very weird turn here.
Yeah, it's kind of a mind game of whether or not the Zamazenta is going to click Wide Guard, because now with this +1 in special attack, Volcarona potentially finds itself in KO range of Astral Barrage. So if Zamazenta is going for Wide Guard here, you do have the ability to click Psychic into the Volcarona, but no, the Astral Barrage does come out there. Zamazenta catches it as Volcarona goes for Quiver Dance to, instead of just taking the KO outright, just wanting to set up itself to be faster than Calyrex, and with the speed advantage, Calyrex going to go down here. So that is going to be a dub for Mava.
Yeah, really well played there. That turns like that really suck, because you're just like, okay, they could go for it, but will they? And you have no choice. You have to just go, because you have to hope your opponent just thinks of outthinks themselves and they don't click it, and you potentially just like pick up the win here because you just do that much damage. But unfortunately, Mava just opting, you know what, this is safe. I know this is the play to make.
Yeah, very, very good stuff to Mava, as they will be moving on to top 4. And if you guys haven't caught on to yet, I don't know how to count. We actually have one more set for you guys as part of top 8. So we do have Michael Derbesti, one of the best players in the world in Europe, top 4 of Worlds, top 2 at Worlds in back-to-back years, needs no further introduction, multiple events this year. Yeah, just a powerhouse of a player, going up against Chromate, going up against another Zamazenta and Shadow Rider type archetype, and having the Raging Bolt, Rillaboom, Tornadus, and Smeargle. So, there's teams like this that have been popping up, but with the Smeargle and Calyrex Shadow Rider and Zamazenta combination. But instead of that potential second grass type, or the Ogerpon, opting for a speed control option in the Tornadus. So a very interesting twist on a commonly used archetype here. Michael Derbesti, again, just using a team that he's been popularizing recently with some good results, both in the IRL circuit and online space, with the Choice Scarf Miraidon, Calyrex Ice Rider, Incineroar, Urshifu Rapid Strike, Amoonguss, and Landorus.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the best stuff. That's literally all it is. It is a Choice Scarf Miraidon. It is a Calyrex with Clear Amulet, so you cannot be... Hey, if you knock it off, go ahead, but by all means, I'm not going to give you that chance. The Urshifu will always give you options. It is the Stellar Terra, so you can at least get some really big hits when you need them to. Amoonguss is just Amoonguss. It is one of the best. That's just how it is, and Landorus is like really good. Like I said, you have Sludge Bomb and you have Earth Power. It covers so many of the good stuff that's in the format right now, so you really you don't lose anything by having it. Now the Smeargle stuff has been very interesting, just because Smeargle puts on a lot of pressure with the Fake Out to Decorate in the Spore, and we've seen it had a lot of success in this tournament so far. The Tornado has been very interesting because that Sharp Beak does throw off a lot of different damage calculations, because a lot of times you're just like, oh, okay, I can switch into Bleak Wind. Now when you switch in, you're taking a little bit more damage. We've seen Rillabooms take almost half in the Bleak Wind Storm, and that makes a significant difference. So the survivability of you being able to switch in changes to a whole other degree. And Raging Bolt is just Raging Bolt. It is one of the best things we've had with that booster, opting to go for big damage here, because sometimes you just need one big hit. And of course, Zamazenta and Calyrex Shadow, you know what they do. They are this is of course the setup version. We do see the Nasty Plot with the Life Orb, so opting, if you let me get one turn to set up, I'm going to blow you away. Simple as that.
Yeah, for sure. I think we've seen a lot of these matchups play out to where the Calyrex Ice Rider games definitely do like to slow play it against these, because when you're running a team like this, you have a lot of like slow, bulkier Pokemon like the Landorus. is usually pretty bulky, usually designed to underspeed Zamazenta under Trick Room, and with Tornadus especially on the other side, we're probably going to see a more Calyrex Ice focused game plan. Chromate definitely probably going to recognize that and try to lean more into the Zamazenta to try and outlast the Trick Room turns and hopefully just not let it get caught by Landorus. The Choice Scarf Miraidon going to be a very valuable tool in this matchup as well to try and pressure the Calyrex Shadow Rider once it exits Trick Room. So probably going to be trying to save that for the end game, but also Rillaboom going to be very important in this matchup to try and deny that Miraidon its terrain advantage and just try to get those fake outs in and out to try and stall out the potential Trick Room from Michael Derbesi's side. He does talk very highly of the Incineroar Calyrex Ice lead into a lot of stuff like this, so yeah, probably going to be seeing that come into play, whether it's in the lead or whether it's an adjustment. So yeah, it's a very interesting matchup here, and I'm going to have to see how these players are going to approach it. I'm going to see interesting to see if Raging Bolt makes an appearance. We've seen Raging Bolt. It'll be very interesting to figure out how the Raging Bolt interacts with the speed, because I know we've seen a couple earlier games with Raging Bolt being faster than Landorus outside of Trick Room, and that's made kind of a few awkward positions for figuring out the speed interactions. But yeah, as we see the leads come out, double restricted from both sides. Miraidon Calyrex Ice going up against Zamazenta Calyrex Shadow. So Michael probably looking to do some positioning here, and yeah, the Calyrex Ice looking to be in some danger.
Yeah, you really lose nothing by just opting to have Miraidon just start out, because you can just chip out something destructively, like by a lot. Like you have to switch in Rilla, and then if you switch in Rilla, then guess what? What if I go for Glacial Lance? You're not gonna like that either. So whether it was this or the Ensign, you don't really lose, as you do see the Terra Fire come out here, and we do see Electro Drift just opting to just try to see if we can potentially nuke the Zamazenta here. You do live that. Glacial Lance comes out, not going to do a lot of damage, but Zama really paid for its crimes that turn, even though Calyrex got to stay safe. But I don't know. This is going to get kind of interesting, because I think you do need Zama later on.
Yeah, interestingly, Calyrex Ice Rider being the one to use its Terra and come away from that turn completely unscathed, as Zamazenta going to have to take the Electro Drift. Does score a critical hit on the Miraidon, so it is a very good amount of damage being traded there from both sides. But this is not a bad position if you're Michael here, with that Calyrex still hanging on, and the ability to get rid of that Zamazenta so it can just do its thing under Trick Room here. But with the Calyrex just barely taking that Electro Drift, able to get a Astral Barrage before it finally goes down here. So we'll have to see if the Trick Room comes out, or no, just the high horsepower are going to take care of the Zamazenta. And after an explosive first two turns, we're going to see the one Calyrex still standing here, as both of Chromate's restricted Pokemon go down, as Michael's is hanging on by a thread.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a collision course of just like big heavy hitters, big hits everywhere, all across the board. And we do see a Raging Bolt make an appearance, so it's going to be interesting. If Lando's in the back, then you're kind of in a tough spot. But Ensign is here, and so is Smeargle. Now you do have a lot of fake out options, you have decorate options, so kind of waiting to see how Michael's going to play this. But for Chromate, like, Raging Bolt is Raging Bolt, so it's not completely over. You have a lot that you can just kind of follow me. So if you catch the right one, the Ensign's the only thing. If you can get this Ensign out of here, like, then you're okay. But the Calyrex with that +1 attack is like the problem, and not sure how you immediately address it at this very moment.
Yeah, it doesn't have a lot of HP left, so it is liable
just need
to
a
getting
hit,
knocked out.
right?
Yeah, you just need to get it. At least with Smeargle here, you do have the faster fake out into the Incineroar, so you do have a play here. It's like, okay, you can just fake out the Incineroar, attack the Calyrex, get it off the board. You mentioned if Landorus is in the back, you kind of have a tough time here, but I mean, depending on the speed order here, we could potentially have a situation where Raging Bolt can do it by itself, as Amoonguss is the last Pokemon here. So, interestingly enough, Amoonguss can Rage Powder, so Decorate kind of goes off the table here. So if you do Decorate, you're going to be giving Amoonguss a boost, and I don't think you want to do that. So, but the only thing that Raging Bolt really has to hit this Amoonguss is Draco Meteor. I guess you could try to Thunderbolt it, put it into chip damage range, but yeah, I mean, both of these Pokemon, Incineroar and Amoonguss, don't have a lot that it can do to Raging Bolt at this moment. So, I mean, we might just be seeing some redirection plays as we just try to see which side can put out the most damage to finally get to the damage dealer on the opposing side. But
I mean, listen,
that's the only thing they can do is just redirect.
you're in a kind of an interesting spot, and just do see the Decorate come out and Thunderbolt absolutely just
Wow.
whoo, okay. Well, I was going to say, hey, I've seen some crazier things. I see Instant Amoongus Wendy's before, you know what I'm saying? Credit to Paul Chua. We've seen it before, but not today. Raging Bolt, Decorate, yeah, we're not doing that. So let's move on to the next game.
Yeah, so I guess we completely missed the Terra Grass on Smeargle on the team sheet. That is one way that you can avoid Rage Powder and
Yeah.
then decorate your own Raging Bolt to finally get the KO, just completely wiping Incin off of the board there. And yeah, if you were just able to get that decorate onto Amoongus even Rage Powder there, so there was no Terra Grass on the board at all. There was just a decorate Thunderbolt. That probably would have done like over 50% to Amoongus. So yeah, Smeargle proving how how good of a support Pokemon it can be. Fast fake out, decorate pressure. It's just, yeah, saving the Terra for the end game is a very, very good play for Cremate there. Very, very well played. And game 2, Michael definitely going to have to go back to the drawing board, recognizing that Raging Bolt is a threat in the back and going to need to potentially conserve his restricted pieces a little bit better.
Yeah, we had an explosive the first 2 turns, and we all thought, okay, like this isn't necessarily bad, and then we just kind of forgot that Raging Bolt is still like a huge problem, and having the faster fake out even makes it even more dynamic of a problem because you just continue to just boost it. So the question is, do you keep the same leads? And that's exactly what we see now. The question is, will we have the same explosive type turn as we had last game?
Yeah, the problem with leading both of your restricteds and then having kind of a slower mode in the back is that you kind of lose a lot of your damage output. I think the difference within the first game is that Cremate still had the Raging Bolt in the back, so he actually they actually had a means of doing significant damage. So yeah, when you have Incineroar and Amoongus, you have those supported pieces in the back. It kind of makes you wonder if you really want to be giving up your restricteds that easily in the first game. But a very defensive play coming out from Cremate. They're just going to protect both of their Pokemon, see what the Miraidon locks into, and protecting both of their Pokemon from a Glacial Lance. So, I mean, Michael just content to go for an Electro Drift, try to pick up a good amount of damage onto any of these Pokemon, and yeah, instead of trying to pivot the Miraidon out and maybe putting Calyrex next to a positional piece, it's just he's just trying to get as much damage off as possible.
Yeah, I think Cremate just made a really nice choice. Like, you know what? I don't want to really do the car crash as the first game, so let me see if I can scout a little bit. And it does change this. So opting for Wide Guard here, we do see Electro Drift come out, does a ton of damage, and you are going to have to be able to return some of that damage. You take over half, but Calyrex, honestly, this is not a trade you like because you can just get Electro Drift and then you can potentially get high horsepower, or you can even potentially swap the Calyrex here because you're going to need it for later. Miraidon's in a perfect place. It's just doing damage. And Calyrex right now in big trouble here.
Yeah, interestingly to note that Miraidon's Electro Drift did not put Calyrex in Life Orb KO range this turn, so it's potentially able to get off another hit if it's not targeted this turn. So it is able to get the Astral Barrage, one more Astral Barrage for its troubles before it finally goes down, as Miraidon able to get a good chunk of damage into the Zamazenta, not able to KO the Calyrex on Michael's side, but now with the Trick Room up, Calyrex in a position to where it can start doing something here as the Incineroar comes in. But with the Calyrex being on such low HP, you have to think it's probably not going to be doing too much here on this Trick Room board. You have Fake Out, but both of these Pokemon do have Protect to be able to stall the Fake Out turn, Raging Bolt with Thunderclap. It might be tough for Calyrex to get going if it doesn't have a way to get around this Thunderclap.
Yeah, but the beautiful thing about this is you actually have a lot of pivoting options here because we do remember, like, Amoongus was in the back game 1, and it does have Pollen Puff. So if you do want to keep the Calyrex healthy, it's not too difficult to reposition yourself here because you have Fake Out active, and you kind of don't want to just lend yourself to take a potential Fake Out in Glacial Lance here. So there are some options on the table. It kind of depends on how he wants to play this. We do see the Terra Electric and just opting to just go for it and gets it. We do see a trade here. Not sure how that's going to work out because I'm just like, wait, isn't Raging Bolt still a problem? But there's the answer. It is Landorus.
Yeah, there is the Landorus, and so now Michael recognizing, okay, I need some sort of damage in the back. Amoongus wasn't quite cutting it. But now with the Smeargle on the board, you do have a Fake Out coming out from Cremate's side, so they do have the ability to Fake Out potentially the Incineroar, or the Landorus to stop it from attacking this turn and getting a very big hit off with Raging Bolt. But yeah, we'll also have to see the speed interaction between both of these Pokemon because if Draco Meteor into Landorus is a very viable option. Smeargle also has the ability to redirect the Earth powers coming out from Landorus, so it has a couple options on how it can support this Raging Bolt going into the end game. It's like, do you want to follow me to divert attention away from Raging Bolt? Do you want to fake out? There's no protects coming out here, so if Chromate did target this Landorus with a Draco Meteor, it unfortunately whiffs to the side, and that is potentially huge as now...
this is bad. The Smeargle getting the speed boost. So now Incineroar can just go after the Smeargle, and then Landorus can just go for their Earth power, and there's really nothing you can really do about that.
Also, did the Landorus flinch before the Raging Bolt attacked? I blinked and I missed it. I feel like it flinched before Raging Bolt. So if that is the case, hypothetically, that means Smeargle getting the speed boost makes it so that Incineroar can attack the Smeargle, get rid of it. Yeah, and if Landorus is the... Oh, no, it's actually Raging Bolt that's faster than Landorus. So it is able to get the KO with Draco Meteor, and now we're in a bit of a war of attrition situation to see which Pokemon is able to KO the other one first. So we'll have to see if Raging Bolt, despite being at -2 special attack, does have the Terra Electric, does have Thunderbolt, does still have the Photosynthesis special attack boost, is able to 2-tap the Incineroar before Incineroar is able to get the KO here. But yeah, just using the Protect there to stall out the one last turn of Trick Room, and yeah, it'll be close, but I think Raging Bolt might have the edge in this particular endgame.
Yeah, you can just do so much more damage with these trades, and plus with the Flare Blitz, you're taking small residuals every single time. So eventually, it's gonna get to a point where it's like, I don't know if you have enough HP to just continue this little war of attrition here. But I mean, hey, because of the Draco, won't be doing as much, so maybe there's a chance. Maybe you just do some little knockoffs until you feel like you're getting close to in range here. Thunderbolt 26. Doing quite a bit, and you're taking recoil on top of that. I don't know if Bolt can pull. I think Bolt actually pulls this off because that's just a lot. 26%, and you're also taking recoil.
Yeah, the recoil actually proved. I forgot this Incineroar was actually holding the Assault Vest, so that's probably why the Thunderbolt is doing so little, even with all the multipliers still on it. But, I mean, yeah, you mentioned the recoil being a big deal. Yeah, that's going to be a little too much damage there Raging Bolt hangs on, Incineroar hangs on, but unfortunately, even if you don't want to click Thunderbolt, you can Thunderclap, Thunderbolt, do anything you want.
Yeah.
And that is going to seal the game for Chromate. Our last top 4 qualifier. Just a very, very well-played set, and Raging Bolt proving to be the difference here in this set. Very, very well played to both players, but in the end, it will be Chromate it will be Chromate moving on to the top 4.
Yeah, a really well played set, and just such a interesting clash of basically styles, it seems. And what with Landorus, it was basically a Landorus versus Raging Bolt show. Those are the two pivotal mons that needed to win the games and just couldn't get the exact combinations correct for the Landorus to be put in a great position. In game 1, there was no Landorus at all, so they made a world of a difference there. And those ginormous clashes of turn 1 and 2s in both games were kind of insane, but it really just showed like, hey, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna switch some things up. But having that end game under Trick Room, unfortunately, just wasn't able to get what you needed.
Yeah, just a very, very solidly set up end game from Chromate's end. Two very talented players in the Smogon space clashing in the top 8 to round out our set here of top 8 matches. So those are going to be our top 4 qualifiers, and we are going to pass you guys along to our final commentary duo for the tournament. Thank you guys so much for having us. I hope you have been enjoying the gameplay so far. Stay tuned because we're going to have an electric top 4 coming up. Make sure you stick around, and we'll see you guys in a little bit.
Take care.
We're beginning with top 4, and then we're doing which game are we doing first? Carson. All right, Carson. Perfect. Welcome back, everybody, to the Smogon VGC live tournament. I'm going to be your top 4 and finals commentator, Tyson, joined here by Cedric, and we're excited to get into our top 4 immediately here. We're going to get a look at the team sheets. Our first match of top 4 is going to be Carson versus Sisiat, 2 very talented players. I mean, you don't even have to really say that. They're here in top 4. They've shown their skill, and with 2 really, really interesting teams here, and I think are kind of pinnacles of where the format is at right now in terms of innovation. We see a lot of familiar tools and pieces, but with a lot of different tools to kind of round them out as well. So a lot of familiar and a lot of new. What are your thoughts on the team, Cedric, though?
Yeah, I think they're both teams that the players are pretty familiar with at this point. Carson, I think, probably has a little bit more familiarity, it being a team that he used at North American Internationals with just a little bit of variation. I think there's a Sneasler on that version, whereas there's a little bit of a difference here. And then looks like we're into the game, but yeah, Sisiat undefeated at this point with a variation of the team that I think Carey brought, basically just a Calyrex Kyogre team that's really offensive, really functions well in Trick Room and out of Trick Room with the Basque Legion. So yeah, getting into the game, we saw a pretty quick lead, kind of just people pivoting around their fake outs as we see the Calyrexes on the field with Incineroar and Kyogre finally back caught up, I believe.
And very notably as well, the Ditto actually chose the lead there, copying, maybe trying to get a cheeky catch on something like the Calyrex Ice Rider there, or the Kyogre, but actually being able to get the Rillaboom there also meant they had a fake out, and because Ditto copies the exact stats of the Pokemon, it would have been a speed tie to see which of the fake outs went out first, so both players not opting to go for that makes a lot of sense there, kind of re-pivoting. But now, if you're Carson here, you have the Incineroar and the Calyrex Ice Rider staring down Sisiat's Calyrex and Kyogre, and this is kind of scary because you don't want to take a Water Spout here, but instead going for the fake out to make sure that doesn't happen, as Calyrex goes for a Glacial Lance to do decent amount of chip to both Pokemon.
Yeah, thankfully on Carson's side, you have Intimidate to get the Calyrex on Sisiat's side. Unfortunately, Sisiat does not have that same luxury. We see the Ditto come in pretty safe, not going to be taking a lot from the Glacial Lance, and the Kyogre is pinned by the fake out for that turn. Basically, at this point, though, there is no Thunder on Carson's Ditto, so you couldn't really hit the Kyogre. Oh, there is. All right. Eating my words there, but regardless, yeah, the Kyogre loses the speed tie, so the Water Spout, I believe that went off before the damage was taken, meaning that a lot more damage on the Kyogre, meaning a Glacial Lance is able to follow up and KO it. So really big swing on the speed tie there.
And not only is that swing huge, but now Carson's down to their last 2 Pokemon, that being the Calyrex Ice Rider and the Miraidon, which aren't looking too safe. You would think that maybe the Miraidon could fire off a big electric attack here as it goes for a Terra Electric, but that Rillaboom in the back there, being for Sisiat, is going to be able to switch in, reset the terrain, and now your Terra is spent, and these Glacial Lances are going to start adding up. And yes, you set up a Leech Seed if you are Carson, but with this Terra Water and Fake Out, you're going to be able to live the Glacial Lance and fire back with your own, just knocking out this Miraidon, going to +1, a critical hit to boot as well. And with a combination of Glacial Lance and a Wood Hammer, it is going to be looking like it's curtains here for Carson in this game 1.
Yeah, pretty swift game 1, where just the Kyogre turn, when it was able to win the speed tie, knocking out that Incineroar, and then the Ditto shortly thereafter, just left the Miraidon kind of stranded on the field, where whenever Rillaboom comes in, you lose all the damage output from that electric drain for the rest of the match. And we're going to see if Carson's, no chance to really take it back against the Basque Legion with last respects. Even though no Pokemon have been knocked out at this point, Glacial Lance doing minimal damage. So, Carson punches in the forfeit, identifies, this game's super over. Let's figure out this game 2 adjustment. Where do you think that went wrong, Tyson?
I think maybe leading the Ditto is a bit ambitious. Trying to catch a slot definitely can win you a game, but if it is something like that Rillaboom, both players are going to end up switching it out, and I feel like Carson's team relies a lot on momentum, right? Making sure you can get the damage trades before the Kyogre and the Calyrex Ice on Sisiat's side can maybe get into position to do damage of their own. So I like this lead a lot better, something like the Annihilate to fire off one of those final Gambits maybe, or even go for just straight up damage or a coaching even into the Calyrex Ice Rider, making makes a lot of sense when you're staring down 2 physical attackers. Yes, the Kyogre does come in here, but you're going to be able to get off another coaching here, and with a Terastallization maybe, or even just a Protect, you can kind of reposition around, maybe getting your Miraidon, sacrifice the Annihilate, and you're looking very, very good now with a +1.
Yeah, this is something that Carson showed a little bit earlier in the stream, where when the final Gambit KOs aren't as guaranteed, just going for a coaching and allowing the Calyrex to become a threat tends to be pretty good. We see the Annihilate switch out, doesn't want to take the Water Spout. That would have been a guaranteed KO. Still takes a lot on the Miraidon, not a knockout though. So the Calyrex still boosted, but now the Miraidon on the field. Less happy than if the Rillaboom were on the field. You'd have a pretty safe Electro Drift Glacial into the opposing Kyogre. At this point, if you want to survive the turn against the Calyrex, you'd probably need to be going for a Terra, and we see a double protect from Siciat to scout out as Miraidon goes for a safe Volt Switch to try and cover the Kyogre slot, not going for a Terra or just anything switching in. Good call from Siciat to see what the Miraidon locks into with the choice specs.
Not only seeing what it locks into as well, but seeing what slot Carson wants to target into. As we see a Terra Grass there, knowing that the Miraidon target into that slot last turn, so Carson was more likely to target in that slot, recognizing the power that Kyogre has here, even with those Water Spouts. Even though it's not super effective, we know how much Water Spout does in the rain from Kyogre, and into Calyrex, it does have a defense boost, but not a special defense boost, so it's going to have to take a lot here, even damage, and yeah, that's 50% there to the Calyrex, but considering it is Terra Grass now to live that Volt Switch, the Calyrex is going to get a boost off of that, and a Leech Seed from Siciat's Kyrex as well to start healing back some of the HP from those Glacial Lances. And with Basculegion here to come in to swap in on that Kyogre slot, it looks like both of these Pokemon are a bit dangerous, considering Basculegion can outspeed the Annihilate here with the Swift Swim.
Yeah, notably also this is the Assault Vest Miraidon on Carson's side of the field. So yeah, in a lot of the matchups we've seen today, the Choice Scarf Miraidon would have been able to outspeed their Basculegion regardless of the presence of rain. Not so on Carson's team. He's really going to have a lot of trouble dealing with this Basculegion, both offensively and defensively, with nothing to outspeed it, and basically everything going down to a Wave Crash or a Last Respects. We see a defensive switch in of the Incineroar, but unfortunately Siciat reads that perfectly, Wave Crashing into that and knocking it out.
And I think Wave Crash there was a fine play as well. It covers, of course, something like the Incineroar switching in, and with a Glacial Lance as well, Siciat following up, that even covers for if the Miraidon decide to swap back in. So making sure that slot gets knocked out regardless. I'm sure Siciat is absolutely happy with the Incineroar coming in for that slot instead. Yes, you do lose the Basculegion this turn, but something like a Grassy Glide here would be able to finish off. You would have to give up your Rillaboom there, since it is susceptible to that Glacial Lance, but this is looking still winnable. It's going to be a little bit difficult when the Miraidon comes back in, but it is an AV Miraidon, so maybe it doesn't do nearly as much, and if you're able to stall out with Leech Seeds, maybe there's a chance, but it is definitely looking in Carson's favor.
Yeah, going to be a little bit tricky. Not really applying any final Gambit pressure from the Annihilate. I think it's Rage Fist on this Annihilate, so given that the Terastallization's already been used on Siciat's side, maybe Rage Fist could knock out the opposing Calyrex. It would depend on the defensive and offensive investment of both Pokemon. The Calyrex is, even though primed to take a KO into the Rillaboom, it's the timer's really taking on it with Leech Seed, Fake Out, stalling that timer just one bit further as we see the Rage Fist fails to KO, and we either see a Glacial or a Trick Room. Siciat identifying that earlier in the battle, his Calyrex was moving slower than Carson, so just takes the speed advantage here with probably, maybe banking on a Grassy Glide Glacial Lance in the following turn, even though at -1, maybe has a chance to KO Carson's. If not, things could definitely get pretty hairy if this Glacial Lance takes a double KO.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, this Calyrex, I think, would even be in maybe of a range of that Glacial Lance here from Carson, being able to knock it out. So if you aren't able to KO this Calyrex, I mean, you said it before on Carson's side, it's going to look very dangerous. We see the Miraidon here removing the terrain, a very heads-up play as well, recognizing that Grassy Glide, if it was able to KO, could be very dangerous. But yeah, instead, swapping out the terrain, recognizing a Miraidon wasn't going to be useful anymore, and making sure that Grassy Glide wasn't even an option, knowing that Calyrex is maybe slower than Siciat's Calyrex in Trick Room, but knowing it's definitely slower than the Rillaboom. So being able to play there and making that play was very heads up from Carson, and a really, really good game one there.
Yeah, it turns out the coaching at the start of the game ended up being incredibly important. Probably wasn't the difference maker. Actually, the Fake Out damage plus the Glacial, it might have been pretty tight without the coaching defensive boost. So the first turn of the battle ended up playing into the result at the end. So really good early game play from Carson and was able to take it home. Looking into this game too, it did look like that, the Kyogre in most of Sisiat's games where they've been able to win, the Kyogre has kind of been a factor where it's able to stick on the field. He's been able to read whenever the Volt switches are coming into it or not, and either preserve the Terra appropriately or not. Carson kind of didn't let that slide, forced the Terra out immediately while the Calyrex Ice Rider wasn't in that much pressure and was able to take the clean KO. And didn't lose the game off of the Leech Seed that happened that turn, just knocked out the Kyogre and then was able to deal with the rest of the Pokemon accordingly.
And I think if Sisiat were to adapt in this game, I think something like maybe preserving the Kyogre a little bit more would be a bit safer. We saw it kind of get pinned down by that Miraidon and the Cali Ice, very normal electric and ice coverage there. Having to kind of Terra into that grass, but then still be susceptible to the Glacial Lance definitely wasn't what Sisiat wanted. And we see the Ditto there from Carson, trying it again, even though it didn't work in Game 1, copying the Rillaboom again, and now we're in a very similar situation to Game 1, where both players may feel incentivized to swap out, or they might just go for Fake Out into each opposing restricted.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting spot where if Sisiat's Rillaboom wins the Fake Out war and targets into the opposing Rillaboom, then a Glacial Lance would just take a KO onto that and then really put them up pretty substantially. We see that the Ditto on Carson's side does go for the Fake Out, whereas Sisiat did not choose to take that risk. Maybe just going to choose to pivot out, but yeah, regardless, the Calyrex on Sisiat's side of the field going to be immobilized this turn as the Miraidon goes for a Volt Switch into Rillaboom, doing kind of little damage, and then we see what Sisiat decides to do. Yep, both players deciding to reposition this turn. Not loving how volatile this spot could be. And yeah, we see the Calyrex enter the field and Rillaboom taking his time to figure out what's going to switch in to press the offense on Sisiat's side.
Absolutely, and it is going to be the Kyogre there to set the rain and fire off some water spouts, but it does have to stare down a Rillaboom, which is actually really funny with how the Ditto worked out now. With the Grassy Terrain still being active, it has access to Grassy Glide, or even just a straight up Wood Hammer if that's the move that Carson wants to lock into. You could even go for a U-turn as well if you are expecting something like the Terra Grass on the Kyogre, although I do think it's safe to just go for the grass move into the Kyogre to force that terrestrialization and fire off a Glacial Lance from your own Calyrex if you are Carson. But a Protect there from Sisiat's Kyogre and a Protect from Carson's, both restricted, not wanting to take too much damage as a U-turn comes out there into Sisiat's Calyrex and an Incineroar to get an Intimidate down and take his Glacial Lance.
Yeah, really great pivot there. Reads the Kyogre, want to play defensive. It got pinned down pretty early last game, so you might expect it to not just go straight up offensive and potentially risk itself again. Gets the Incineroar in fairly free, doesn't have to take a Water Spout, and also intimidates the opposing Calyrex. Now you have Fake Out Pressure active on the Kyogre. You could do with that, go for a Trick Room, you could set up Leech Seed. Yeah, that is what Carson ends up going for. We see Calyrex is trading Leech Seed, so neither's going to gain the HP advantage from that over time. But yeah, now the Kyogre kind of in a tricky spot where you could switch in, the Incineroar could switch out. It's really threatened by a Water Spout at this point into the Ditto or the Miraidon, but yeah, neither's going to love the combination of Water Spout and Glacial Lance. Ditto's HP stat very low, so even though you copy the strong defensive stats of the Kyogre, still taking proportionally more damage.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think the Incineroar was interesting, but we actually see a Protect there from the Kyogre and a protects all around, actually, and this Ditto, what we were scared about, maybe taking damage from both targets, isn't going to have to worry about that at all, and actually comes in for free, and we have a copy of both board states, except Carson's Calyrex luckily does not have a Intimidate drop on it, as Sisiat does not have an Intimidator on their team, but this is a very interesting position now because you are the faster Calyrex Ice Rider if you are Carson, so that could maybe lead to something later, but the Dittos are going to unfortunately be speed tying, so it's going to come down to, who gets that Thunder off first, plus maybe a Glacial Lance to finish off. I think, as you mentioned before, the Ditto with its lower HP stat is going to get the lesser hand of the trade, but does get to move first with the Thunder, and because of that, the Water Spout is going to do significantly less to Carson's Calyrex Ice Rider here, as this Calyrex is going to not take that much from the turn.
Yeah, the crit's certainly annoying, but you're probably happier having won the speed tie rather than losing it. I do want to point out in the previous turn, I believe Sisiat went for a double protect with the Kyogre, maybe just not recognizing that the Incineroar had gone for Fake Out in the previous turn. It's been a long day. These players have been playing a lot of Pokemon. Could be mistaken on that, but yeah, I think that's how that turn progressed. Regardless, now this Ditto is looking pretty nice. A Hydro Pump into the opposing Calyrex going to do a lot of damage. We'll see if these players play defensively out of a pretty similar position, but yeah, it looks like Carson continues with the offense, recognizes like, and that's kind of what you're offered by Ditto, as we see a whole lot of damage go into Sisiot's side of the field. The Ditto, it's not it is a restricted, but it's not. You can kind of treat it as a little bit more expendable as a resource compared to your normal restricteds, because you kind of have 3. So yeah, Carson able to play a little bit more aggressive as a result of that.
I think that's funny the way you said that as well. It's like kind of like a 2.5 restricted if you actually think about it as well. I mean, this game, it just got into the Kyogre, but I mean, it led the game, and Carson was bringing it to maybe catch the Calyrex Ice, but ended up with a Rillaboom both times on the lead. So it's actually really funny the way Ditto works with that HP stat. It feels so volatile sometimes, but we do see an Incineroar here dropping an Intimidate on the 2 physical attackers there on Sisiot's side, and the Miraidon is going to get to come in here with no U-turn there on Sisiot's side. That means Grassy Terrain is no longer an option. This Miraidon is going to be able to set the Electric Terrain for the rest of this game.
Yeah, I really like that switch in of the Incineroar. We saw in the previous game where even though the Incineroar took a rain-boosted Wave Crash on switch in, all the recoil from both the Wave Crash recoil and the Rocky Helmet did over 50%, I think, or something like it. So you basically are saying, okay, Rillaboom's probably going to U-turn this slot regardless. That's a knockout. And if Basculegion even reads this, that's a knockout on that slot. And then suddenly I have permanent terrain advantage with my Miraidon against a Kyogre and a Calyrex with, I believe, Terrestrialization not yet burned. That's definitely a spot that Carson would have liked. But Basculegion played a little safer, and now we have not that much better of a slot, because the Basculegion is intimidated. Even a Terra Ghost, last respect, should not knock out the bulky Assaultfest Miraidon on Carson's side.
Absolutely, and considering it's also not the last 2 Pokemon or even last Pokemon, that last respects doesn't have its full power and full potential unlocked just yet. The Incineroar here, because it just swapped in as well, is going to be able to fire off a Fake Out into the Calyrex slot, which is going to be very, very nice, as the Miraidon would maybe get to move this turn. Fake Out, yeah, into the Calyrex slot, and Electro Drift following up into that Kyogre. The thing about that, though, is Sisiot was sacrificing the Kyogre, recognizing that slot was most likely going down. If you do get in for free, that's nice, but mainly the important thing here is you're resetting that Intimidate, you're sacrificing a Pokemon for last respects, and then you're also making sure you have the rain to outspeed the Miraidon. So a very good sacrifice there from Sisiot to maybe try to get back in this game.
Yeah, really good pin from Incineroar on the previous turn, having Fake Out active, the Basculegion had just protected. Just really excellent awareness overall we're seeing from Carson about the presence of Fake Out and what it forces out of Sisiot. We see another Protect from the Basculegion, as Incineroar, I believe, just went for a knockoff, trying to, say, if Basculegion attacks into any of my slots, I'm at least taking a knockout, whether it be from Wave Crash, Recoil, or with the knockoff. Gets the Ditto in, and now, yeah, Sisiot almost has to target that with a Last Respects or an Aqua Jet. Otherwise, they're just going to take way too much damage from a Wave Crash or Last Respects on either of their Pokemon. And then, Ditto, Incineroar, Miraidon, the combination is just going to be too much to come back from.
And the pin here you have obviously is knockoff or last respects. Considering Basculegion doesn't have a spread move, it can't target down both these Pokemon. A play that Sisiot can make is going for a Protect there on the Basculegion. Doesn't get the double, unfortunately, though, and actually Wave Crash there from Carson, maybe reading the double Protect, but no, just goes for a knockoff, trying to get the slot correct. And I think that's going to be curtains, unfortunately, and meaning Carson's going to take this game 3 with the Miraidon there, is definitely going to be able to take the KO here on the Calyrex, even if it goes for a Protect to start that Electric Terrain. And even though Miraidon has an AV, that HP range is not enough to live something like a knockoff and a Electro Drift.
Yeah, I really like Sisiot's attempt on the last turn to go for the double Protect. Maybe a little bit worse of a player might have just gone for the Speed Tire or something like that, not recognized that a double tap into the Basculegion in that circumstance would lose you the game. Assumes that Carson is going to be going for basically just the knockoff into the Basculegion and double up into it and just try and win that way, expecting no double Protect. But Carson, one step ahead, actually just goes for the Wave Crash into the Calyrex. Whether you get knocked out on the Basculegion or not, Calyrex Ice Rider will not leave the turn with an attack boost just because you knock yourself out, which means that your Pokemon in the back aren't going to be susceptible to a sweep. And yeah, even if your Incineroar gets Wave Crash that turn, the Basculegion goes down to the recoil then. But yeah, incredible games to both players, something we're probably going to see that caliber of match at Worlds. We're going to move on into this next top 4 set between Maba 2 and Chromate.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to break this team down as well. We've seen both of these on stream as well before. Even in different hands of different players. I believe Robbie was featured on stream yesterday with what pops out to my eyes first is the Tornadus with that sharp beak there on the lower team from Chrome with the Kyrex Shadow Rider, and the Zamazenta, the tried and true team, rounding it out with the Raging Bolt, Rillaboom, and the Smeargle besides the Tornadus. And this is a really, really cool team as well. I think Tornadus with the sharp beak allows you to get some extra damage on things like the Zamazenta or maybe on the really bulky Rillabooms nowadays that you otherwise wouldn't be able to get the knockouts. And in combination with things like the Astral Barrage and the Body Press, there are maybe some cheeky KOs that you're able to get with that Tornadus. And this one actually opting to not run the Terra Dark as well is very interesting to me, considering if you were facing down a Calyrex Shadow Rider, that could be very scary, but luckily that is not going to be the restricted of choice there for Mava. Instead, it's going to be the Miraidon, the Zamazenta Crowned, Amoonguss, Volcarona, Incineroar, and Qianpao. But what are your thoughts on Mava's team?
Yeah, I really like Mava's team. Basically, the Volcarona with the Electric Seed has been a relatively new innovation. I think it popped up first at North American Internationals with Eric Rios using it. But the combination of the Electric Seed, the Quiver Dance means that you're able to boast all your defensive stats against the Calyrex Shadow Rider and Zamazenta. Once that up, you can go for a Terrafire Flamethrower, knock out most variations of Zamazenta. This one's Terra Grass, so it doesn't even have any defensive counterplay. And you're able to go for Struggle Bug into the Calyrex Shadow Rider to keep its damage output low. Yeah, I think for Chromate side, it's really going to be a issue of containing that Volcarona from getting out of control. And on Mava side, doing everything they can to get that positioned and able to sweep. Also, I want to note the Choice Scarf Miraidon on Mava's team, really influential in this sort of match. Basically, it means that if the Calyrex Shadow Rider wants the speed advantage over the entirety of Mava's team, Tornadus has to come, which is of course susceptible to the Miraidon's Volt Switch. Might just be playing a piece down in exchange for speed control. So yeah, definitely going to be a bit of a trade-off between the two players and trying to beat out that Volcarona.
And more importantly as well, the Volcarona actually opting for that Terra Fire means with the Flamethrower and maybe a Quiver Dance boost, you're able to get a knockout into something like the Zamazenta, and because it's Terra Grass there, you have no way to kind of switch out of that weakness. So that could be very pivotal as well, considering normally, especially with the Choice Scarf version of the Miraidon on Mava's team, you're not able to get the immediate knockout that something like the Choice Specs would have. You would have to spend a Terrestrialization if you even want a chance. If they're not bulky, but with a +1 Terrafire on the Volcarona, the Flamethrower definitely should get there. And with the Qianpao as well, with Ruination, you have ways to getting the Pokemon on Chromate's side into ranges that are comfortable for you, which I think is really cool.
Yeah, this is also just a really cool matchup in that in the previous one, we were seeing two IRL just really masters of the game playing. I'm actually not so familiar with either of these players, so perhaps some online demons that are just having their chance to shine in this really cool online Smogon tournament. Just shows that improving the accessibility of play through Pokemon Showdown can be the difference maker for a lot of players. So we're going to get into this game one. Excited to see Chromate match up versus Mava VGC here, or Mava VG.
Absolutely, and I think the leads here from both players can be pretty telegraphed. I think we're going to see something like the Calyrex Shadow Rider and the Zamazenta maybe, and Volcarona Miraidon here being the lead choice for Mava, but Chromate actually going against what I said and leading the Smeargle Calyrex Shadow Rider instead. Smeargle offering a lot of pressure here with its Fake Out and Follow Me as well to redirect those Miraidon attacks. You can't really Spore here, but maybe you switch in Rillaboom if you're Chromate and try to get a cheeky Spore into one of these slots.
Yeah, exactly. The really tricky part about this Smeargle is that you don't just have, with Miraidon, the terrain dominance to prevent the Spores from going off. There is always that Rillaboom switch-in option. Doesn't go for that go, just goes straight up for the maximal amount of damage, with the Astral Barrage doing about 2/3 damage to both of the Pokemon as the Volcarona sets up for one turn. Yeah, I guess the special defense boost could be notable on the Smeargle, but for the most part, shouldn't be an issue. A speed boost may have been a problem, but unfortunately got the speed drop there.
Yeah, and that Astral Barrage doing so much to the Volcarona and the Miraidon, kind of, again, getting them in range of things like the Zamazenta or even the Raging Bolt if the Volcarona doesn't get another boost here. But a Volt Switch there into the Smeargle is not going to bring it down to the Focus Sash. And I mean, we said it kind of like, I want to say almost jokingly, but I think with the special defense boost, I'm not sure if the Struggle Bug is going to get there. It should, but you know, there's a chance that maybe it doesn't. Intimidate does come off into the move. But yeah, the Struggle Bug is able to just knock out the Smeargle. Hey, there was a world, if you're +2, maybe you lived and the Volcarona wasn't +1. And that could have been definitely interesting, or a funny turn for sure. But that means Cromate's going to get a free switch into the Raging Bolt here. And with the Electric Chain active, actually, and the special attack off the Photosynthesis, this could be very dangerous for the Volcarona.
Yeah, thankfully you at least have the Incineroar Fake Out active, so you can delay the Raging Bolt attacking you with the Thunderclap to 1 turn. I'm not entirely sure, but I think that the +1 Terra Fire Flamethrower, it's going to at least bring the Calyrex Shadow Rider in range of a Life Orb chip, if I'm not mistaken, or you could play it a little bit more defensively. But notably with the most likely Tornadus, Zamazenta, and Rillaboom in the back, I mean, it just has to be one of those. I really only think Tornadus would have an okay chance of living that attack if you rip the Terrestrialization, so you might actually just have the Calyrex slot pinned if you just go for Fake Out Terra Fire Flamethrower here.
And I think that definitely is going to be the move of choice. Considering you are +1, Volcarona really doesn't want to sit around and click Quiver Dances if it doesn't have to. Getting the 1 in that first turn, taking the trade of that Astral Barrage is really all it needs to kind of get going. The +1 is really all you need, unless you mentioned before, the Tornadus comes in and tries to get that speed control. Yeah, and we do see the Terra Fire being activated there for Mava's Volcarona, and it's going to go for the Flamethrower, and yeah, doesn't get the knockout on the Calyrex, actually is going to get knocked out by that Astral Barrage on Chromate's side, meaning they're going to go +1 now on themselves, and is within range of another Life Orb tick.
Yeah, I'm sure the player's a little bit more familiar with that calc, but I was under the impression that a pretty high special attack investment Volcarona would get that KO, ends up being, even short of 2 Life Orb ticks by just a little bit. You do get them right on in, now able to threaten a Draco Meteor into the Raging Bolt, or just immediately go on the offensive and Volt Switch off of the Calyrex slot. But yeah, this Incineroar could be in some trouble with Electric Terrain and the Photosynthesis boost on the Raging Bolt. The Thunderbolt is gonna get pretty close to a knockout. I actually don't recall if it's an Assault Vest Incineroar or not, but if it isn't, yeah, the Thunderbolt's going to be really close to a knockout here, especially with the Terra Electric coming off, both acting defensively and offensively.
And yeah, this Astral Barrage there is going to get Incineroar, even if it wasn't able to. The Terra Electric, I think, actually was more defensively than offensively there. The Incineroar actually moving before the Raging Bolt there, allowing you to just knock it out. Was very, very huge there. I mean, the Zamazenta does come in, though, and the Calyrex has to make a choice here, most likely opting for the single target move there into the Zamazenta and the Body Press falling off to the Incineroar. This does look like it's in Chromate's favor, but I mean, hey, Mava can squeak out a win maybe if Chromate misclicks their moves and maybe goes for like an Astral Barrage and Mava clicks Wide Guard. It's very narrow, but maybe there's a way for Mava to make it back in, but it does look like it's in Chromate's favor. There's an Astral Barrage there. Does just knock out the Incineroar straight up and brings Zamazenta in range of a Body Press there. And Chromate's going to take game 1.
Yeah, notably revealing some important speeds. Chromate learns that the Incineroar is actually a pretty speedy Assault Vest variant, and also learns that their Zamazenta will be outspeeding Mava's, which is really important. You could, the only way at the end of that game was for Mava to get a critical hit Body Press, but to do that, they would have needed to outspeed the opposing Zamazenta. So just knowing that in the future games, that's not even a possibility. You will always have that speed advantage, unless it's a, fringe speed tie, then you just have a great advantage there. So yeah, I'd say the Volcarona typically in this matchup should be the piece that kind of just drives a victory home. But yeah, the Flamethrower doing kind of underwhelming damage into the opposing Miraidon. You're going to need a little bit more chip earlier in the game to guarantee that KO and actually let the Volcarona do the work that you really want it to be doing in this matchup.
And we do see the leads here from both the players sticking to their guns. Mava leading the same thing with the Miraidon and the Volcarona, and Chromate leading the Smeargle and the Calyrex. But there is a possibility that both players could go for something different. I think Mava is more likely to just go for the same thing. Maybe a different move on the Miraidon, but Volcarona is definitely clicking Quiver Dance here. Again, it's very important to get not only that +1 speed, but that +1 special attack and that +1 spit up. So everything that Volcarona gets out of a Quiver Dance is beneficial, but it has to take the Fake Out Astral Barrage yet again from Chromate, and this is again looking very beneficial for them as the Smeargle gets another speed drop, but hey, this time it's a defense boost instead of a special defense boost, which definitely means Smeargle is going to go down to any combination of attacks like we saw in game 1.
Yeah, in the previous game we saw Volt Switch come out instead of Snarl. A Snarl, I don't believe the Calyrex went for a Terrestrialization, so it would have scored a whole lot of damage. Thankfully, I think you're a little safer to go for that this turn if you want to go for Snarl Struggle Bug. but goes for the Volt Switch anyways. Doesn't care to play around with the Calyrex going for a Terastallization or maybe going for Protect to bring in the Zamazenta as your wide guard, or you're locked into a spread move. We see the Struggle Bug come out this time. The Calyrex notably chipped, now in range, I believe, of the Terrifier Flamethrower, and we see the Raging Bolt come in once again, but the Calyrex has not just burned Protect in the previous turn, so you don't have that same fake out Flamethrower pin as the previous battle.
Yeah, absolutely. And with Terra Electric as well, this Raging Bolt, taking advantage of Mava's terrain actually is going to be able to threaten so much damage. And dare I say, even an Oko into this Incineroar with something like the Thunderbolt. And especially with the chip of Calyrex, yes, it is at -1, but with the Life Orb, is going to be able to do enough damage, I think, to get the Incineroar in range. But you, of course, have to let that happen, and I don't think Mava will, with, like you mentioned before, the Terrifier Flamethrower. That is a possibility. But if we do see something like a Quiver Dance here and a Fake Out, but we don't, that Double Protect seemed like it kind of had to come out from Chromate, so if you went for another Quiver Dance, that all but seals the game. But Mava playing it safe there, just trying to knock out the Calyrex there, was definitely the safest thing.
Yeah, we see now Double Protect's burned. However, Mava didn't go for Protect that turn, so can kind of take this turn to reposition out of the Thunderclap pressure by going for a Protect and possibly a U-turn, or trying to knock out the Calyrex with a Flare Blitz knockoff, or try and repivot with the U-turn. Going to be interesting what the choice is. If there's an Amoonguss in the back, I could really see a U-turn Protect play, all but sealing this Volcarona sweep in the future turns. But yeah, most likely going to see the Zamazenta again, as we see the Calyrex Shadow Rider switching out. No defensive play from the Volcarona, just goes for it, as we see the Incineroar going for that U-turn. Yeah, really good Thunderclap call from Chromate, just saying, okay, we're just going to play this safe and keep this Volcarona from spiraling out of control, as Miraidon enters the field with only one more turn of Electric Terrain. Really strong position for Chromate, just knocking out that really threatening Volcarona.
Yeah, and this is looking very dangerous now with the Zamazenta, as was revealed in Game 1. Chromate Zamazenta being the faster one is going to have to take a Miraidon attack here, but most are able to live the attack and is going to be able to fire back with a body press and do a decent amount of damage, and the Raging Bolt as well, unless you double into it, is going to do a lot of damage with a Thunderbolt into the Zamazenta. But we actually see a Terastallization there, making sure it doesn't take a Electro Drift or something of the sort, and body press there being the move of choice from both Pokemon, knocking out the Incineroar there on Mava's side and doing a decent chunk to the Raging Bolt. But now Mava's down to their last two Pokemon, and Chromate is still again in a dominant position. Not the same as Game 1, considering the Volcarona got down so early, but is still looking dominant in a different way with that Raging Bolt. Even though it wasn't able to click as much damage maybe into the Zamazenta, that Thunderclap is still going to bring it down to 50%. And a Draco Meteor miss actually is just going to make sure the Zamazenta lives, and I think might just seal up the game for Chromate.
Yeah, even with a crit, if the Zamazenta is bulkier, I think that might have a chance to live, but just really unfortunate, adding insult to injury. We see the body press go into that Raging Bolt, just trying to cover and hope you get that critical hit knockout, at which point you probably have the game locked up with a perhaps wide guard or a heavy slam into the Calyrex, but good heads up play from the Raging Bolt to Thunderclap and potentially chip that in range of Astral Barrage regardless. But yeah, just really clean play from Chromate that game. Led the Smeargle, just made sure to get maximum value out of it. Didn't get any spores off, but redirected any attention from the Calyrex to keep it healthy enough to continue just like getting the necessary damage on the Volcarona and the Miraidon, so that the Raging Bolt would be able to take care of it easily along with Zamazenta in the back. So excellent positioning, just recognizing what the win conditions were in one otherwise pretty tricky matchup. We've seen that Volcarona get the better of a lot of CSR Zama players today, but not getting the better of them this game.
That is going to mean, though, that Chromate and Carson are going to be your two finalists here for our Smogon VGC live tournament. We've had a lot of games, but this is going to be the pinnacle of it all. Carson's team, as a review one more time, is the Calyrex Ice Rider and Miraidon, with a few niche options like the Ditto and the Annihilate, and Chromate, as we just featured in our last top 4 game, the Calyrex Shadow Rider and the Zamazenta. So two tried and true cores, but with their own unique takes as well. Again, Chromate having that Sharp Beak Tornadus and the Smeargle. So I think both teams having changes that keep the identity of the original duos and the principles they follow, but also adding their own spin on it that maybe help them in certain matchups and kind of fitting their play styles. And I'm really excited to get into this finals.
Yeah, I think this team that Chromates brought, I think maybe some differences in the Terra types, I'm not entirely sure, but really reminiscent of the team that Kinugawa was able to win Japan Nationals with. I believe got top 8 at NAIC with. Carson rocking the team that brought them to some success at the North American International Championships as well. So a lot of familiarity. These teams have been around for long enough to them both have a ton of prep. I think Carson might have a little bit of an experience advantage here in terms of like Carson's actively preparing for Worlds. This has got to be on some of the teams to beat. So might be able to see some of those game plans coming into finals. You would expect so. And then, yeah, from Chromate, it's going to just be about pressing what I believe is typically a positive matchup for the CSR Zama into this type of archetype from Carson. Just trying to press that advantage while also being cognizant of the more uncommon elements like the Ditto and the Annihilate that would maybe break some of the traditional flowcharts.
And I think this is actually a great matchup for finals as well, not only in terms of the Pokemon, but in terms of the players as well. As you kind of mentioned before, Chromate, I believe, is a Smogon VGC player. So to have the VGC Smogon tour here, kind of encapsulated in finals from a very well-established live player and then a very well-established online Smogon player as well, is actually super cool to see. And I think I wouldn't have asked for a better finals myself.
Exactly. Just a clash between the IRL on the online. I know Carson's a bit of an IRL grinder himself, really frequenting Pokemon Showdown for a lot of his practice. So it's possible that these two have played at some point, whether they know it or not. But yeah, I do think, looking specifically at the matchup, I do think that one of the key pieces for Carson is going to be that Ditto. We saw in a previous match its ability to imposter copy the Zamazenta on switch in. Means you not only capture the initial defense boost, but you also activate the Dauntless Shield boost again to get 2+2. Especially with the Terra Ghost option, you can just really win that 1v1 versus the Zamazenta. However, of course, that leaves you susceptible to the Calyrex Shadow in later turns. You really just have to, at that point, be spamming Wide Guard in the face of the Calyrex Shadow to not get knocked out by the Astral Barrage you're now weak to, which, again, kind of just makes you really predictable in the face of them, and they can start setting up nasty plots or psychicking. So it is definitely a big trade-off that Carson can attempt to make safer by maybe getting a Thunder Wave earlier onto the Calyrex Shadow or something like that. But yeah, definitely look for that Ditto to be an important piece.
And maybe even something like the Grimmsnarl as well to maybe force out a terrestrialization from something like the Calyrex Shadow Rider. Going for Thunder Waves is a very real game plan that a lot of players go for. Maybe not Carson, but something like the Light Screen and the Thunder Wave are definitely going to be valuable in this matchup. And in combination with something like the Assault Vest on Carson's Miraidon as well, instead of Dazzling Gleam running that Snarl, which is going to definitely force a terrestrialization out from the Calyrex, or at least a Wide Guard from the Zamazenta. So there's two ways you could play it, the more offensive version that you kind of outlined there, but you also have tools to kind of slow the game down if you're unsure what you want to play around. Maybe finding a different way around the Calyrex and mitigating it or copying it. You have two different avenues if you're Carson, I feel like.
Yeah, I don't think we've touched on the Annihilate, even though it's been like a pretty big point in Carson's run. He's won a lot of games off of it. I think it might be a little trickier in this matchup. The ability to go for the Choice Scarf Final Gambit and knock out anything that has a lower HP than Annihilate that isn't a Ghost type is really important in a lot of matchups. Not really as effective against the Calyrex Shadow Rider. Some of the Annihilates run Shadow Claw to at least be threatening the 1 KO into the Calyrex Shadow Rider. Not the case here. We have Rage Fist to kind of stack boost over the course of the battle. But Final Gambit is really more effective when your team doesn't have ways to lower Annihilate's HP before it attacks. And with the presence of the Raging Bolt going for Thunderclap, there would Rillaboom able to go for the Grassy Glide and Tornadus' ability to set up a speed advantage on Chromate's side of the field. I do expect that to kind of be a little bit less effective. So if we see the Annihilate, it's probably Carson leaning a little bit more on the coaching game plan that he's been liking this tournament. But yeah, might be one of the Pokemon we expect to sit on the bench for this match.
And speaking of boosting moves from a supportive Pokemon, Smeargle here also, don't forget, has access to that Decorate move. So instead of something like the Protect or Spiky Shield, it actually has no option to protect against something like a Fake Out from the Incineroar on Carson's side. Instead opting for Decorate, which definitely can get out of hand. I don't know if Chromate would ever go for a play like Nasty Plot Decorate, but if something does get boosted on the team, even like something like the Raging Bolt or even the Rillaboom, honestly, could be doing a lot of damage into the opposing team. Decorate, for those who aren't aware, for its niche move, boosts the attack and special attack of that Pokemon by 2 stages. So that's a free Nasty Plot or Swords Dance. Well, you get both on a Pokemon of your choice.
Yeah, one of the really annoying parts for a team like Carson's, where you don't have a lot that outspeeds the Calyrex Shadow Rider and Smeargle, is that Decorate actually activates through Protect. So if Chromate really wants to, they can lead the Smeargle and the Calyrex Shadow Rider and go for Protect, Decorate, and get all the benefits of the Nasty Plot without really risking their Shadow Rider very much. That's going to be something we have to watch out for how Carson's able to counter proactively, because Smeargle, Calyrex Shadow Rider, among the many leads on Chromate's team, is just really threatening for his team.
Absolutely, and we are going to be getting into the game 1 of our finals here. Carson versus Chromate as your Smogon VGC live finals. And this is game 1 again for those just tuning in. We're here in team preview, figuring out what both of our players want to lead. And again, I'm really, really excited. I cannot stress that enough, as Carson here leads off with the Grimmsnarl on the Miraidon and Chromate with the Smeargle and Calyrex that we just talked about.
Yeah, the Grimmsnarl on the field likely trying to just set up the screens as best they can, or as best Carson can, to make sure that later in the battle you don't get snowballed over by the consistent damage of Calyrex and Zamazenta, as well as the rest of the team. However, hasn't led anything faster than the Smeargle, so nothing stopping a Decorate Protect play or a Decorate Nasty Plot, as you mentioned, as being like really explosive. Fortunately, Grimmsnarl is a Dark type, is able to defend against that decently well, and the Miraidon with the Assault Vest and Light Screen up could take that really well as well. Something to watch out, Grimmsnarl could delay going on the offensive and maybe go for Spirit Break into the Smeargle, break that Focus Sash as the Miraidon maybe pivots out just to get rid of that threat more permanently. But what we do see is a Fake Out and Miraidon delaying that Pokemon from attacking. Light Screen goes up and the Calyrex gets a completely free 2-time special attack boost with the Nasty Plot.
But that also means Grimmsnarl here on Carson's side of the field gets that light screen up, not even trying to risk it with the light screen or going even for a Thunder Wave, or excuse me, with a Spirit Break or a Thunder Wave. Just going for the consistent light screen there to mitigate any future damage makes a lot of sense. The Follow Me there being the move of choice from Smeargle, no cheeky Decorate or anything of the sort. Just going for the consistent Astral Barrage damage, as no Terra Dart comes out from Chromate's Calyrex either, meaning it's going to take so much from that Snarl and actually brings it down to just +1 now. And I say just +1, but now because Calyrex is so low, I feel like Chromate doesn't want to spend their Terra Dark on it anymore, which maybe leads me to believe that you can just go for a Thunder Wave and a Snarl play again, or because your Assault Vest are not locked into it, you can just go for a Thunder Wave and attacking move into the Calyrex, maybe even a Volt Switch to pivot out and reposition against the Zamazenta.
Yeah, kind of interesting. We're in the top 4 set. Chromate never Terra Darked in front of the potentially snarling Choice Scarf Miraidon. Here, kind of continues to do that and gets punished pretty heavily for it. The Calyrex taking most of its HP and now no longer having a knockout into the Miraidon is definitely a pretty big deal. And as you mentioned, the Grimmsnarl a lot more proactive now to be able to go for some more aggressive plays. We see Thunder Wave go off into the Zamazenta. No Reflect Up, meaning the Miraidon is not able to take that attack. But Carson might be happy with just getting a free switch in. It's going to depend who comes in, but at this point, you can copy the Zamazenta with your Ditto if you want to, although you're going to be a little bit susceptible to taking a Astral Barrage from the Calyrex if you do not, Thunder Wave that and get that read correct. You could maybe just go for a Spirit Break to play that turn safe, assuming that you have enough speed to outspeed the opposing Zamazenta. That's a fairly safe play. Guarantees that you won't be taking any damage on your Ditto this turn if you protect it, and you knock out the Calyrex if it stays on the field. But of course, Chromate does have the option to read that, maybe get Fake Out position, or maybe the Raging Bolt active, but yeah, going to be a really pivotal turn here depending on what the Grimmsnarl and the Ditto do. If you Thunder Wave here, you almost certainly win the game if there's no Terra Dark and Calyrex stays in. The Ditto should probably just have a clean sweep, but if not, then might be, there's a lot that can go. If the Thunder Wave goes off, the game probably is just one for Carson in the future turns, but if it doesn't, there's still a lot of plays that Carson could do to secure the win and the KO on the Calyrex.
And although the Calyrex is low, I mean, you stress the importance of it. It does choose to go for that Terra Dark and go for the Astral Barrage. No Thunder Wave from the Grimmsnarl on Carson's side, though, is going to live the turn and go for Spirit Break, meaning Carson got the turn correct. And a Paralysis on Chromate Zamazenta means you're not even able to KO it. And now this Grimmsnarl gets to hang around for just another turn as well, meaning you can go for another Spirit Break into the Raging Bolt, being super effective considering Terra was spent on Chromate's side, or you could just double it with a Body Press as well. And considering your Ditto did get the boost, you're going to be doing so much damage. Grimmsnarl also here could go for a Reflect very easily just to secure the damage against the opposing Zamazenta. Actually goes for Terra Ghost as well to be just completely immune, not even risking the Reflect there. Going for the immunity and doubling with the Spirit Break makes a lot of sense as well. And Chromate's Zamazenta here is not going to be able to break not only through a +2 Ditto, that it can't body press, but a Calyrex Ice Rider here from Carson.
Yeah, just can't overstate enough the value of the Grimmsnarl outspeeding the Zamazenta on Chromate's side. If the pair doesn't go off and the Zamazenta is faster, then you actually are just in a whole lot of trouble against the Calyrex Shadow Rider at +1, even with the Calyrex in the back and it in range of 1 more Life Orb tick. But now just making sure that you knocked out that Pokemon earlier in the battle means that the rest of the game is just so safe. You can even make sure that you get the knockout on the Raging Bolt that subsequent turn because you're confident that you'll at least be able to go for Body Press Spirit Break before the Zamazenta knocks out your Grimmsnarl. So yeah, really minute detail but between the Pokemon interacting, but ends up being very, very critical. And it all kind of spun off of Chromate getting a little aggressive earlier in the game. Didn't get a lot of value out of their Terra in that battle when a Terra Dark earlier would have just really swung the tides of battle in terms of the damage on the Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Absolutely, and I'm really curious to see how Chromate can adjust in this game too. I think maybe spending that Terastallization a little bit late was what allowed their Calyrex to even get in that position in the first place, taking so much from that Snarl, from that Asulfas Miraidon. I think that honestly is the best lead that Carson can lead here, setting up those screens, even if the Calyrex does go for a Nasty Plot, as we saw in that turn 1. Just having the Assault Vest and Light Screen kind of mitigates that Nasty Pot that just went up, and then following it up with a Snarl as well puts you in such an advantageous position. And while the Nasty Pot boosts go away on swaps and switches, Grimmsnarl's Light Screen sticks around for the 8 turns it has with the Light Clay. So Carson having the advantage there, I think, in terms of the damage reduction compared to the damage boost on Chromate's side. But let's see how this turn 1 plays out for Chromate and Carson this time.
Yeah, we could see a repeat of the fake out from the previous battle. I think Decorate Nasty Plot is not outside of the realm of possibility, but you do expose yourself to a lot of damage from maybe Electro Drift, Spirit Break, if you don't, apply some passive protection with Fake Out or Follow Me. Yeah, but this Calyrex does need to make sure that it gets enough damage off to be able to let the Pokemon in the back overpower through the screens, because with the Calyrex, there's really no way to clear this Grimmsnarl quickly enough before it starts to get at least 1 Reflect and Light Screen and Thunder Wave. So yeah, just needs to get at least a little bit of damage off so that you can actually maybe knock it out with the Raging Bolt and really just keep the Zamazenta from being paralyzed, which ended up being so annoying in the previous game.
And the really scary thing about this lead as well is even if you do go for a fake out into the Grimmsnarl, we stress the importance of how the Light Screen, how vital it is. But if you don't go for the fake out into the Miraidon, that means it gets to go for a Snarl of its own or even just a straight up attack into the Calyrex. So that could be very scary, but we find ourselves in a very similar position from last game. But this time, the Smeargle has a +2 to the special defense. Not sure how much it's going to matter, but you never know.
Yeah, I think the defense dropping is pretty important because the Spirit Break will now KO in spite of the Snarl drop, most likely. However, we do see a Protect, and the Decorate going through that Protect, boosting up the Calyrex, and we saw the Spirit Break did actually target, oh goodness, the Spirit Break targeted into the Calyrex, so completely free turn outside of a little bit of Snarl damage on the Smeargle, but now we have a defense boost. At this point, it's going to be a little bit of a toss-up whether the Volt Switch knocks out on the Smeargle. It's going to be very close, and if it does, then you go for Follow Me, you just give your Grimmsnarl actually an opportunity to go for another Nasty Plot, or just straight up attack with an Astral Barrage. We once again see no Terastallization from the Calyrex, prioritizing preserving that. And yeah, we see the Electro Drift and the Spirit Break, so it makes sense not going for the Terra Dark. You probably would have just taken way too much damage from the Spirit Break there, but overall, definitely happy with that turn. You did a heaping helping of damage to that Grimmsnarl, and now you have the Miraidon in range for a knockout next turn with your Astral Barrage.
Yeah, absolutely. And now I feel like it's pretty safe to go for That Terra Dark there on the Calyrex, just to make sure you can get Thunder Wave, pick up the KO on the Grimmsnarl. It might be a chance to knock out because you did go -1 from the Spirit Break there on Carson's Grimmsnarl, but I feel like it should be a chance there to get the Grimmsnarl. If it lives, it's definitely going to be a small amount. Otherwise, you do have to go for the Terra Dark, though, just to not get Thunder Wave. You're more okay with your Zamazenta getting Thunder Wave than you are your Calyrex, because if Calyrex gets Thunder Waved and can't move, then the game is essentially forfeit. And the Zamazenta, though, is just kind of a wall there to beat something like the Incineroar or the Calyrex Ice Rider in the back. It really is going to come down to how well Chromate can preserve this Calyrex Ice Rider to kind of squeak out a win in this game, too.
Yeah, I think this game looks really, really miserable for Carson. We actually see no Thunder Wave into the Calyrex, even though basically you're expecting a Terra Dark to come out there. Doesn't go for it. We see Thunder Wave going to the Zamazenta. Something I want to note, though, is that it might look awful for Carson, but with Ditto having the freedom to pick who it wants to switch out to in the back, you can really just copy the Calyrex, get your +3 boost. You have Light Screen up, and then you have your Calyrex on the board. You might actually just be able to pull off a reverse sweep if you win the speed tie with the Ditto, and even if you don't, there's probably still some routes. Oh, we see the copying of the Zamazenta, prioritizing rather the wide guard instead of the value from basically the boosted up Calyrex Shadow Rider. So really interesting way to navigate this endgame. Just Carson identifying that maybe there's a little bit safer of a path than just trying to win the speed ties in the late game.
That's very interesting, because I think the logic is if Carson goes for a wide guard here to stop against the Calyrex, you already know that you win the 1v1 against the opposing Zamazenta, especially with something like the Terrestrialization. So a Terra Ghost wide guard here is actually very, very safe. Considering you have the Light Screen as well, Calyrex wouldn't be taking super effective damage from the Astral Barrage and would instead be resisted Psychic, and you could go for something like a Glacial Lance. So as long as Chromate's Pokemon does not get intimidated there, but actually calling that the Astral Barrage was not coming out was going to be Psychic there.
He's crazy.
Carson making an amazing play there, calling the pressure of the Ditto, recognizing that Chromate is never going to be clicking Astral Barrage because that's a losing play if Carson does go for the wide guard. Instead, opting to go for Protect to protect the Pokemon, and Calyrex now setting up Trick Room is going to be the slowest thing on the field, allowing you to go for a Glacial Lance into the opposing Calyrex. You do have to be careful of a wide guard from Chromate's side, but with that paralysis, it's definitely in Carson's favor for this turn to go correctly.
Yeah, I'm grinning ear to ear on that read. You bring in the Ditto in the Zamazenta slot. They're thinking, okay, clearly they must have some complex wide guard game plan to win this battle. And as a result, just tries to double up into the Ditto to one-hit KO it through both the Focus Sash and the Terrestrialization with Heavy Slam and Psychic. Carson reads that perfectly, goes for the Protect and gets a Trick Room up to nearly guarantee the game. You still could get critical hit through the Light Screen, but the Leech Seed Calyrex comboed with the Ditto is just going to be so hard to deal with defensively. It's going to be really hard to break these two Pokemon, especially in Trick Room when you need to be sort of going for a wide guard with the Zamazenta to prevent the Raging Bolt from going down to a double up. You basically just have very little damage, and you're uphill against Light Screen as well. Yeah, just incredible play from Carson to navigate around that really scary boosted up Calyrex Shadow Rider.
And a Paralysis there to kind of put the nail in the coffin, not allowing Zamazenta to even move that turn. A free Leech Seed there for Carson, playing around something like a Thunderclap potentially before the Raging Bolt goes down. We see a Terra Electric, Glacial Lance doing almost 50% of Chromate's Raging Bolt, Heavy Slam into the Ditto, not doing enough. No critical hit through the Light Screen. Ditto's able to get the knockout there on the Raging Bolt, and Carson is just 2 turns away now from becoming the Smogon VGC Live winner.
Yeah, absolutely. At this point, you stall out Trick Room. Zamazenta is slower than your own copied Zamazenta with the Ditto, guaranteed due to the paralysis from earlier in the game, and now you just clean up the game with a Body Press. The Zamazenta Leech seeded to a low enough range that it is a guaranteed KO. And like you said, with that, Carson confer your Smogon VGC Live Tournament #1, the first of hopefully many, your champion.
And maybe this is a little bit personal bias, but hey, showing that the live players can show up even to the Smogon tours and win those as well. The Smogon talent, though, no shade to Chromate, putting on a fantastic finals, even in a 0-2 defeat, was able to put on a really, really good show. And against a team like Carson's, right, with something like the Assault Vest Miraidon, the screens and the Grimmsnarl and the Ditto copying either restricted and having a field day with it, Chromate played really, really well. Very, very deserving of this finals, and to all the other Smogon players that made it, in the day 2 as well, they played amazingly. And like you said, hopefully this is one of many Smogon x VGC tours that we get and collaborations that we get to see in the community.
Yeah, I personally had a really great time watching both the IRL vets battle up against the a little bit lesser known by the circuit players, the online Smogon players. Truthfully, coming in, I would have expected the IRLs to just kind of be dominating, but throughout the cut, we saw a lot of really excellent IRL players be actually bested by the Smogon players, and half of the top 4 just all throughout the top cut and making the finals and really putting up a tough fight for one of the best players in the world, Carson Confer, a former world champion. It was really a delight to see, and yeah, I do think we would all benefit from seeing more of these players playing in the tours. I'm not entirely sure how much the difference in the format, Pokemon Showdown versus the in-game, the ability to just load up a team without needing to train it in-game still could be a factor in some of the players online not being able to go to the online events or compete in the in-game online tournaments. But yeah, I think this has been an incredible tournament, and I'm excited I was excited to see the end, and I'm really hoping to see more in the future.
Yeah, and right now we're seeing with production to see if we can get an interview with either of the finalists here. Would be great to get their insight, and not only to the finals here, but also their insights to the meta, maybe a preview from both top performing players into the world's meta. Because again, we've kind of alluded to it throughout this entire weekend, but I think a lot of the teams and plays and kind of ideas that we see from this tournament are going to be replicated at Worlds. So, definitely those people who don't have a team locked for Worlds definitely are going to be looking at this tournament and seeing that, Carson just won with this new Calyrex Ice and Miraidon team. Not new, but you can see the different tools on it. In the Annihilate and the Ditto, you can say, oh, I'm going to use this at Worlds now. Or maybe they're more akin to Chrome's Calyrex Shadow Rider, and Zamazenta, and they really took a liking to the Smeargle. I think there's lots of options even now this late into the format for players to pick and choose from for their world champion teams if they are going.
Yeah, it's absolutely been a great testing ground for World Championship players, and I'm sure everyone attending the World Championship will be watching, probably this stream VOD, as well as just checking out the teams, the open team sheets, which are on the Smogon VGC forums. Check those out to get a little bit better of a representation than what we were able to show on the stream. Of course, we showed as much as we can, but can't show all the teams in the tournament in the day 2. So a lot of really interesting stuff, both there and on the broadcast. And yeah, I'm really excited to see what players are able to take away from this tour, whether it is, okay, maybe Ditto's a little bit under-respected, because to my knowledge, this is actually the first tournament, definitely in Regulation I, that Ditto's been able to win, at least on a larger scale. So really incredible accomplishment for Carson to achieve that. And then also seeing Smeargle continue to just be a late meta demon in Regulation I, seeing Kinugawa win Japan Nationals and it making a finals appearance here. Just a very scary prospect for any World Championship contender when a Pokemon like Smeargle, where the RNG factors of Moody can come into play, as well as just the extreme lopsidedness of the turns it creates. Like we saw, the ability to just either go for a fake out, follow me, spore, decorate, and just really swing the pace of the battle. Either way, if you get it right, is just extremely terrifying, but also a very great tool for some of the more read-heavy players to be able to use to further themselves at the World Championship.
But it does look like we aren't able to get an interview from either of our players here. Both are busy people. I mean, they've played Pokemon for the past 2 days. I would want to break as well. They've been going for, I want to say, almost 5-6 hours now. So both of our players very deserving of a break there. Carson Confer going to be your Smogon VGC Live winner. Huge congratulations to him. And then huge congratulations to all the players who made day 2 as well. And thank you to every single player who registered for the tour, and to production for making this event happen. This can't happen without, both the VGC community and the Smogon community coming together. And again, hopefully we see more events like these in the future. It was a pleasure commentating with you, Cedric, and I can't wait for more VGC action. Hopefully everyone can tune into Worlds and things like that. But that's going to be it from us here on the Smogon channel, and see you later.